Girl from the Stars, Book 3, Day's End. Written by Cheree Alsop. Narrated by Michelle Carpenter. Chapter 1. Liora followed Devrin and Tarek into the wrecked remains of the tavern on planet Verdan. After Oberon's attack, only 2 walls remained. The tables, where they had spent nights being entertained by Tarek and Devrin's friends, lay in ashes. The thought of Sveth and Granson's bodies among those behind the church made Leora's heart tighten even further. They deserved to be avenged. Devrin's mother and sister had been taken by the Damaclan chief. Liora knew what would happen to Mrs. Metis and Chiari if they didn't find them soon enough. The only reason they weren't with the other slain Echo citizens was because Obruo knew Liora would come after him. But without the Kratos, there was no saying how they would track down the Damaclan intent on destroying Leora's life before he killed her. When they left the water planet of Gliese after destroying the first orb of the Omne Occasus, the Kratos had been nowhere to be found. If it wasn't for a rescue from Brandis's merchant starship, they would have died in the Gull. The rescue had been too great of a coincidence for Leora's peace of mind. The fact he had followed them to Verdan added to her unease regarding the human. Brandis spoke from behind her.
"It's a shame what happened here."
Liora couldn't stand it any longer. She grabbed him by the throat and pinned him to the mantel above the empty fireplace. "What is wrong with you? Why are you following me?" she demanded.
"Because I know your father,"
he replied, his voice tight through her grip on his throat. "Obruo isn't my father," she growled.
"I know, because I know who your real father is."
Liora stared at him.
"You might want to let him down,"
Tarek suggested quietly. Liora lowered Brandis to the ground. She dropped her hands. "Why do you know that?" she demanded. Brandis looked at her, his gaze unflinching.
"Because I'm his son."
She stared at him, willing the words to sink in. Brandis watched Liora steadily, her finger marks bright on his throat.
"The Days own the biggest merchant fleet in the macrocosm. If you want to find Obruo and make him pay for what he's done, you have every weapon available at your disposal."
"Why are you saying this?" Liora asked. Her thoughts whirled with the implications.
"Because you are a Day, Liora, and it's time to come home."
"Brandis Day," Hiron spoke from the door of the destroyed tavern. "I should have put 2 and 2 together." The skinny Talistan blinked his sideways eyelids. "Why else would the owner of the biggest fleet of system-to-system merchant ships give the orders to pick up a Gull far out of the way of any delivery route, let alone one in Mirok's Ghost? You weren't there by any coincidence." Brandis nodded at the accusation and the Talistan's tone.
"You're correct. I've been searching for Liora for quite some time. I saw the surveillance videos on Titus and had my men follow you here. After the Coalition ship picked up the Kratos, I knew you would be stranded. The perfect time to swoop in and play the hero big brother,"
Tarek said. His gaze hadn't left Brandis since he first started talking. The distrust on Tarek's face was clear.
"It's not like that,"
Brandis denied. He must have felt that everyone was ganging up on him because he turned to Liora.
"Give me one chance. I've searched for you this long. Don't make it all in vain."
Liora couldn't face the pleading in his dark eyes that were so like her own. There was something about him she couldn't deny, something familiar. She had never met him before the rescue, but being around him felt comfortable instead of setting her on edge, as most people did. But Obruo was on her trail. How could she choose to be a part of a family he would only target to hurt her? "I can't have anyone else in my life right now," she said. "Obruo will just kill you and everyone you love. He's merciless, and he won't stop until he destroys everything I care about." She shook her head, hoping he would understand. I can't let more people get hurt because of me. Brandis watched her for a moment. Then she saw it. The tightening of the jaw and the minute tilt of the head. It was a reaction so close to home because it was the same mark of her own stubbornness.
I'm not leaving without you, Liora.
When Tarek and Devrin started to argue, Brandis held up a hand.
I have searched every homestead ship, every planet, and every system in the macrocosm looking for you since the day I found out about your existence.
Brandis crossed his arms in front of his chest.
I told our father that I would find my little sister and bring her home, and I don't break my promises. You vanished once, and I'm not going to let it happen again.
A slight smile touched his lips.
Besides, you have no way off Verdan without me. If you want to find Obruo and rescue Devrin's family, you're going to have a hard time doing it stuck here.
Tarek let out a non-committal grunt. Devrin gave a little snort. When Liora looked at him, he shrugged with a hint of amusement in his expression.
What? He's got a point. We're kind of at his mercy here.
Liora glanced at Tarek. He held her gaze, his eyes searching her face.
I don't want you to get hurt,
he said quietly, as if they were the only two people in the room. His words brought the ghost of a smile to Leora's lips. I'm a whole lot harder to hurt than this. She turned back to Brandis. Fine, but if things get too dangerous, we're parting ways.
Deal,
Brandis told her. What are you smiling about? She asked. Brandis lifted his shoulders.
You're more like Dad than you know. It was something I didn't expect. What? He's stubborn to the point of banter-headedness?
Tarek asked. Liora elbowed him in the ribs. He winced, and she suddenly remembered his injury.
No, Brandis answered. Well, yes, but that's not what I mean.
His head tipped to the side again, and he studied her.
It's the steel. When I started out, I thought I would be rescuing a cowering little human girl from a clan of angry Damaclans. I lost her for a long time.
His voice tightened, telling of how hard that had been. He swallowed and continued.
Then, after I had long given up the search as futile, I began hearing stories about a Damaclan half-blood causing more trouble than 4 Gauls in an Isono crystal shop. I told myself it couldn't be my sister, but the closer I got, the more I realized Liora was still out there. It gave me hope that I could find her again.
Liora felt everyone's eyes on her. It was unnerving to be the center of a discussion, yet not really a part of it. She felt overwhelmed by all that had happened. Finding Verdan burned to the ground and the citizens killed, losing the Kratos, and now realizing she had a half-brother and also a father somewhere who didn't want to kill her was almost inconceivable. Claustrophobia in the small half-burned tavern made it hard to breathe. I'm going for a walk, she announced. She hurried out the door before anyone could stop her.
Liora?
Brandis called.
Give her some space. She's been through a lot,
she heard Tarek reply. Liora didn't go far. The thought of the bodies behind the church house kept her from heading in that direction. She had seen plenty of death, but she had never made friends and fought beside citizens, only to see them slain because of her. Obruo's vengeance etched scars in her soul. She would do anything to see him stopped. Her steps slowed. Now there was a half-brother to consider. Family. It was a foreign word, something for other people to worry about. A word that would never apply to her. Yet Brandis was her brother, and the Days owned the merchant fleet, which meant there were more of them out there. More family. More people for Obruo to hurt. Did he know she was related to them? Was he about to make them pay the way he had Goldet 021 and the citizens of Echo? Footsteps came up behind her. Liora knew them as well as she knew the beating of her own heart.
Liora.
She turned. We've got to stop him, Tarek. We've got to do anything we can to make sure he doesn't hurt anyone else. Tarek put his hands on her arms.
We will,
he promised. His gaze traveled around the square, taking in the destroyed houses and the horn that sat broken on the cobblestones.
We will make him pay.
Then we go with Brandis. Tarek watched her closely.
Are you sure?
She nodded. It's the only way we'll find the Kratos and have any hope of destroying the Omne Occasus before Obruo gets his hands on it. I thought the coalition was the worst-case scenario, but if Obruo gets it, he won't have any reason to hold back. Her plan solidified as she spoke. We use Brandis to get the Kratos back, track down Obruo, and free Devrin's family.
And after that?
Tarek asked. Liora lifted her shoulders in a small shrug. I've been so long without family that I don't even know how to deal with it. The Days own the biggest merchant fleet in the macrocosm. I can't imagine a Damaclan is going to fit in well with that crowd. I plan to just disappear and let Brandis get on with his life. He's wasted enough of it looking for me. She glanced up to see Brandis watching her from the corner of the church. He was quieter than she gave him credit for. She didn't know how much he had overheard of the conversation. His expression gave nothing away. Brandis tipped his head toward the goal.
We should probably get going. The coalition would take the Kratos back to Titus. Our hope is to get there before they tear it apart in search of whatever bomb you're hiding.
He walked away without waiting for them to reply.
There's one thing I've noticed,
Tarek said. Liora wasn't sure if she wanted to hear it. What?
He's as quiet as you are. It must run in the family.
There was something in Tarek's gaze that surprised Liora. As Tarek watched Leora's older brother make his way to the ship, she saw respect flicker in his eyes. Given Tarek's naturally suspicious, natural regarding of people in general, the emotion surprised her. Do you trust him? Liora asked. Tarek was silent for a moment. When he spoke, his tone was thoughtful.
Yes, I do. I'm not sure why. But there's an honesty about Brandis that's hard to find these days.
He looked at her.
How about you?
Liora ran her fingers across the scar on her palm. I'm not sure. It's all so sudden and new. I'm not really sure what to think.
We have time,
Tarek reassured her. He glanced at the church house, then looked away.
So back to Titus?
The thought of returning to Saturn's largest moon wasn't a pleasant one. Let's get it over with, she replied. Gaining entrance to the Coalition's headquarters was much easier with Brandis's sway. The Golden Condor was too big to land, even on Titus's huge docks, so Brandis manned a space-to-land craft and received docking clearance without any problems. I've contacted the Hyperion, Captain Hart told him over the intercom. Captain Bragg will handle the run to the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy. That should get us back on track if we don't linger too long here. The annoyance the EOS captain felt at the delay to her delivery schedule showed in her tone. The fact that Brandis had not given a reason for their deviation no doubt annoyed the captain further.
We'll keep our visit brief,
Brandis replied.
Be ready to leave as soon as we arrive.
Always am, Captain Hart said. Her comlink clicked off. Brandis gave Liora an apologetic look.
Captain Hart is very schedule-driven. I appreciate that about her, but it gives little leeway for these sort of excursions.
Liora watched him from the co-pilot seat. Do you take these excursions often? Brandis thought about it for a moment, then shook his head.
Never, he chuckled. I guess I'm as much of a stickler for keeping to our agenda as she is. That's probably why she's so irritated.
Here's your card, along with those for your other crew members, Cassie said. The small Pasian with pink skin handed out plastic squares to the Kratos crew. "Are these encrypted?" Hiram asked with a surprised expression. Kossi nodded.
"Your faces and names will show up on the guards' holograms, but they won't trigger the computers. I've upgraded the cards with primary security authorization, so you'll be able to access the holding cells and shipyard. You should be able to get in and out without a confrontation, unless any of you are recognized in person."
With the millions entering Titus every day, I doubt that will happen,
Devrin replied.
"Thank you for your help."
Brandis's second nodded.
"You're very welcome. Good luck."
Liora didn't know how much Brandis had told Kossi about their mission, but the small woman appeared calm and collected. She noticed the smile the tiny woman gave Hiram when she handed the Talistan his card. "Captain, we need to update our equipment," she overheard Hiram tell Devrin on their way to the gates. "The EOS technology makes the Kratos look archaic."
"We'll worry about that after we get the Kratos out of here,"
Devrin replied. They reached the gates and handed the cards over. When they passed through without incident, Liora let out a sigh of relief. The last thing they needed was to trigger the alarms before they found out where the Coalition was keeping the Kratos and crew.
"Tarek and Liora, head to the ship,"
Devrin told them.
"We need to know if they found the Omne Occasus on the Kratos. Hiram and I will go to the holding cells. I'll notify you when we find Stram and the others."
He met Brandis's gaze.
"We may need to get out of here quickly."
"Kossi will be ready," Brandis reassured him.
"I'll go with Liora and Tarek. If we need access to release the ship, Kossi can help us."
Devrin shook Brandis's hand.
"Good luck, everyone. Stay on the comms. Keep us posted. With a bit of good fortune, we'll meet back on the EOS within the hour."
A thrill of adrenaline rushed through Liora as she walked with Tarek and Brandis to the lower level. The crowd flowing around them felt the same as last time, packed shoulder to shoulder with everyone intent on their own destinations. Liora's gaze roamed from face to face, checking those they passed by habit. She stopped short and felt Tarek pause beside her. The face in the crowd heading toward them was all too familiar. Colonel Lefkin's eyes were locked on hers. It was too late to hope he hadn't recognized her. The man's gaze flicked to Tarek and then back. A small, humorless smile touched his lips.
"Liora, what's wrong?"
Brandis asked quietly. "Get out of here," Liora said without looking at him. "I don't think he knows you're with us. Go." Brandis stepped back into the crowd and walked past them. To Leora's relief, the colonel didn't give him a second glance. Instead, a smile of triumph filled the colonel's face.
"Liora Day and Tarek Donovan, you are under arrest."
Chapter 2. Coalition officers surrounded them. The crowd scattered to the walls. Everyone knew not to get between the Coalition and a target. A quick count told of over 20 officers armed with guns. Tarek's sidearm was still in its holster. If either of them reached for their weapons, there was no doubt what would happen. Regardless, Liora refused to go down without a fight. Her hands strayed toward her knives.
"Don't be foolish, Damaclan,"
Colonel Lefkin said.
"I've got you dead to rights. I only need one of you."
Liora glanced at Tarek. The thought that fighting might endanger the human made her cross her arms in front of her chest.
"Good call,"
Colonel Lefkin said. He nodded at his guards.
"Take them to the vault. Put Officer Donovan in the throne."
Leora's knives were taken, and her hands cuffed behind her back. The colonel double-checked her handcuffs when she was led past him.
"I've heard about you, Liora. I'm not about to take any chances,"
he said. "Then you heard right," Liora replied. It may have been foolish, but she wanted to wipe the triumphant smile from the colonel's face.
"Do you have to egg him on?"
Tarek asked quietly. Liora glanced behind them. Colonel Lefkin was busy conversing with someone over his earpiece. She leaned as close to Tarek as the guards around them would allow. "If I can draw his attention, maybe you can find a way to escape," she whispered. We need to find the Kratos.
Tarek stared at her. Don't even try it. I want his attention as far away from you as possible.
I don't need my knives, she said. His eyes narrowed.
You'll need your hands. The Colonel has a track history of taking joy in amputating limbs.
That sent a chill down Leora's spine.
Don't fight, Tarek whispered. Devil get us out. If we can figure out what Lefkin wants with us, it'll give us an edge when we get back to the Kratos. We just have to stick it out.
The officer shoved open a set of double doors and led them down another hallway to a huge metal door at the end. Colonel Lefkin held his card in front of the door. A beep sounded, and a panel appeared. He held his palm to it. A moment later, the door slid aside to reveal a small room with a chair in the middle. The room looked simple enough with 4 white walls and the single chair. This piece of furniture would have been ordinary if it wasn't bolted to the floor. The officers who held Leora's handcuffs fastened them to a ring in the wall. It took every bit of her self-control not to fight them and break free before the lock was fastened. Tarek was right. They needed to know what the Colonel wanted before they escaped. Yet she had promised herself to never again be in a situation where she was locked up. An officer pressed a button on the wall, and the ring rose, pulling her arms up above her head. When the officer let go, her feet barely touched the ground. The second officer handcuffed her ankles to another ring so that she couldn't move her legs. The helpless feeling of no longer being in control sent tremors through her body. Tarek was led to the chair. Under the Colonel's watchful eyes, leather straps were fastened around Tarek's wrists, ankles, and chest. When he was secure, the men took positions near the door. The Colonel held his hands behind his back and looked from Tarek to Liora with a pleased expression on his face.
The last time I saw you, you were hightailing it in a stolen ship to the Oregon transporter.
He shook his head.
Didn't anyone tell you it's a crime to destroy transporters? I suppose I'll have to take that out on your hides when I'm finished here.
If his words bothered Tarek, he didn't let it show.
We missed our ride, he said casually. It was quite the coincidence that you happened to be there.
Colonel Lefkin's eyes narrowed.
That was no coincidence, he growled. What did you do with my Omne Occasus?
His words made the knot in Leora's stomach loosen. If he didn't have the galaxy imploder, perhaps they held the upper hand. We lost it, she said. Colonel Lefkin let out a loud sigh and shook his head.
You know, I knew there was a reason why Damaclans weren't allowed in the Coalition.
He crossed slowly to her side as he spoke.
I thought it was because they were too dangerous to trust.
His eyebrows rose in disbelief at the statement.
Now I realize they are just really horrible liars.
He grabbed her chin. Liora jerked her face out of his grasp, but with the handcuffs fastened over her head, she didn't have much room to maneuver. The Colonel's voice was low when he said, You've made quite a lot of trouble across the systems, Liora Day. I'm half tempted to sell you to the highest bidder. His words washed over her with a rush of foul breath. Anything to get me away from your ugly face, Liora replied. She didn't know what Shatharan had once seen in the man. The touch of his fingers on her skin repulsed her. A smile spread across the Colonel's face.
What's wrong? Hate being touched?
He ran his tongue up her cheek.
Something this beautiful shouldn't be wasted.
Liora tried to jerk away, but the handcuffs impeded her movements. He caught her face in his hands and proceeded to kiss her roughly. The sound of Tarek struggling in his chair was loud in the room.
Leave her alone, he growled.
Colonel Lefkin stepped back. Liora wiped her face on her sleeve the best she could. A glance at the officer showed both of them staring straight ahead. Nobody would stop a colonel from doing anything he wanted, especially to 2 apparent traitors to the Coalition. The Colonel crouched in front of Tarek.
What's wrong, Officer Donovan? Have feelings for the mongrel?
Glee showed in his eyes.
I'll bet our little viper's half-blood Damaclan has you wrapped around her finger. Be careful. She'll tear your heart out before you join your wife."
At the anger that filled Tarek's face, the colonel nodded.
"I do my research, Tarek Donovan. It's a wonder you're on the same ship with her at all. Don't you worry that she'll kill you in your sleep?"
Tarek glared at him, but didn't reply. Colonel Lefkin let out a snort.
"Well, I'll make sure she pays in ways you haven't even thought of. So don't you worry. It's not often I get free rein with a stunning captive audience."
His words set Leora's teeth on edge. When he walked back to her, she struggled against the handcuffs to the point that they cut into her wrists. She wanted to fight. She wouldn't let him degrade her if she could help it. The colonel put a hand on the wall on either side of her head and leaned so close his lips brushed hers when he spoke.
"I'm going to have a little chat with your boyfriend. When I'm finished with him, it'll be your turn. I hope you're looking forward to it as much as I am."
Liora jerked her head forward in an attempt to smash his nose, but the colonel anticipated the move and stepped back in time. He chuckled.
"I'm going to enjoy this. Just you wait."
Liora met Tarek's gaze. His face was pale, and the rage in his eyes showed an intensity Liora had never seen before. If he was free, the colonel would never touch anyone ever again. As it was, neither of them could act. There was no telling what the colonel would do to Tarek, and Liora had no way to protect him. It was worse than waiting to see what he would do to her. Colonel Lefkin put his hand on the wall near the door. A panel slid to the side in the ceiling, and a contraption lowered down.
"Time for a little question and answer," the colonel said.
He slid the metal band around Tarek's forehead, then attached the linking wires to the metal cuffs around his wrists and ankles.
"I thought you claimed hands as your trophies,"
Tarek said, his voice level. The colonel shook his head.
"I've taken a liking to questioning with electricity. It's a little less messy."
He gave Tarek a placating smile.
"But don't worry. I always collect a souvenir. Usually an eye or an ear. Less storage space, you know." "I can imagine,"
Tarek replied dryly. The colonel pressed a button on the remote in his hand. Tarek's muscles tightened, and he stiffened in the chair. The sound of his teeth grating together along with the hum of electricity filled the air. The colonel took his thumb off the button and nodded.
"Just making sure it works."
Tarek didn't speak, but when he glanced at Liora, she saw a glimmer of fear in his eyes. It was the same fear that gripped her heart so tight she could barely breathe. The colonel had the upper hand, and he would kill them if they were there long enough. The only question was if they could survive his torture until Devrin found them. Given the size of Titus, that could take a very long time.
"Where is the Omne Occasus?"
the colonel asked.
"I don't know what you're talking about,"
Tarek replied tightly. In response, the colonel pressed the button again. Tarek's head hit the back of the chair and his hands gripped the armrest so tight his fingers turned white. When the colonel released the button, Tarek slumped forward.
"I was hoping you'd say that,"
Colonel Lefkin said.
"I like you to know how serious I am. And when someone takes something from me, which your captain did, I like to get it back as soon as possible. So I'll ask you again, where is the Omne Occasus?"
When Tarek didn't answer, the colonel pressed the button. The sight of Tarek writhing in his seat nearly broke Liora. She fought against the handcuffs. "Let him go!" she yelled. When the colonel finally released the button and the hum stopped, Liora couldn't tell if Tarek was breathing or not. The colonel walked towards her. She struggled to get free, to fight him, to save Tarek, to get them out of there as quickly as possible, but no matter how much the handcuffs bit into her wrists, she couldn't slip out of them.
"Look what you're doing to yourself,"
Colonel Lefkin said with a shake of his head. He ran a finger along her arm and then brought it down to show her the blood.
"If you're not careful, You're going to save me the trouble of amputating one of these beauties later. For you, love, and I will do, but I'd rather not let one of your amazingly scarred, beautiful hands go to waste."
He put his head against hers and took a deep sniff. Liora let out a sound that would have made a Felis proud and swung her head to the side in an attempt to hit him. The colonel stepped casually back as if he was used to his victims acting that way.
"Ah, lovely. I can't wait," he said. "It's a pity we have to wait for Officer Donovan here to tell me what he knows."
He winked at her.
"I'm half tempted to finish him off, just so I can start on you. But captains and their best friends are tight. I imagine Tarek knows a few more of young Captain Metis's secrets than you do."
The colonel leaned over Tarek's chair.
"Tell me where the Omne Occasus is,"
he yelled in his captive's ear. Tarek didn't flinch or raise his head. His eyes were half closed. Liora wondered how much longer he would be able to take the torture. She knew the human wouldn't give in, even if it killed him, and that's exactly what she was afraid of. When Tarek didn't answer, the colonel pressed the button again. Tarek's head reared back, and a cry of pain escaped his lips. A trickle of blood dripped from his nose. His hands distorted, and his face became a mask of anguish. Liora couldn't stand it anymore. She shoved all restraint aside and pulled. Agony flooded into her body. It felt as though each nerve ending was on fire. Her teeth clenched so fast she bit her tongue. The taste of blood filled her mouth.
"What's going on?"
Colonel Lefkin asked. Liora barely realized he had let go of the button. The colonel studied Tarek, as if surprised. Tarek's gaze was locked on Leora's. He gave his head a small shake. Liora didn't look away.
"What is it? I don't imagine your pain tolerance has suddenly become higher," the colonel said. "Are you starting to enjoy this, or are you just ready to be dead and done with the whole process?"
He leaned closer to Tarek.
"You will give me the location of the Omne Occasus before you die. Of that, I am certain."
He pressed the button again. Liora pulled. It took all her strength to keep from screaming when the electricity rushed through her. It was unlike anything she had ever experienced. All of Abreuo's tortures, her time under Malivian's cruel tutelage, and her training paled in comparison to the way her heart stuttered and her lungs burned. Her teeth ached, and even the bottoms of her feet hurt.
"Liora, don't,"
Tarek said, his voice tight. Liora couldn't hide what she was doing any longer. She channeled the pain and yelled, "Leave him alone!" The colonel released the button. Liora slumped in her chains. Colonel Lefkin made his way to her.
"Does watching the one you love be tortured to death affect you so?"
he asked, his voice mockingly kind. He cupped her chin and lifted her face to look at him.
"I've heard that a crew can become like a family, but this is a little ridiculous, don't you think? Damaclans are supposed to be tough. I didn't imagine them to be the type to faint at the sight of torture."
He let go of her face and walked back to Tarek. The sound of his footsteps hurt Leora's ears. She lifted her head and met Tarek's gaze. He shook his head, his eyes pleading.
"Don't do it," he mouthed. "Your girl is a bit of a disappointment, Tarek," the colonel said. "You, on the other hand, are more resilient than others I have dealt with. It seems I shall have to up the bolts a bit. According to my specialist, it's more than a human is physically equipped to deal with. Tell me what I want to know, or you'll get to experience the joyful sensation of your heart exploding."
Tarek mumbled something. Liora lifted her head. It alarmed her how much strength it took to look at him. His eyes held her gaze. She shook her head. Colonel Lefkin stopped in front of Tarek.
"This is your last chance, Officer Donovan. Tell me where the Omne Occasus is, or I'll get to watch you die before I turn to Liora for answers."
He leaned closer.
and I guarantee my methods won't be nearly as kind."
Tarek watched Liora. His gaze was intense. Neither of them could let the colonel know the Omne Occasus was still on the Kratos. There was no doubt the colonel's men had searched the ship, but Liora wasn't surprised they hadn't looked inside the old loading crates. Nobody in their right mind would put an imploder of that magnitude inside a junk wooden box.
"Last chance,"
the colonel said, his voice deadly serious. Tarek said the only answer he could.
"I don't know what you're talking about."
The colonel's face reddened. He looked for a minute as though he would throttle the officer. Instead, he raised his hand.
"You've sealed your fate, Officer Donovan. I can't say I'm sorry to see you leave the macrocosm."
Liora pulled the second the colonel pressed the button. True to his word, he had increased the voltage. When it slammed into her, Leora's legs gave out. Her handcuffs cut into her wrists as she dangled. The pain of the volts traveled up and down her body. Her heart stuttered. Her chest ached. The thought that Tarek was strong enough to handle some of the pain repeated in her mind, but she couldn't think past the fiery agony enough to push some of it back toward him. The pain stopped.
"What are you doing here?"
Colonel Lefkin demanded. Gunshots sounded. The thud of bodies hitting the floor reached Liora. She couldn't bring herself to open her eyes. Each beat of her heart felt like it would be the last. Every surge of blood through her system brought more agony.
"Get him out of there!"
Brandis's voice echoed in the small room. She heard his shoes squeak on the clean floor when he turned.
"Liora!"
Hands touched her gently, but the pain of her raw nerve endings was too much to bear. A sound escaped her lips, and she felt herself slipping away.
"Get her down,"
Tarek commanded. Hands reached for the cuffs. The chains rattled dimly in Leora's mind. As soon as they were released, she fell forward.
"I've got you,"
her brother said.
"Kossi, Reg, help Tarek. We've got to get out of here." "I can walk,"
Tarek replied, his voice tight.
"Don't be stubborn,"
Brandis said.
"They're here to help, and we don't have time to waste. What did he do to her?"
The beat of Brandis's footsteps drowned out anything else that was said. Leora's head lolled back. Light flickered past her eyelids. Her breath escaped in a sigh.
"Liora, stay with me,"
Brandis told her. Her heart gave a massive throb, and her thoughts slipped past without a chance for her to grasp them. She felt her body be set on the floor. Somebody pounded on her chest.
"Liora!"
She didn't know if it was Tarek's voice or Brandis's. The panic in the tone ate at her heart, but she couldn't will herself to respond. She felt as though she was in the thick water of Gliese again. Her torch fell from between her fingers and vanished into the darkness. Liora struggled to swim, but she couldn't move. She fell deeper and deeper into the dark water until there was nothing left but the empty depths. Chapter 3.
She doesn't care about herself.
Liora tried to force her mind to focus, but the haze in which she floated was loath to let her go.
"From what I've learned about Damaclans, she seems to be the exact opposite,"
Brandis said quietly.
"She has a bloodthirsty streak,"
Tarek told him. A soft chuckle sounded.
"Yet she just about gave her life for yours. It doesn't make sense unless... Don't give me that look. She's fallen for you."
Brandis's tone was accusing.
"She's free to do whatever she wants,"
Tarek replied. His voice was near, as though he sat next to her. Liora tried to open her eyes, but her eyelids refused to respond.
"How do you feel about her?"
Brandis's question hung in the air. Liora didn't want to hear Tarek's reply. When they had fallen asleep together aboard the Eos, and Liora viewed Tarek's dream, the sight of her as the one who had killed his wife and daughter had felt like a dagger to her heart. The fact that Obruo had really been the one to do it wasn't much better. Liora knew not to base her feelings on a dream Tarek couldn't control, but she had kept her distance since.
I love her.
Leora's heartbeat slowed. Tarek was quiet for a moment, then continued.
When I saw her there at Lefkin's mercy, I wanted to tear him apart to save her. Then, she sacrificed herself for me. I've never known anyone that selfless. I couldn't stop her. It almost killed her.
He paused, and his voice was thick with emotion when he said,
And that almost killed me. How is it possible for her to take the electrocution from you? You were in the chair and she was chained to the wall. There should have been no way. There are things about your sister you're going to have to learn for yourself if she chooses to share them with you.
Tarek replied,
Liora has many walls, and for a good reason. You saw the scans. The abuse she took growing up with Oburo has damaged her much more than she lets on.
His voice quieted.
She's so strong, yet she needs to be protected. She's too willing to risk everything.
Footsteps sounded and a door slid open.
How is she?
Devon asked.
The same,
Tarek replied.
I've got some work to do. I'll catch you later,
Brandis said.
Notify me if her condition changes. I will,
Tarek promised. They waited until his footsteps faded down the hallway before speaking again.
Have you told him what it is?
Devon asked quietly.
No. I figure the fewer people who know what the Omne Occasus can do, the better.
That's probably for the best, Devon said.
What do we do now? We wait.
Tarek's reply was firm.
She might...
Devon paused, then said,
She might be asleep for a long time, Tarek. We need to track down Oburo and free my mother and Chiari. Also, the final orb is unstable. We risk everything if we don't. We wait for Liora to wake up,
Tarek repeated.
She did this to herself to protect the Omne Occasus. I'm not going to leave her on the Eos to wake up alone on an unfamiliar ship the size of a planet. You're right. The last thing Leorin needs is to be left behind and forgotten about while we go traipsing across the macrocosm to... Why are you smiling?
Liora pictured Devon holding up a hand at Tarek's angry tone.
Tarek? Seriously, Dev, do you think this is funny? Liora almost died for me. She would have, too, if Brandis hadn't shown up and shot the colonel. I couldn't get away from the pain, but she could have.
His words were strained when he said,
It was the worst agony I've ever felt in my life, and she chose to take it. Who would do that?
Devon's words were quiet when he said,
You mean, who would do that for you?
Silence filled the air. Devon finally broke it.
I was smiling because I haven't seen you care this much about someone in a very long time. It scares me. Of course it does. You already lost Dannon. If I lose Liora too, it'll kill me, Dev. It really will.
She's improving, he pointed out.
At this moment, yes,
Tarek replied.
What about next time? What if your life is on the line, or Shathran's, or O'Toole's? Liora is ready to throw herself away to save anyone she cares about. And given the lengths Oburo will go to see her hurt, it's going to happen again. She needs something to live for.
Tarek fell quiet for a moment. When he finally spoke, his words were soft.
How do I do that?
His tone gripped Leora's heart.
You already have, Devon told his friend. I've seen it in the way she looks at you. Just don't hurt her. I don't...
Tarek took a breath and let it out.
I don't have much left to love. You know that.
She seems to think otherwise, Devon replied. He gave a small chuckle.
Though I have no idea what she sees in you.
Thanks, Tarek said, his tone a bit lighter.
You're a lot of help. That's what I'm here for.
Devon paused, then said,
Want to catch a bite to eat? Jarston has apparently challenged the EO's kitchen staff to a cook-off. I volunteered to be a judge, and threw your name in there as well. No, but thanks for thinking of me,
Tarek replied.
I'll stay here. Get some rest. You look like you got fried to within an inch of your life. Very perceptive of you, Tarek said wryly. It's good to be back on the Kratos, Devrin said, his voice further away. Even if we are piggybacking on a golden condor, Tarek told him, I consider it cheating if we didn't need the chance to hide out. Things will die down. Not with the coalition, Tarek pointed out. Devrin's voice was a little less certain when he said, That'll sort itself out. The door slid shut. Liora heard Tarek sigh before the sound of a chair slid toward her. Tarek gently picked up her hand and put his fingers to her wrist. All the equipment I could ask for, and I still check for your heartbeat myself. The sound of a smile was in Tarek's voice when he said, I may have some trust issues. He lowered her hand and fell silent. It took every bit of focus Liora could muster to open her eyes part way. She saw Tarek leaning against the bed. He had his head in his hands and his eyes were closed. The exhaustion she saw on his face filled her with empathy. She tried to lift her hand. At first, it wouldn't respond. She took a silent breath, gathered her strength, and raised her hand high enough to set it on Tarek's head. He grew perfectly still. When he lifted his eyes to hers, it was with a hint of trepidation, as though he was worried he was imagining things. When he saw that she was awake, he caught her hand and carefully pressed his lips to her palm. He looked as if he wanted to say something. Then he closed his eyes and kissed her palm again. You have me, Liora. His brow furrowed, but he didn't open his eyes. He spoke with his head bowed. You have every bit of me, whatever I am. His voice lowered. Whatever is left. You have my heart and soul, if I still have one. A tear slid from the corner of Leora's eye into her hair. She tried to speak, but couldn't. Whether it was from all she had gone through, or because of the knot in her throat, she didn't know. Tarek looked at her. His gaze strayed to the tear track, and tears filled his own eyes. Don't cry, Liora Day. You should never need to cry. He gently wiped the tear with the backs of his fingers. I hope this isn't because you don't want me, he said with a half smile. Liora mustered the energy she had and pulled his face carefully to her. He closed his eyes as she kissed him. He returned the kiss so gently she barely felt it, yet the heat that rose to her skin and the way her heart thudded in her chest said otherwise. He lifted his head and stared down at her. With soft fingers, he brushed a strand of hair from her cheek. What can I do for you? I need to sit up, she whispered. It felt as though, after everything that had happened, she needed to regain her equilibrium and figure out where she was inside and out. Her nerves throbbed and the metallic taste in her mouth refused to go away. Are you sure? He asked, his expression filled with concern. She nodded and tried to push up, but her arms wouldn't hold. Tarek slipped an arm behind her and helped her, which meant, given the state she was in, that he did all the work. Liora rested against his strong chest for a moment. You should sleep more, he said quietly. I feel like I've slept too long, she replied. How long was I out? 2 days, he told her, but considering what happened, you should rest longer. Liora shook her head. We need to find Mrs. Metis and Chiari. Obrua won't have the patience to keep them alive for long. Time is essential. She rose shakily to her feet. Whoa now, slow down, Tarek told her. Where do you think you're going? To talk to Brandis. If his network is as extensive as he says, we should be able to find a lead on Obruo. He can't have escaped into thin air. If we look hard enough... Tarek caught her before she hit the ground. He picked her up as if she weighed nothing and set her back in the bed. He gave her a serious look. Liora, you're not going anywhere. You need to give your body a chance to recover. Running off down the hallway isn't going to help anybody if you fall and break something. And the last thing you need Why are you smiling? Why does everyone do that when I'm trying to lecture them?
The exasperation in his voice made her smile bigger.
Seriously, Liora, you need to take better care of yourself. Health isn't something to laugh at.
Liora put a hand on his arm. I'm smiling because nobody's ever talked to me like that before. Her smile softened. Tarek, I'm glad you care. He shook his head.
I don't think you understand. Your heart could have given out back on Titus. Now you want to run all over the Eos, trying to save other people. You need to take care of yourself before your body gives out completely. Nearly fainting like you just did is a sign that you're pushing yourself too far.
He crossed his arms in front of his chest and glared at the ground.
I'm not going to stand by and let you destroy yourself.
Her smile faded at the intensity of his expression. She didn't know how to respond. For the first time in her life, she felt like a child being scolded. It was a unique experience for one whose childhood was spent learning how to kill, and failing meant death instead of a lecture. She pulled her knees up under her chin and realized she was dressed in a medical gown instead of her Ventican clothing. Where are my clothes?
O'Toole took them to be washed,
Tarek said, without meeting her gaze.
They should be done. I'll go check if you promise to stay in your bed.
I promise, Liora replied quietly. She watched him cross the room to the door. When he put a hand on it, she said, Thank you. Tarek stood there silently for a moment. He let out a breath and turned to face her.
You just saved my life. What is there to thank me for?
For giving me something to live for. The look that filled Tarek's face held Leora's heart tight. He crossed the room silently back to her side. Without a word, he slipped his hand through her hair and leaned his forehead against hers. He closed his eyes and let out a breath.
You deserve so much better.
Liora shook her head. You do. He leaned back and looked at her.
So we're together under a mutual understanding that we both feel the other deserves better.
Liora fought back a smile and nodded. Tarek cracked a smile of his own.
We may be doomed to fail.
Liora couldn't help the grin that spread across her face. Or doomed to succeed. Tarek laughed.
That's a thought.
Liora settled back on the bed.
Get some sleep, okay?
Tarek said. He hesitated, then leaned over and kissed her forehead.
You're too brave for your own good.
Liora watched him leave. There was something about the way he walked that made her smile. His steps were lighter and his shoulders back, as if he wasn't so weighed down. The thought that she might have something to do with that made her so happy it scared her. What if Obruo found him? If the Damaclan chief hurt Tarek? Liora shoved the thought away. She couldn't live in fear of the future. She would accept the present and fight to keep the joy in her heart that felt foreign but wonderful. Liora closed her eyes, then opened them again at the realization that the joy she felt was actually love. The feeling was so strange, yet Tarek occupied every thought she had. Even falling asleep, she wondered where he was. She had never cared about anyone in that way. Tarek had said it to Brandis. He loved her. Liora knew at that moment she felt the same way. She loved Tarek so much she could barely keep still. The urge to tell him was too great. Liora couldn't rest any longer. She pushed carefully to her feet. Whether it was adrenaline from admitting something so difficult to herself, or the slight rest, she felt stronger than she had before. She realized Tarek hadn't brought back her clothes. The thought of walking through the Kratos in the hospital gown was unnerving. Her quarters were on the way to the bridge. There had been clothes and a coalition uniform in there when Devon gave her the room. Hoping she wouldn't run into anyone on the way, Liora slowly walked to her quarters. She stepped inside with the feeling of having climbed the Re Silvia central peak of Vesta. She collapsed on the bed and stared at the ceiling. The picture of Rallian O'Toole had painted above her bed caught the corner of her eye. Liora studied the sandy slopes. It took her a minute to realize how differently she felt about them. Before, they had symbolized home, or at least a distant place of belonging she had once had. Now, she saw them as though she was a spectator. Her heart no longer hurt at the thought of the empty village. She felt different, changed. Liora pushed up from the bed. Her hand brushed something. She glanced back and saw the Bentikan outfit given to her by the kind Zemarian on the Galded. She pulled the clothes to her. There were small stitches in the armored fabric where the various stabs and slices had been repaired by a careful hand. The clothing was worn, but still looked to be in perfect condition. When she picked the outfit up, she found her knives underneath. The mixed Zemarian steel blade sat in its sheath, waiting to be wrapped around her thigh, where it had stayed since Branson had given it to her from the Kratos armory. Her attention lingered on the other blade. The purple stone in the middle of the intricately worn silver hilt caught the light. Liora drew the knife and studied the sunrise etched into the blade. She had killed with both knives. When danger arose, they became an extension of her. With the Damaclan training that had occupied her youth, nobody stood a chance in the face of her merciless fury. The number of lives she had taken both in defense of the Kratos crew and of herself haunted the blades like ghosts unable to rest. She knew what she was responsible for. She was a killing machine, as she had been raised to be. Liora ran a finger crosswise along the blade, testing the sharpness, though she already knew either knife would slice through bone with barely an effort. It was a sensation she had felt so many times she had lost count, and one she preferred to never know again. Liora debated whether to leave the blades on the bed. They symbolized the side of her that people feared. She pulled on the Bentikan clothes, and amazed that she was already winded, sat on the bed again. She could leave the knives. It wouldn't change her ability to defend herself. She was deadly, bare-handed. The knives represented something else. They were a warning to those around her that she was prepared to fight, that she was dangerous, that she was lethal. Without them, perhaps she would find acceptance on the Eos. Liora rose with a wry smile she had learned from Tarek. She strapped one knife to her thigh and fastened the one Tarek had given her around her waist. She didn't care about acceptance. What she cared about was stopping Obruo and protecting those she loved. The knives would stay. Chapter 4. When she found the Kratos bridge empty, Liora made her way to the Eos. Her footsteps echoed through the huge holding bay that had been filled with ships at the last stop and currently stood mostly empty besides the Kratos and a few ancient mining crafts. Liora put a hand to the panel, and the door from the hold slid open. She wondered who had taken the time to program her prince into the system. The security she had seen from Brandis' staff said that he left nothing to chance. If her half-brother had ordered the programming, his foresight amazed her. Several humans and a spindly banthan wearing blue and silver uniforms appeared from the next hallway.
Officer Day, if you wish to see your comrades, I have been sent to escort you to the control room,
the banthan said with a respectful nod. Unless, of course, you are hungry, then I am under orders to see that you are fed to your liking in the cafeteria, a woman with golden hair and glasses told her. Or if you'd prefer rest, I can escort you to your rooms and see that a bath is drawn, an older human woman with a kind smile said. You do look tired, if you don't mind my saying so. The final human, a man with a shaved head, said,
Or Commandant Day has asked that I escort you anywhere else you may wish to go.
Commandant Day. The prestigious title was new to Liora. You mean Brandis? The human nodded.
Yes, Officer Day. He has given you leave of the ship. You may do whatever you wish.
Liora was a bit taken back by the four personnel with the kind smiles and accommodating orders. The fact that Brandis would go to such trouble to make sure her needs were met if she awoke touched her. I would like to go to the control room, she said. The banthan's face lit up. Liora knew she didn't imagine the disappointment that showed in the others' expressions. I appreciate your kindness, she told them. This is all new to me. I usually just figure things out for myself. To have an escort is, well, new. The older woman patted her shoulder.
You'll get used to it, dear. We're happy to have another day aboard the Eos. It's a real honor.
And perhaps you'll be hungry later, the golden-haired woman suggested, with a hint of hope. Definitely, Liora reassured her. A wave of exhaustion swept through Liora. She reached out a hand to steady herself against the wall, but caught them watching her. She took a stealing breath and pulled herself upright.
Shall we?
The banthan asked. Liora nodded. She felt the eyes of the other three as she followed the banthan up the hallway. Walking from the holding bay to the control room, which turned out to be in the middle of the giant golden condor, took far longer than Liora had expected. She focused on placing one foot in front of the other and keeping a neutral expression on her face as she followed the banthan, who walked far more quickly than she thought he would. The stubbornness Tarek chided her about kept her from asking him to slow down. By the time they reached the huge, multi-windowed room, she was beginning to regret not taking the older woman up on a chance to rest. The banthan put a hand to the door panel, and it slid open to reveal most of the Kratos' bridge crew, along with Brandis' staff. Monitors on the left showed the inside of the ship, while monitors on the right revealed what was going on outside. A huge screen in the middle showed someone speaking, who looked vaguely familiar to Liora. Brandis stood in the middle of the room with Devrin and Tarek on either side, as they spoke to the man on the screen.
I'll announce you,
the banthan said. He lifted his hand to the intercom panel. Liora shook her head. No, thank you. I'll let them finish. I appreciate your assistance in leading me here. The banthan lowered his hand and gave another nod.
The pleasure was mine, Officer Day. Please feel free to summon me if you are ever in need of assistance again.
I will, she said. He gave a single nod that could have been a bow and left the room. Grateful to be away from watchful eyes, Liora let the door slide shut and leaned against the back wall. Regardless of how big the Eos was, the size of the control room seemed so much greater than necessary. The amount of personnel Brandis oversaw working at computers and desks amazed her.
As it is, the face on the screen was saying, the situation is turning hostile very quickly. I'm not sure what the best course of action is at this point. We don't want to bring Liora into danger, but I'm not sure what other choice we have.
Liora straightened at the sound of her name.
I don't know how Obruo convinced the Damaclans that we're holding their queen hostage,
Brandis replied.
The thought is ridiculous. If they knew her at all, they'd know how impossible that is. Yet they are ready to wage war just to get her.
The man's eyes flicked to Liora, and something softened in his expression.
Hello, my daughter.
Everyone in the room turned to look at her. Liora watched the man on the screen. He looked like an older version of Brandis, with gray hair instead of dark brown, and eyes with the same intensity she saw in the mirror. Her father was a distinguished-looking man, with the lined face of one who had seen a great deal, and the firm jaw that told of many more experiences ready to be faced. Liora brought her head up and met his gaze squarely. "Hello, Father." Her father smiled, as if her acceptance of him exceeded his expectations.
"This is a surprise," he said. "I was hoping that we would meet under different circumstances."
"You mean not on the brink of war?" she replied. He nodded.
"I mean exactly that. As it is..."
Liora crossed to where Brandis and the others stood. "You need me to calm the Damaclans down so they don't tear apart your merchant fleet looking for me."
"If it's not too much to ask,"
her father replied. His cordiality brought a smile to Liora's lips. It was something she hadn't expected. Being raised by Obruo hadn't prepared her for a father who considered her feelings. "I'll help in any way that I can," she replied. Her father nodded.
"It's settled then. Captain Hart, bring the Eos to Corian. I'll put out a missive to the Damaclans and let them know they can meet with their queen when she arrives."
He smiled at Liora.
"Leave it to a daughter of mine to hold the fate of an entire fleet in her hands. I look forward to meeting you in person.
And I, you, Liora replied. As soon as the screen went dark, she turned to Tarek. What does Obruo gain in sending the Damaclans against the Days?
It's a distraction tactic for sure, Tarek replied. The question is, a distraction from what?
Devrin asked.
Why would he want the merchant fleet gathered at Corian?
It could be a trap, Brandis pointed out. He smiled at Liora.
I'm glad to see you're feeling better.
She nodded. It was nothing a little rest couldn't help. She could feel Tarek's gaze on her. If he saw the weakness she felt, he didn't show it, other than to put a hand casually under her elbow. She leaned against him gratefully.
If Obruo means it to be a trap by sending the Damaclans, we foiled it by bringing Liora. The Damaclans won't fight against her,
Tarek told them.
He's risen an army against himself. It doesn't make sense.
Everyone fell silent.
He knew we would need Liora to calm the Damaclans,
Devrin said.
What would he gain by having Liora at Corian? To lock down where she is, Brandis suggested.
Tarek nodded.
Perhaps.
A rush of cold went through Liora. It's not me he's looking for. I'm just a means to an end. Having the Kratos at Corian
means having the Omne Occasus there as well,
Tarek finished. Brandis crossed his arms and looked at each of them in turn.
I think it's time you tell me why you're on the run from the Coalition.
Yes, Devrin agreed.
But not here. We need somewhere we know is private.
Brandis motioned for the pink-skinned Pasian.
Kossi, you have the control room. Captain Hart, take us to Corian. Alert me when we reach the Tucana Galaxy.
Yes, Commandant, Captain Hart replied. A few minutes later found them seated around a mess hall table in the Kratos.
From what you're telling me, Obruo knows the power the remaining orb contains. The question is, what will he do with it?
Brandis asked. Cause the most destruction he can, Liora guessed. He wants to hurt those I care about.
To what end?
Liora shook her head. He blames me for the death of our clan. I was supposed to be a sacrifice. Flashbacks of that night swarmed her. She pushed them away. I wasn't what they wanted, so the clan was slain. I don't know how he escaped, but he's been after me ever since.
Except that he knew Malivian had you under his control,
Tarek said quietly.
Something's not right.
He should have killed me then, Liora replied.
He wants you alive,
Tarek said.
And he's bided his time until now. What is it that makes now so important?
The orb, Devrin and Brandis said at the same time.
If he thinks somehow you can use the power of the orb or channel it, you'd be more valuable than 100 Omne Occasuses,
Tarek said. The thought washed through Liora. She shook her head. I released the Farron orb in the water on Gliese. I had no control over it.
It was already imploding upon contact with the water,
Tarek told her.
Maybe that was different. You're saying my sister can touch an orb capable of imploding a galaxy without getting harmed?
Brandis said, with disbelief clear in his voice. He gave Liora a searching look.
That sounds like suicide. Is there something I don't know?
Liora glanced at Tarek, and then Devrin, who sat on either side of her. Both humans nodded. She let out a slow breath and took Brandis's hands from across the table. His expression was wary, but he didn't pull back. Liora searched for a memory that wouldn't be too unsettling and pushed it toward him. She felt Brandis jerk back in surprise, but he didn't take his hands from hers.
It's just a rabble,
the older Damaclan boy said. He glared at her.
Hand it over.
Liora clutched the small, furry creature closer to her. It wiggled, unhappy to have been caught, but if she let it go, and Vogan got it, he would take out the animal's eyes with his knife and laugh with his friends while it ran around in pain. She had seen it happen too many times to let the one she held fall into the same cruel hands. I won't let you hurt it, her young self replied. Vogan stood.
If you won't let it go, I'll cut your fingers off and take it.
Liora stood. She was more than a head shorter than the full-blooded Damaclan, and had to stand on her tiptoes in order to glare at him.
Go ahead and try,
she replied. Vogan's eyebrows rose. It was the first time she had challenged him. Everyone knew he was Oburo's choice for chief. It was no secret he was grooming the boy to kill his mongrel daughter in the fight for clanship. At age 6, Liora had no illusions as to her place in the scheme of things. Vogan lifted his knife.
Maybe I'll start with your eyes instead of the rabbles,
he threatened. Liora didn't have a knife. Oburo felt she hadn't earned one yet. It put her at a disadvantage, but she didn't care.
A Damaclan shows no fear. A Damaclan shows no fear,
she chanted in a whisper. They were the words Oburo had yelled at her the night before, when she had woken up crying from a nightmare. Vogan sheathed his knife and hit her face. Liora tried to duck his second punch, but the rabble squealed in fright and clawed at her stomach. She held it closer and turned, taking the brunt of Vogan's hits on her back.
What are you waiting for?
Vogan growled. At his orders, the rest of the boys attacked. Liora fell to the ground. She curled around the rabble. One of the boys' boots kicked her ribs, grazing the small animal in the process. It let out a squeak of pain. Liora rolled over. She crawled forward, despite Vogan hitting her head and shoulders. She reached the small hole in the ground she had waited beside for hours in order to catch the rabble. She hunched over it and shoved the creature inside. It darted off to safety.
You lost, Vogan, young Liora said. It got away.
She looked over her shoulder to see him pick up a tree branch.
It did, but you didn't,
he replied, his gaze lit with triumph. Liora stopped the push. Her head spun, and she put a hand to it.
Are you all right?
Tarek asked quietly. She nodded. Just tired, I think.
You should be resting,
he reminded her. She nodded again, but her gaze was on Brandis. His eyes were closed and his hands weighted on the table, as if she still held them. Pushing was hard on a person, and she hadn't warned him about the type of memories she had. She wondered if he would revoke his claim of being her brother.
Is that what it was like?
Brandis's voice was level, but carried sadness.
Is that what you went through growing up as a Damaclan?
Liora attempted to force a small smile to her lips and failed. That was one of my better memories. Brandis sat back.
I can't imagine what the bad ones were like.
I won't show you, Liora replied. Brandis cracked a smile.
Please don't.
He paused, then said,
How will that come into play with the orb?
I can push emotions too, Liora replied. It's energy, like the orbs. Here. She closed her eyes and pushed. At first, she sent calming emotions, as she had with the Felis on Verdun. Then she changed the emotion to sadness. She channeled the way her heart had broken when she knew her mother was dead. The echoing sorrow when she learned of the Galded Oburo had destroyed, and of seeing the citizens of Echo slain just because they had fought beside her. She heard Brandis take a shuddering breath. Regret filled her. After his kindness, she had only given him sad memories and depressing emotions. Liora searched for something else, for anything that would change the way he felt. She opened her eyes, and her gaze fell on Tarek. He had his eyes closed as well, as if he was taking in the same emotions as Brandis. His eyebrows were pulled together, as though feeling her sadness gave him physical pain. Looking at Tarek changed everything. Liora focused on the way she had felt after Tarek left the medical wing. His confession of love had helped her recognize the love she felt for him in return. Damaclan smothered feelings as weakness. It was difficult to bring up the positive emotion, but when she did, it filled her with such happiness and purpose that she pushed it to the others with full force. Tarek's eyes opened. He stared at her with a look of amazement.
What is that?
He asked quietly. Liora stopped pushing and leaned against him. How I feel about you, she replied, her voice just above a whisper. Tarek bent his head down as though he was going to kiss her. Then he paused and looked at Devrin and Brandis, as if he had just remembered they were there. Brandis cleared his throat.
I see what you mean. It's powerful. I've never felt anything like that.
Devrin nodded.
Our Liora is much more than she seems.
Brandis rose from the table.
I've got some research to do on bylaw energy. I'm hoping the ship's resources can help shed some light on what Obruo might want to do with the orb.
He met Liora's gaze.
If you can absorb and push energy like you just did with emotions and the electricity, we need to know what it'll mean to the Damaclan chief.
I'll join you, Devrin said, standing as well. Do you need help? Liora asked them. Devrin gave her a fond smile.
No, we'll let you know what we find out. Get some rest.
He met Tarek's gaze.
You both look exhausted.
When the door shut behind the two men, Tarek stood. What now? Liora asked. Tarek stooped and picked Liora up in his arms.
To the medical wing.
I'm really fine, she protested. He looked down at her.
I have a few tests I need to run just to make sure. You might have them fooled, but I see it in your eyes. You're going to drop if I don't get you to rest.
He paused by the panel, and she pushed it. The door slid open. And you need to carry me? Liora asked. Tarek nodded.
Just like you carried me,
he replied. He walked through the door to the medical wing and gave her a searching look.
Colonel Lefkin would have killed me if it wasn't for you. I don't know how either of us is still alive. But I am grateful, even if I don't quite know how to say it.
Liora put a hand on his cheek. The dark stubble of his day-old beard darkened his chin. She looked into his searching gaze and pushed her love toward him. Tarek's eyes closed. He let out a slow breath. When he finally opened his eyes again, his gaze was distant.
If you keep doing that, I'm going to forget why we're here, he said quietly.
Would that be so bad? She asked, giving him a slightly teasing smile. His eyebrows rose.
Liora Day, you continue to surprise me.
He set her gently on the bed.
And yes, if your heart stopped or your body gave out and you collapsed again, it would be that bad.
He shook his head.
I would never forgive myself if I missed something. You need to take it easy before you push yourself too far, if you haven't done so already.
Liora watched him pull the analysis equipment over. He put a strap around her arm and pulled the neck of her shirt down enough to place a reader over her heart. He studied the monitors in silence for a few minutes. The small beeps and the hum of the machine lulled Liora into a half-sleep. What do you find, Chief Medical Officer? She asked, her voice slurring slightly. He reached down and brushed a strand of hair from her cheek.
I find that you're exhausted and need to sleep, Officer Day,
he replied. I give you the same diagnosis, she replied, struggling to keep her eyes open. Tarek gently removed the readers and straightened her shirt. Without speaking, he picked her up again. Liora leaned her head against his chest with the thought that being carried wasn't so bad. The rhythm of his footsteps soothed her to the point that she was almost asleep when he pushed the door panel. The door slid aside, and she opened her eyes, expecting to see the paintings O'Toole had crafted on her walls. Instead, the panels were a gray-blue color, and the lighting was low. The scent that touched her nose was familiar and masculine. She looked up at Tarek. He set her on the bed and gave her a small smile.
I figured my room was closer. You look like you're about to drop. I can make a bed on the floor.
He reached for the blankets. Liora shook her head. I think I can get used to the bed. Tarek gave her a penetrating look.
Are you sure?
Liora lifted one shoulder. It would probably be good to try. She paused, feeling suddenly shy. She made herself ask, "Perhaps you could sleep here too. You look like you could use it." Tarek's mouth lifted in a half-smile.
"Thanks."
She scooted toward the pillows and patted the bed beside her. The action felt almost comical, but she couldn't bring herself to smile. Tarek slid his shirt over his head, then settled on the blanket next to her. They both held still for a moment. When Tarek lifted his arm, Liora was amazed at how comfortable it felt to lay against his chest. She fell asleep with the sound of his heartbeat in her ear and the brush of his fingers along her back. She decided with her last conscious thought that she could definitely get used to sleeping in a bed. Chapter 5. Tarek was gone when Liora awoke. She felt stronger as she washed her face in the washroom and ran her fingers through her hair. She knew they would summon her when they reached Corian. The fact that it winded her to reach the entrance to the Eos let her know her body was still recovering from the electricity. When she put her hand on the door panel, the human with the shaved head appeared.
"May I be of assistance, Officer Day?"
he asked with a respectful nod. His immediate appearance impressed her. "What is your name?"
"Malden, Officer Day," he replied. "I'm here to take you anywhere you please."
Liora thought for a moment. "Could I go to the room with the flowers?"
"You may go anywhere you'd like, Officer Day," the man replied. "The ship is yours."
Liora stared at him. "Who told you that?"
"Commandant Day. He said that as his sister, you are entitled to the same privileges and command the same respect as the rest of the Day family."
Liora shook her head. "But I'm only his half-sister." She waved a hand to indicate the ship. "I didn't help to create any of this. I don't deserve it." Malden gave her a kind smile.
"The Days are the most powerful family in the neutral systems. They command the respect of the Coalition and the Revolutionaries, and even the Scavs and Mercs know not to mess with them." He paused, then said, "If I may be so bold as to speak freely for a moment."
"I would appreciate it," Liora replied. He set a hand on her arm.
"Being a Day is a privilege of blood. I am honored to be assigned to you. Your brother is a man who cares about his crew and ships, but he's always been driven by something that has pushed him and everyone else around him. I've known him since he was young, and he's always had a preoccupied look in his eyes, as though he's never quite finished with it."
"What is it?" Liora asked.
"You," Malden replied. "When you set foot aboard the Eos, Commandant Day lost that look. He smiles more, and he seems relaxed, which is saying a lot considering you haven't been here that long. If having his sister on board reduces our young Commandant's stress, then you definitely deserve any and all privileges aboard these ships."
"I don't know why it means that much to him," Liora said quietly.
Malden smiled at her. "Maybe someday you will."
He made a sweeping gesture toward the hallway.
"May I escort you to the Arboretum?"
Touched by his kindness, Liora walked with Malden down the long hallways of the Eos. By the time they reached the flower rooms, she knew why her brother had assigned Malden to her. The man's easy nature and casual ability to converse set her at ease. When he left her at the door, she made a mental note to thank Brandis for his foresight.
"Enjoy, Officer Day," Malden said.
"Thank you," she replied. Liora put her palm to the panel and smiled when the door opened. There was something to be said about having access to the entire ship. She felt touched by the rare privilege. Not that long ago, she had been a prisoner aboard Malivian's Kratos. Now, thanks to Brandis, she had full admission to the entire SS Eos. The Kratos was a gull in comparison to the ship magnificent enough to contain its own arboretum. Liora wandered down the flower-filled aisles. The soft lights above felt comforting, and the scent that lingered in the air was all-encompassing. A smile touched Leora's lips when she thought of how she and Tarek could have used such a scent when they flew the Calypson's Tin Sparrow. The smile faded at the thought that Mrs. Metis had planned to use the ship for scraps. Now she was at Obruo's mercy, The fact sent a surge of frustration through Liora. The door slid open. Liora glanced over her shoulder to see 4 gulls enter the arboretum. They looked huge within the tiny aisles spread between the rows of flowers. A closer look revealed that the first gull was Nox, the one Liora had fought when he accosted her in the Eos cafeteria. She pretended to be interested in a pair of flowers with long orange and red petals. The petals tapered to points in shades that would make any sunset envious, and when Liora ran a finger along them, a delicate citrus scent rose into the air.
"What's our vile little Damaclan doing touching flowers?"
Nox asked when he reached her. She ignored him, so he leaned closer.
"I'm amazed they aren't wilting beneath your fingers, soulless butcher."
Liora took a breath through her mouth to avoid the foul wash of his breath. She kept her gaze on the flowers and replied, "I don't know what Damaclan hurt you or your loved ones, but I can guarantee that it wasn't me." She saw the gull's head jerk back out of the corner of her eye. He glanced at his companions, then back at her.
"What one of you did, all of you do," he huffed.
He blew air out angrily through his big nose, and it knocked a petal from the flower.
"No Damaclan should be alive in this macrocosm, let alone aboard my ship."
"I thought it was Commandant Day's ship," she replied with a level voice. A glance to her left showed the other 3 taking positions around her. 2 stood in the next aisle, while the gull's other friend had circled around to come up on her other side. Nox leaned closer so that he was breathing in her ear.
"Whatever ship I am on is mine, and you putrefy it with every step you take. I would appreciate it if you would jump out of the airlock, with or without my help."
The proximity of the hulking beast and his 3 companions set her on edge. Liora pretended not to be bothered by their obviously malicious intentions, but a part of her advised that she wasn't at full strength after the electricity. Tarek's warning to take it easy echoed in her mind. "I appreciate the offer," she replied, keeping her gaze on the flowers, "but I prefer gravity, oxygen, and not freezing to death. Call me old-fashioned, but I like things that aren't trying to kill me."
"Then you're not going to like me,"
Nox replied. He made a grab for her. Liora ducked under the long table that held the flowers. Nox's arm knocked the flower pot to the ground, and it shattered. Liora stood on the other side. The other 2 gulls tried to seize her. Liora ducked under the next table, and holding onto the table for leverage, spun and kicked. She knocked the gulls' legs out from under them, and they hit the ground hard. Liora ducked back under the table and slammed her fist into one gull's jaw. His head rebounded off the floor, and his struggles stilled. Liora ducked back under the table with the reminder that hitting gulls in the face hurt. Nox met her on the other side. Liora bobbed under one punch, sidestepped the next, and used the gull's momentum to throw him into the tables. More flower pots crashed to the floor. With the thought that Brandis was sure to revoke her access to the arboretum, Liora punched Nox twice in the kidneys, then drove her elbow into the small of his back. When he reared up in pain, she jumped and slammed both elbows into his chest. He fell backwards, breaking another table and sending the flowers to the floor. Another gull pinned her arms to her sides. Liora fought to break free, but she couldn't reach him with her elbows. He lifted her up high.
"Hold her!"
Nox barked. He climbed heavily to his feet. Liora knew she couldn't wait for him to reach her. She struggled harder. The gull's hold tightened. Liora drove her head back and slammed it into the gull's face. He gave a grunt of pain and dropped her to hold his huge, bleeding nose. Liora rolled under Nox's lumbering grab, came up to her knees, kicked him in the back of his legs to send him to the ground again, and was beneath the next set of tables before his friends could reach her.
"What is going on in here?"
Brandis's voice was almost unrecognizable. Even Liora found herself standing at attention at the command in his tone.
We're looking at the flowers,"
Nox said. Brandis speared him with a look.
"Don't ever lie to me, Nox."
One of the other gulls lumbered to his feet.
Nox asked us to help him solve a Damaclan problem. We couldn't say no.
Brandis looked from one Gaul to the next. The displeasure on his face made it hard to look at him.
I understand that Gauls and Damaclans have a blood feud, but I felt that the Gauls aboard my ship would understand that any Damaclan I allow to set foot here does so as my guest.
He glared at Nox.
I told you before that I expect my guests to be treated with respect. No Damaclan deserves my respect,
Nox replied, his gaze on the floor.
My sister deserves your respect,
Brandis shouted. The shout echoed around the room. Brandis took a calming breath and spoke quietly.
Nox, I gave you a pass the first time. It was a warning to both you and the rest of the crew that Liora is not to be trifled with. I thought you took that to heart.
He held out a hand to indicate the state of the room.
I see that you did not. When we land, you will be escorted from the Eos. But Commandant,
Nox objected. Brandis ignored his protest.
You will be escorted from the Eos and given your stipend. You will then board either a miner or freighter, and you will never be allowed to work within the day fleet again.
Everyone stared at Brandis.
It's all I know,
Nox said. Brandis nodded.
I will give you a letter of recommendation, but that's as far as I will go. An attack on my family is an attack on myself, and you know I take safety very seriously.
Brandis pressed a button on his wristband.
Reg, your presence is required in the Arboretum immediately. On my way,
Reg answered. Brandis looked at the other Gauls.
Nox will be in holding until we reach Corian. Would you care to join him?
The 3 Gauls shook their horned heads.
This is your only warning,
Brandis said.
I hope to never have this conversation again. Yes, Commandant,
the 3 Gauls replied. At Brandis's motion, they left the room. An uncomfortable silence filled the air. Brandis kept his gaze on Nox. The door slid open, and Reg entered.
Reg, take Nox to holding. Inform Jerris that he will remain there until we reach Corian. Jerris can receive the rest of the orders from me. Yes, Commandant, Reg replied.
The human looked small compared to the huge Gaul, but he buckled cuffs on Nox's wrists and led him away. The door slid shut. Brandis cleared his throat. Breaking Leora's gaze on the door.
Are you all right?
The concern in her brother's voice was so different from the Commandant's barking orders that Liora stared at him. He gave her a small smile.
I saw them enter the room.
He tipped his head. Liora followed his gaze to a small camera in one corner.
I was hoping he had come to apologize,
Brandis continued, his tone wry.
I should have been here sooner.
I shouldn't have been here at all, Liora replied. Your flowers. She bent and began gathering up pieces of the first pot.
Can't be replaced,
Brandis told her. He crossed to her and caught her hand.
I have people who can do that. You have people who can do that.
Liora shook her head. They're not my people. Just like this isn't my ship, she continued, gathering big pieces of kilned clay. Brandis seemed caught off guard by her words.
So be it, he said. Whatever you'd like.
Liora paused in what she was doing. She considered the pieces in her hand. I really don't know what I would like, she admitted quietly. Brandis ran his thumb along the edge of a piece he held.
Maybe you'd like not being attacked by enemies when you are just trying to enjoy the flowers.
Liora met his gaze. Being attacked is fine. I'm used to that. It feels more like what I'm used to. She waved her hand to indicate the room. It's all this. She picked up one of the destroyed plants. It's a room made just for growing flowers. This I'm not used to. Brandis was quiet for a few minutes. He finished gathering the remains of the first pot and set them on the edge of the table before he moved to the second. He finally let out a breath.
I hope you can get used to it.
Liora met his gaze. His honesty unsettled her. Brandis, I'm not made for this. I'm a Damaclan, not some merchant captain in command of hundreds of crew members.
Thousands, Brandis replied. At her look, he cracked a smile. Thousands upon thousands of employees with families. These merchant ships give life and employment to the neutral systems. You are not just a Damaclan. You are the half-human heir to this empire our father has created. Whether you like it or not, you are a part of this. Your decision is how much you choose to be involved. He rose to his feet, and his voice quieted. I know it's overwhelming, but it's also amazing to be a part of something so much bigger than we are individually. It's a place to belong, to be needed, and to make a difference. Liora was quiet for a moment before she said, That sounds nice. Brandis nodded. It is. It has its stressful moments. To be honest, there are times I want to run away and disappear in some distant system. Take up mining on Tanis? Liora suggested. Brandis chuckled. Or fishing on Kaltendorf. His wristband beeped. Yes, Captain? Commandant, we have reached Corian and are preparing to dock. We'll be right there, Brandis replied. He glanced at Liora. Ready for this? She nodded. Ready. Chapter 6. Tarek met them at the door. He gave the interior of the Arboretum a surprised look. What have you been doing? He asked Liora. She glanced back at the destroyed tables, flowers strewn along the floor, and dirt everywhere. I was taking it easy, like you recommended, she said. A laugh escaped Brandis before he smothered it with a cough. I decided it was time for some remodeling. Liora offered to help. And the gulls, Liora said. Brandis nodded. We can't forget about the gulls. They were a lot of help. Tarek gave her a searching look. Why do I have the feeling I'm missing something? Liora shrugged. We all take it easy in different ways. I happen to prefer flowers. Brandis let out another laugh, as if he couldn't help himself. He covered up his mouth when Tarek looked at him. Tarek shook his head. Anyway, we need to discuss the plan about Obruo. I'm not sure letting him aboard the ship is a good idea. If we don't, we won't find out what his intentions are, Liora replied. We're guessing that he wants the orb, but we need to know why. It's also our only chance to find Mrs. Metis and Chiari. It's dangerous, Tarek said. I'm going with you. Liora set a hand on his arm. Tarek, if I'm worried about you, I won't be able to get the information from him we need. Liora, he began. He's unstable, Liora said, cutting off his protests. If Obruo gets a chance to use you against me, I'll give in. I don't know what he has planned, but I can't risk letting him have control over me again. You don't have to give in for me, Tarek said. I love you, Liora replied. It was the first time she had said the words aloud. The intense look in Tarek's eyes made her chest tighten. I love you, she repeated, and I can't watch anyone else I care about be hurt by that Damaclan. If being alone with him for a few minutes means I can find out where Devrin's family is, it's worth it. I'm stronger than the last time we met him. I can be in control. Tarek and Brandis walked with her down the hallway in silence. I'll be right outside the door. Tarek finally gave in. I'll have guards ready in case he tries anything, Brandis said. One word, and he'll be taken down. Brandis's wristband beeped again. Captain Hart, he said. Commandant, we have landed, and your father is requesting your immediate presence. Already on our way, Brandis replied. He led them to a mobile hallway that extended from the EOS to the landing hub. As soon as they set foot on Corian, a troop of guards fell in around them. They were escorted through a busy central station where everyone rushed past without slowing to look at the guards. Men and women in black, green, and blue uniforms pushed huge sealed boxes. A group of crustacites carried ammunition crates in their claws, and several Torkins towered over the crowd. They treaded carefully to avoid stepping on anyone with their round feet. A uniformed Calypsan juggling a stack of crates ran into a Torkin's huge leathery leg. Liora watched over her shoulder as the big Calypsan apologized to the even larger Torkin. Are you all right?
Brandis asked. Liora turned her attention back to where they were going. I've never seen a Torkin in real life, she said. Malivian said he had one lined up once, but the deal fell through.
Who's Malivian?
The question sent a cold sensation through Leora's stomach. Tarek's hand slipped around hers from her other side. She glanced at him. His understanding expression eased her tension. He's, someone from my past, she said. He's gone now. Brandis had the sense not to ask more questions. They stepped onto a hovercraft inside the central station, and the guards fell in around them. A few minutes later, they stopped at a huge door. Credentials, please, a woman at the elevated desk near the door asked. Brandis handed her his wristband. She scanned the band, then pushed a button. The door beside her slid open. She gave Brandis back his band. Welcome home, Commandante.
Thank you,
Brandis replied. He motioned for Tarek and Liora to follow him inside. The door shut, leaving the guards on the other side. Their footsteps echoed along the hallway as Liora and Tarek walked with Brandis to the door at the end. It slid open when they drew near. Brandis led them down a small aisle which opened up into a room far bigger than Liora had anticipated.
Chief de Serpo, may I introduce my son Brandis and my daughter Liora?
It took Liora a moment to locate who was speaking within the huge room. Rows upon rows of seats lined the walls. Half of these seats were occupied with more Damaclans than Liora had ever seen in one place. The other half was filled with uniformed members of the day fleet who silently watched the proceedings. Near the middle of the floor stood a raised dais. 2 forms waited on it. The man Liora had spoken to on the EOS screen gave her a warm smile. A hot and cold sensation ran over her skin at the fact that she was in the same room as her father for the first time in her life. He stood close to Brandis's height, and his gray hair was combed back in the merchant fashion. He wore a tailored suit that contained the same blue and silver colors as the uniforms of his staff, and his bearing held a pride and self-assuredness Liora had seldom seen. He nodded at her when they took the dais, reminding her that the visit was not a reunion, but to forestall a war. Liora nodded at the tattooed Damaclan who watched her with an expression of doubt. The Damaclan wore the robes of a desert clan, and his face had been weathered by sunlight. His gaze didn't reveal any of the emotions he felt at their situation.
Thank you, Senior Commandant,
the Damaclan chief said with a grave nod. Damaclans didn't give any weight to formalities, so Liora skipped them and met the chief's gaze squarely. Chief de Serpo, I understand there has been a misunderstanding regarding my position aboard the EOS. The chief studied her silently for a moment. Liora fell into the patience she had learned as a child. One didn't push a Damaclan to answer. One waited until the answer was given. The Damaclan finally nodded.
A misunderstanding is possible. First, I ask that you prove your heritage.
Liora had been expecting his request. She pushed up the sleeve of her shirt and revealed the red band around her right forearm. Whispers ran through the Damaclan side of the room. I am the daughter of Teneva of Obruo's clan. Liora recited the words her mother had taught her so long ago. Upon my mother's death, I became the one true queen to the Damaclan race. The chief withdrew a blade from beneath his robes. Exclamations rushed through the bystanders. Members of the day staff surged forward from the crowd. Leora's father stepped between her and the Damaclan. It's all right, Liora said. She placed a hand on her father's arm. It's tradition, she reassured him.
Are you sure?
Her father asked. Liora nodded. Trust me. He took a step back, but Liora knew it wasn't her imagination that made her father stand closer than he had before. A glance to her other side showed the same with Tarek and Brandis. The Damaclan appeared unaffected by the human's suspicion. He held out his knife and said,
My blade is your blade.
Liora accepted the dagger. She pricked her finger with the tip and rubbed the drop of blood along the lizard carved into the hilt. "Your blade is accepted," she said. She handed the weapon back. The Damaclan chief held the knife loosely in his hand.
"You say that your stay on the Eos is by choice. You are not being held prisoner?"
Chief de Serpo asked. "That's correct," Liora told him. "I am on the Eos and with the Day family by choice." She glanced at Brandis and saw the smile that crossed his face. "Chief Obruo's information is incorrect. Return to your planets and your families." Chief de Serpo nodded.
"As you wish, my queen."
He turned away without another word. At this motion, the other Damaclans began to file from the room. Liora wanted to stay. More than anything, she wanted to talk to her father, but there was no time. "Father, I've got something I need to do aboard the Eos," she said apologetically. Surprise and confusion showed on his face.
"Something more urgent than meeting the man who has missed you all these years?"
he asked with a lightning to his tone that could pass for an attempt at humor, despite the situation. Liora nodded. "I'm sorry. I'll do everything I can to come right back, but at this moment, more is on the line than I can possibly explain." To his credit, her father smiled at her.
"Do what you need to, Liora, my daughter. I will be here anxiously awaiting your return. I've missed out on a lifetime of experiences I need to make up for. A few more minutes aren't going to change that."
Liora surprised herself by rising up on her tiptoes and kissing him on the cheek. She grabbed Tarek's waiting hand, and they hurried back out of the room. "That was hard," she said as they broke into a run.
"I believe it,"
Tarek replied.
"but you conducted yourself well. He's proud of you."
Liora shook her head as they darted past the security table and out through the main concourse. "He barely knows me. We've got a lot to discuss, but first—"
"Obruo,"
Tarek finished.
"He's here,"
Hiron's voice said into the earpiece Liora wore.
"He's searching for the orb."
"We're on our way," Liora replied. A hovercraft waited for them, courtesy of Brandis's foresight.
"Your escort to the Eos, Officer Day,"
a uniformed Hananite said. Leora's hands gripped the bars tightly when the craft surged forward. Tarek put his arms around her, holding her in place.
"It's going to be all right,"
he said quietly in her ear. He sounded as if he was attempting to convince them both. Liora nodded. She shoved down the nerves that made her stomach tighten and focused on their path. It seemed that they reached the Eos faster than they had left it. Liora and Tarek ran up the hallway. When they reached the Eos, another smaller craft waited.
"Hold on,"
Malden, the bald man who had shown Liora such kindness, told them.
"Commandant Day said speed is of the essence."
He slid his hand up a control board, and the small craft sped forward. They reached the holding bay faster than Liora would have thought possible, given the Eos's massive size. She and Tarek jumped off and ran across the bay toward the Kratos. The ship appeared empty, but Liora knew Devrin, Hiron, O'Toole, and O'Toole's newfound boyfriend, Zran, waited on the bridge, which was locked down in case Obruo attempted to take the entire starship. Liora led the way to the transportation chamber. A glance inside showed that it had been used recently. She and Tarek walked silently toward the cargo hold. It was the logical place to look for something like the orb, given the size of the Omne Occasus. A sound caught Leora's attention. She held up a hand, and Tarek stopped. Liora took a step forward, but instinct stilled her advance. She grabbed Tarek's shirt and pulled his face to hers. She kissed him silently on the lips. "I love you," she whispered. "Please don't follow me." She let him go and stepped into the cargo hold. "Hello, Obruo," she said as the door slid shut behind her. The Damaclan rose from his search through the crates. When he turned, his face was a mask of fury.
"Where is it?"
he demanded. Where is what? Liora asked. His hands twisted into fists as though he wanted to strangle her.
Don't play coy with me, Liora. Give me the orb.
No. Obruo stared at her. Anger clouded his face and sparked in his eyes.
What did you say?
Liora met his glare. I don't have to listen to you anymore. Obruo withdrew the black-hilted bone knife from his sheath. The sight of the Tessari dragon carved into the hilt sent a shudder down Liora's spine. She saw it from Tarek's memory, plunging again and again into Tarek's wife, Dannon, and cutting her open from her belly button to her throat. Before he could take a step forward, Liora shoved the emotions toward him. The fear, pain, and heartache Liora had felt, multiplied by the sight of the knife, slammed into Obruo. He staggered backwards, and his eyes widened.
Demon! He yelled. Stay away from me!
Liora advanced toward him. She added more fear to the emotions, battering him so that he cowered against the crates with his hands up, as though he could shield himself from her attack. You've hurt too many people, Obruo. Do you feel it? She added the pain she had felt when she heard of the Galded 021 being destroyed by Obruo's hand, the loss of Zran's mother, who had shown Liora such kindness, and the death of all the merchants and craftsmen aboard the man-made mass. She showed him her mother and the clan dead along the streets of their home.
It wasn't my fault, he protested. I tried to stop it.
His voice rose.
You were supposed to stop it. You were the last hope.
The last sacrifice, she replied. The word had a foul taste. Obruo shook his head.
They bargained, and I lost.
Liora paused. What are you talking about?
The nameless ones, he replied.
His voice shook when he said their name.
They weren't appeased.
Liora had to know what he meant. They had slain her mother, her clan, and set her on the path she walked. She needed to know why. Liora set a hand on Obruo's shoulder. The Damaclan flinched away from her, but she didn't let go. She searched his memories, sorting through them like an Adarok digging for a bomb. Chapter 7.
You have failed us.
The familiar whisper sent chills along Liora's arms. The memory solidified. She saw Obruo kneeling at the base of the cave the children of the clan were told never to enter. The voices swirled around him.
You failed your word. Your clan will suffer. You will lose all you care about.
No,
Obruo pleaded.
My clan has searched every system in the macrocosm. The orbs aren't to be found.
The ship,
one hissed.
The red planet,
another said.
There are thousands upon thousands of red planets. If you only knew how to narrow it down,
Obruo began.
If we knew that, we would have the orbs already,
came the reply.
As it is, you have failed. We will take the lives of your children to keep us strong until the orbs surface. One by one, you will lose them until your clan and everything you hold dear is destroyed.
No!
Obruo protested, but the rush of the nameless ones flowed past him, toward the clan who worked in their homes and village, not knowing the destruction that was flooding down to them.
A sacrifice, Obruo called. I'll give you a sacrifice.
We'll consider it,
a nameless replied.
Until then, watch the blood run through your sacred streets.
Obruo ran to the home he shared with his wife Teneva and his mongrel daughter. He shoved the door open, and Liora's breath caught at the sight of her mother standing in the living room.
They're coming,
Obruo said, gasping for air.
We need a sacrifice.
I won't let you take her, Liora's mother argued.
They'll destroy everything.
Chief Obruo shouted from their kitchen. "We can stop them," Teneva replied.
"Not like this,"
Obruo growled.
"Not without losing everything of value to us."
"We are Damaclan. We'll fight back and rebuild."
"We don't have to fight back. We can sacrifice one life for many. That's the way it has to be,"
Obruo said. "But not her."
"She has the blood,"
Obruo pointed out. "But not your blood," Liora's mother replied.
"That's why she has got to go,"
Obruo argued.
"She'll tear us apart, Teneva. She's already done it."
"Don't make me go. Don't make me go. Don't make me go." The words filled Obruo's mind, and a shiver ran down his spine. There was only one place the words could come from. He burst into the bedroom and grabbed Liora by the arm, dragging her from the bed.
"Enough with the mind tricks,"
he shouted.
"Take your black magic and rid this place of evil."
He pulled her, kicking and screaming, from their home. "Help me, Mother!" the little girl cried. "I'm sorry, baby," Teneva called in a sob.
"Accept our sacrifice,"
Obruo yelled. Blood and carnage lined the cement and tile paths of the village. Bodies of little girls and boys lay tossed aside and forgotten. Obruo didn't know if there was anyone left, but he had to save what children he could. The little girl at his side turned her head, burying it against him. Chief Obruo dropped down to his knees next to Liora. He grabbed her newly tattooed arms tight and forced her to look at him.
"Liora, your clan needs you."
"You said they're not my clan," she replied, her voice shaking. The chief shook his head.
"Damaclan blood runs in your veins, even though it isn't pure. We raised you as our own. You completed the training."
His hand touched the fresh tattoo on the side of her neck.
"You are worthy. Go protect our people from the shadows."
Liora's eyes filled with tears. "I'm afraid." A shriek pierced the air. Flames began anew on the far side of the village.
"If you don't go, the clan will be lost,"
Obruo said. He wanted to hit her, to slap her, to do anything to make her go to them. The fresh tattoos along her neck and arms were another symbol of how she had bested him. He couldn't wait to be rid of her forever. Finally, she turned. Obruo gave her a little shove in the direction of the screams.
"Save us, Liora. Repay your blood right,"
he called. Obruo watched her walk between the burning houses of his clan. He wanted to check on them, to see who was still alive, but he had to make sure Liora did what she was supposed to. For once in her life, the little girl would make herself useful. He watched the shadows with red eyes and clawed hands rush to her. "Take me," he heard Liora say. A sliver of respect for her bravery surfaced in his chest. He smothered it immediately. The shadow slowed and turned. The nameless one made a little sound, a half-shriek, half-whistle, and dozens of nameless ones surrounded Liora. Claws dripped the blood of Obruo's people as they circled the little girl.
"Taste,"
one of the shadows whispered.
"Taste."
The word rippled through the rest of them like a summer breeze rustling the grass.
"Taste."
The word sent a shiver down Obruo's spine. Fangs flashed and sunk into her throat opposite the tattoo. Young Liora screamed and struggled at the pain. Obruo wanted to hold her there, to make sure she didn't fight them, though he wasn't sure how anyone could fight the unsubstantial phantoms. To Obruo's horror, the shadow reared back, its fangs slicked with black instead of red.
"They tried to trick us,"
the shadow shrieked, its voice so terrible Obruo covered his ears. Liora's blood shouldn't have mattered. It shouldn't have changed things.
"They tried to feed us half-blood,"
another said.
"They have sealed their fate."
"No!" Liora cried. All of the shadows looked at her. Obruo stared in awe. I'm the last one," Liora said, her voice shaking. "I'm the last child alive. The rest of them are gone." She bit back a sob. You've taken them all. I have to be enough.
So sad,
One shadow said.
impure.
Another echoed.
Her bravery shall be her only salvation.
A third whispered, its clawed hands brushing through her hair.
End this.
The word of the final shadow sent them back through the village. Obruo was frozen to the ground as he watched each villager be killed and every home destroyed. He pleaded, but the nameless ones didn't hear him. Eventually, he was the last one beside the little girl on the hill who stared at nothing, who had failed him and let the clan be destroyed. The shadows surrounded him.
Your turn, Chief Obruo,
A nameless said. He felt the agony of their teeth on his skin. No, he shouted.
I can still help you.
You failed us.
Another replied.
Why should we give you a second chance?
Because you need me,
he said. The shadows slowed, and a deafening silence filled the air. A nameless broke it.
We will destroy the clan of every Damaclan in the macrocosm until we get what we came for.
Why?
Obruo forced himself to ask. His voice shook, despite his attempts to keep it steady.
Without the orbs, we weaken. The souls of children, slain in fear, give us strength. Yet it is fleeting. We need the orbs for eternal strength. Then we will be the masters of the macrocosm.
The thought was almost more terrifying than letting them kill him. Yet Obruo couldn't just lay down and die. It went against the Damaclan nature that drove every step he made. He would fight with his last breath.
You need me to get the orbs,
he said.
You failed us so far,
a shadow pointed out.
You gave me nothing to work with,
he growled.
Is he getting frustrated?
One asked.
He's not worth our time,
another said. Obruo knew he was losing his opportunity to survive. He fell to his knees.
Please, give me a chance,
he begged.
There is one.
What one? He asked.
The girl.
All of the shadows turned their red gazes toward the small girl that watched the burning houses with blank eyes, as though she didn't see them.
Liora,
Obruo forced out. He hated to even say her name.
In a few years, she'll lead you to the orbs,
a shadow said.
And then you bring the orbs to us. You can have her when we're done with her. She is the one chance you have. She's the key to end it all. The girl from the stars. The girl without a soul.
The memory faded. Liora sat back, her chest tight and her heart pounding.
Don't touch me again,
Obruo growled. Liora glanced up at his tone and found tears running down his cheeks. I won't give you the orb, she said.
Orbs,
Obruo corrected.
And you saw what will happen if you don't. I've waited far too many years for you to find them. I'm not going to let the nameless ones take me now.
You have no power over me, she said. I won't give you the orb, and they can have you. A smile touched Obruo's lips. It was more terrifying than his glare.
That is where you're wrong. I have all the power.
What are you talking about? Liora asked. Obruo shook his head, the smile plastered on his face.
You haven't figured it out yet. Pity. I thought you were smarter than that.
Talk, or I'll push at your mind again. The threat made Obruo's face pale.
Remember the Damaclan army.
You mean the Damaclans you lied to and told that I was kidnapped? I remember. The smug look returned.
I informed them that the reason the Nameless Ones are killing their families is because the humans have you under their control. I told them you would accept Chief DeSerpo's blade and tell them that you are not a prisoner here, but that you were lying to protect them. If you don't fly out with me in the next few minutes with the orbs for the Nameless Ones, they are to attack the Eos and Corian. They won't stop until either they are dead or the humans are.
No, Liora whispered. She thought quickly through her conversation with Chief DeSerpo. It hadn't seemed strange, yet she had been away from her people long enough to miss the subtleties that came with being Damaclan. Her heart slowed. There had been a sign. Chief DeSerpo hadn't returned his knife to his sheath as the acceptance ceremony dictated. Instead, he had held it in his hand when he departed.
Yes, you get it now,
Obruo said.
Fight me, and your precious humans will die. You know the Damaclans will stop at nothing to free their queen.
I'll tell them I'm free, she replied. Obruo shook his head.
They know you are lying unless you leave Corian under the protection of your loving Damaclan father.
Liora stared at him. You were never a father to me. Obruo shrugged.
We'll call it tough love.
You wanted me to die, Liora said in a voice barely above a whisper.
The same wish applies, Obruo told her. You just need to give the orbs to the Nameless Ones first. Then you are mine to do with as I please.
Leora's thoughts were numb. She shook her head. There had to be a way out that didn't involve her leaving with Obruo, yet the room had been filled with Damaclans. If each fought to the full capacity of a Damaclan warrior, they would destroy countless lives on Corian. The Damaclans were protecting their families, trying to stop the Nameless Ones the way Liora had been powerless to do when she was young. One thought held her. You keep saying orbs.
That's right,
Obruo replied.
The Omne Occasus held both a Farron energy orb and a Bylor energy orb. The Nameless Ones demand both.
We have only one. Obruo watched her closely.
Don't mess with me, Liora. Your father, your brother, and your precious Tarek will be the first killed on Corian if you do.
Liora shook her head. There's only one orb left. I destroyed the other. Obruo's gaze hardened.
How?
That's what we were doing in Gliese.
The black hole,
he said. Horror showed on his face at the implications. I tried to kill you with it. Unfortunately, I failed, Liora said. Obruo glared at her.
You'd better hope they're satisfied with one orb, or we'll both meet the dark like your mother.
The barb sent anger flowing through Liora. She wanted to tear the Damaclan apart. The fear she had felt toward him was gone. All she saw before her was a coward who had begged for his life by throwing others to the Nameless Ones. She was ready to be through with him, but the threat of the Damaclans ready to attack Corian, along with the Nameless Ones who continued to take the lives of Damaclan children, made her search for a way to end them. I will go with you on one condition. Obruo gave her an incredulous look.
You're in no state to barter.
Do you have the orb? She asked.
No,
Obruo replied.
But I'll gladly order the Damaclans to tear apart Corian and this ship looking for it.
You assume it's anywhere near here. Why would I be so foolish? She countered.
Why would I keep my word?
He replied. Liora watched him closely. Because I've already given my word, and I won't touch the orb without it.
I can force you.
Can you? Liora challenged. She slid a hand meaningfully to the blade on her thigh. I'd like to see you try. Surprise showed in Obruo's gaze. He gave what could have passed for a sound of approval.
You've grown up. What do you want?
We'll pass the Cas-1 galaxy on our way to Rallian. We will stop at Verdun and return Mrs. Metis and Chiari back to their home. Obruo's eyebrows drew together at the strange request.
Why not just leave them here with their son?
It's my demand, Liora told him. Take it or kill me. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and waited. Obruo shook his head.
Fine. Your stubbornness hasn't changed.
Your ability to make me pay for it has.
We'll see about that.
Liora crossed to the door. Wait in here. I'll give the orders for the pilot to take us out. When we're clear, you'll notify the Damaclans that I'm with you. She walked through the door and waited for it to close behind her. Tarek was immediately at her side.
Are you all right?
Yes, Liora lied. Things are under control. I need to go talk to Devrin about getting his mother and sister back. Will you guard the door so Obruo doesn't leave?
With pleasure,
Tarek replied. He unsheathed his gun and stood facing the door. Hope showed on his face. Liora knew he wanted Obruo to try to escape and give him an excuse to shoot the Damaclan chief and end their problems once and for all. If only it was that easy. Chapter 8. The door to the Kratos' bridge was sealed. It would take time and a team with torches to unseal it. That was the way Liora needed it to be. With Devrin and the others trapped on the bridge, nobody would be able to stop what she had planned, except for Tarek. Liora's heart ached as she pushed her thoughts toward Devrin. Devrin, you can't respond on your communicator, or Tarek will overhear. But I need you to do something for me. Obruo will free your family and have them return to Verdan on the condition that I take the orbs to the Nameless Ones. Liora let out a breath, explaining about the Nameless Ones and the Damaclans, as well as the danger the Damaclans posed to Corian and the merchant fleet, would take far too long. I'm going to push my memories at you so you know how dire our situation is. Hold on. It's going to be fast and not very fun. Liora sent Devrin the images of the Nameless Ones destroying her clan. She jumped to Obruo's conversation with them and the bargain he had made. She then showed his plan of the Damaclans surrounding Corian. Devrin was the captain of a starship. He would do everything in his power to keep civilians from dying in a war they didn't start. You see why I have to leave and why Tarek is in danger. I will get your mother and sister to Verdan, and I'll take care of the orb, but I'm going to need no hesitation in what I ask. I know Tarek will try to stop me, and before you go cutting through that door to do the same, think of all the people Obruo and the Nameless Ones will destroy if they become more powerful. Liora paused, then pushed. If you'll help me, say... She glanced around quickly, and her eyes landed on one of O'Toole's paintings. It was a picture of a tree with sunlight bursting through the branches. Say, daylight, over your communicator. Silence filled the air. Leora's heart pounded so hard, she worried she wouldn't hear his reply. If he refused, they would all be lost. As it was, she wasn't entirely certain that what she was going to do would work. But she had to try.
Daylight.
Devrin's voice was quiet.
What was that?
Tarek asked over the communicator. Nothing, Devrin replied. All right. I need to grab something, and I'll let you know when your mother and Chiari are on board. Thank you, Devrin. I know it's not going to be easy, but it's our only hope. Liora ran back to the cargo hold.
What's going on?
Tarek asked.
Devrin won't answer my questions. Obruo hasn't made a move, and I have the feeling things are happening that I'm not being told about.
The passion in his gaze when he looked down at her held Liora. She wanted to tell him everything, but she knew he would forbid her from doing what she needed to do. There was no other choice. She only hoped that later he would see it that way as well. Footsteps ran down the hallway. There wasn't enough time. Liora blinked quickly to rid the tears that filled her eyes. Tarek closed the space between them.
What's wrong?
He asked, his words as gentle as the fingers he smoothed along her cheek. Remember that I love you, she said. She pulled him close and kissed him soundly on the lips. Armed Corian guards appeared in blue and silver. They surrounded Liora and Tarek.
Officer Tarek Donovan, you were under orders to come with us.
Tarek stared at them.
Why? I didn't do anything. You can address that to Commandant Day, the lead officer replied.
Tarek looked at Liora.
I haven't done anything. Tell them what's going on.
Liora tried to smile. It'll be all right. Go straighten things out.
I won't leave you here,
Tarek replied. 2 guards touched his arms. He shrugged away from them.
I won't leave you here with him,
Tarek protested. It took 4 guards to pin him to the ground, and the other 2 to put the handcuffs on his wrists. By the time he was pulled back to his feet, Tarek looked mad enough to tear each of their arms off.
Let me go,
he demanded.
You're making a serious mistake. Liora, tell them.
I can't, she said. She turned away before her tears could betray her.
Liora,
Tarek yelled. Something in his voice changed as though he realized something.
Liora, no! Liora, don't do it! Don't go with him!
Liora couldn't bring herself to look at Tarek as he was dragged down the hall.
Liora!
His voice tore into her soul. He guessed what she was going to do, or at least had some idea. He knew she was the reason he was being led away. If she didn't want him there in her dealings with Obruo, it was because they all knew such things could only end one way.
Liora!
The door slid shut, cutting off any further protests. Liora tried to steady her nerves. She knew Tarek loved her. She knew he would do anything to protect her. But the sound of his voice when he realized he was hopeless to do any of that was so heartbreaking. She hurt in a way she had never hurt before. She didn't want that to be the last time they saw each other. Liora knew she only had so long to act before Tarek found a way free. She put a hand to the door panel, and the door slid open. She jumped when she saw how close Obruo was standing on the other side.
That sounded cruel,
Obruo said. Liora gritted her teeth. Use the transporter to get Mrs. Metis and Chiari to the Kratos. Warn the Damaclans away so they don't attack Corian. After that, I'll meet you back here with the orb.
Getting curt with me?
Obruo asked. I'm done with you, Liora replied, her hands clenching into fists. You've caused enough pain for 1,000 lifetimes. As soon as all of this is over, you're the one I'm putting an end to. Obruo's mouth twisted into a mocking smile.
Except that you're forgetting one thing.
What's that?
When the Nameless Ones are done with you, they're giving you to me, not the other way around.
Liora bit back a response at the Damaclan's gleeful smile when he shoved past her. She ducked into the cargo hold and knelt next to the little brown box amid the other crates on the floor. It was dirty and simple, not the kind of thing where someone kept an orb that could potentially end a world. She mentally thanked Hiron for his foresight. She could feel the hum of the orb's energy when she stood. The pulse beat against her hands, begging her to open the box, to let it consume whatever it touched. She wondered how long the black matter box would hold. If it absorbed the orb's energy instead of letting it push through, was there a limit to the amount the box could take in? Liora made her way back to the bridge. Even though the door was sealed, she still felt better being near her crew. Is the engine crew on lockdown? She asked into her communicator.
Yes, Devon replied. We're leaving the rest of the crew here on Corian. They're under orders to tell Brandis the entire plan, only if we don't return.
He paused, then asked,
How's Tarek?
He's going to hate me for the rest of my life, which might not be all that long, all things considered.
Don't say that, Devon replied. I'm buying you time. The stop at Verdun is going to add to that. We'll figure it out.
Liora didn't reply. Footsteps came up the hall. Liora! Mrs. Metis and Chiari rushed forward. They were bedraggled, their clothing torn, and small scrapes and bruises covered their arms and faces. Liora pulled them behind her, careful to keep them away from Obruo, who followed close behind. At her glare, he held up his hands and waded further down the hall. The mocking to his actions sent a surge of frustrated rage through Liora. "Obruo says you're the one we have to thank for getting us out of there," Mrs. Metis said. Chiari had tears streaming down her dirty, bruised cheeks. "Thank you," she said.
"Tell Mom and Chiari I see them in the monitor. I'm glad they're all right,"
Deverin's voice said over the communicator on Leora's wrist. Mrs. Metis gave the camera above them a smile, despite the way it must have hurt with the bruises on her cheekbones. "We're all right, dear. We're tough," she said. "Can we go to Dev?" Chiari asked. "Devrin is behind this door," Liora told them. "We've sealed it so Obruo can't gain access to the ship. The Gull is down the hallway in the loading bay. I need you to wait for me there. The communicator next to the door will allow you to talk to Devrin when you're inside." She put a hand on Mrs. Metis's arm. "I'll join you when we reach Verdan. You're going back home." "But everyone was killed," Chiari protested, her voice wavering. "There's nobody left." Liora looked at Mrs. Metis. "All the same, I need you to trust me. Will you do that?" "Without hesitation," Mrs. Metis replied. The strength in the older woman's face gave Liora courage. She nodded. "Thank you." Mrs. Metis and Chiari gave Obruo a wide berth when they went down the hall to the Gull. "Why are you so cruel?" Liora demanded after they had rounded the corner and were out of sight.
"Why are you not?"
Obruo replied.
"The macrocosm is cruel, Liora. The sooner you accept that and mold yourself to fit in, the longer you'll survive in this firestorm we call an existence."
Liora felt the Kratos rise. She leaned against the door with the wish that she was in the bridge and that the rest of the Kratos crew was there. More urgently, she wished Obruo had been sucked into the black hole on Gliese. "You're wrong, Obruo." She felt a brief satisfaction when his eyes narrowed at the way she refused to call him chief. "The macrocosm is full of beauty, love, and so much worth living for that the real cruelty is in not seeing it. You've thrown your life away of your own volition. Life isn't cruel. Life is merely a succession of occurrences that ebb and flow like breath in the lungs. We decide how we feel about the course we are taking, and we can choose to break it or go with it." She shook her head. "I pity the course you have decided to travel." Obruo crossed to her in fast strides. Leora's muscles tensed, and her hands slid to her blades.
"You think I want your pity?"
he demanded. The muscles in his neck stood taut beneath his tattoos.
"You think I need your good opinion of what I've done with my life? You know nothing about me, mongrel, and I will make you pay for your insolence."
He stormed down the hallway without giving her the chance to reply. She watched him go with a rise of pleasure at the thought that she had gotten under his skin. Pity apparently was one thing that brought out the worst in him. She filed the thought away in case she needed it later. Liora made her way to the Gull and took a seat with Mrs. Metis and Chiari. No one spoke. Liora felt their eyes on the box she held, but neither asked what it contained. A short while later, Liora felt the cold rush of a transporter.
"We've reached the Cast 1 galaxy,"
Devrin said over the intercom.
"Those departing on the Gull, please enter the craft. I will join you there shortly."
Obruo climbed in the space-to-land craft. A malicious expression crossed his face when he saw Liora, Mrs. Metis, and Chiari sitting there.
"I could make great use of this situation,"
he said. Chiari hid her head behind Leora's shoulder. Liora sat forward with the silver blade Tarek had given her, casually held in one hand. "Try it, and you'll never sit down right again," Liora said. Obruo took a seat across from them.
"Maybe you do have more of me in you than I thought," he replied.
Liora glared at him. "Nothing of you, and everything of my mother and the man she truly loved." Anger took over Obruo's expression with such ferocity it made his face turn red.
"She loved me,"
he growled.
"She and Day were only together to spite me. It's pathetic that a half-blood is our truest claim to royalty, and that I was forced to raise you despite your mother's betrayal. I should have killed you the day you were born."
He leaned forward and lowered his voice.
"Those ebbs and flows you spoke of are simply the happen-chance colliding of events to remind us that we're merely synapses of thought struggling to survive. It is truly survival of the cruelest, Liora. Thus is nature. Those who are willing to bend the furthest away from the humanity you so value are those who evolve and survive to tear through flesh another day."
Liora met his fiery glare, something she had never dared to do when she was younger. "I hold in this box the only key to your survival," she said, her voice deadly serious. "How ironic is it that you tried so hard to kill me when I was a child, yet now I am the only one who can give you your life back. You call it a happen-chance colliding of events. I call it proof that fate has a sense of humor." Obruo sat back and looked away from her. Liora was glad to be rid of his angered scrutiny, despite everything she had learned since her time on Rallian. Her heart still quelled at the thought of being within Obruo's grasp once more. She would not go to him without a fight. The Nameless Ones would meet their match, something they had gone without for far too long.
Devrin!
Cheree exclaimed.
"Thank goodness you're safe,"
Devrin replied, climbing into the goal. Cheree and Mrs. Metis gave the Kratos captain a hug. He hugged them back while keeping a careful eye on Obruo. "Is the bridge door sealed shut again?" Liora pushed into his mind. Devrin glanced at her and gave the barest nod. He looked as anxious as she felt about what was coming up. They would only have one chance. It had to count. Devrin steered the craft clear of the Kratos.
"Hiren, I'll notify you upon our return. If you don't hear my voice, don't allow the gull to dock."
He looked back at Obruo.
"I will preserve our crew if it's the last thing I do."
Obruo gave a shallow nod.
"A credit to you, Captain. Just hope you never find yourself without a crew or a ship. A title is an unsettling thing when one has nothing else left to give its name meaning."
Devrin didn't answer. The lightning planet of Verdan appeared in the main window. Liora had to will her grip on the box to relax. The last thing she needed to do was break it while on the gull. "Sound the alarm," Liora pushed into Devrin's mind when Verdan was close enough. Devrin casually slipped his hand down the control panel. Liora glanced at Obruo, but the Damaclan chief had his eyes on the green lightning that surrounded the planet. The siren wailed and lights flashed.
"What's going on?"
Obruo demanded.
"We're losing pressure," Devrin replied. "Everyone, get atmosphere suits on. I'll see if I can isolate the leak, but we're losing oxygen fast."
Liora handed him an atmosphere suit and pulled on one of her own. She kept the knife strapped to the inside of the suit instead of the outside, and at all times she made sure to keep a firm hold on the wooden box.
"The ship is shaking,"
Obruo said, his voice muffled inside the helmet. He grabbed a strap to keep standing.
"What's going on?"
"The pressure is too much," Devrin said.
"I can't keep control of the ship. I need to open the hatch to even it out. Hold on, everyone."
Cheree let out a shriek of terror when the hatch opened to reveal the darkness of space and the globe of the green lightning planet below. Liora inched toward the open hatch. Everyone fought to hold on with Devrin's jerky flying and the rattling of equipment inside the gull. Liora slipped her hand beneath the controls of the small grebe she had placed inside the ship before they left.
"What are you doing?"
Obruo demanded.
"Liora!"
Liora shoved out of the open hatch and pulled the grebe out with her into space before Obruo could stop her.
"Get back here!"
Obruo yelled.
"What do you think you're doing?"
"Finishing what I started," Liora replied. "Thank you, Devrin. Please tell Tarek I'm sorry." She pressed the communicator button on her helmet to shut it off so she didn't hear Obruo's yells. Liora hit the starter for the grebe, and it jerked forward. The box nearly slipped from her gloved hands, but Liora caught it and trapped it between her body and the grebe. It took a moment to get the thrusters pointed in the right direction. Then, she was plummeting toward the lightning planet. The green lightning arced and darted across the darkness, reaching and fading only to reappear in a tangled ball that spanned Verdan. Tremarius's words kept repeating over and over in Leora's mind.
This blue orb is by law. It's a cold energy annihilated only by a very concentrated sum of volts, in amounts I can only begin to imagine.
Verdan's entire atmosphere was cloaked in lightning. It was the most volts Liora had ever seen in one place. She hoped it would be enough. The hair on her arms and the back of her neck stood up the closer the grebe pulled her to the planet. She didn't want the machine to interfere with the volts, so at the last minute, she flipped the thrusters away and let go. The small grebe whirled off into the darkness of space, leaving her alone with the box and the looming planet. The Nameless One said I would be the key to end it all. I have a feeling this isn't what they meant, Liora said aloud to keep herself centered. I also have a feeling this is going to hurt. She opened the box, and the light of the blue orb filled her vision. The crackling of the lightning flooded around her. Liora took a breath to calm the way her heart thundered in her chest, and she put her hand beneath the orb to lift it free. The energy pulsed around her, beckoning, begging for her to pull it inside of her, to save it from destruction by the volts. It would protect her. She didn't need to die to destroy it. It would keep her and those she loved safe. The Nameless Ones could be her allies. She didn't need to face the volts alone. No! Liora spoke the word through gritted teeth. As much as the power tempted her, she would never align herself with creatures like the Nameless Ones. A bolt of lightning struck her atmosphere suit and surged up her arm to the orb. The shock made Liora scream in pain. Another bolt struck her, then another. The green lightning flowed up to the blue orb where it danced and writhed on her palm. Within seconds, she couldn't see it past the flow of green energy. Her heart surged, struggling to pump beyond the surges of electricity. Leora's back arched, and she screamed again through her tightly clenched jaw. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't struggle. The static filled her mouth with metallic sparks and made her ears ring. Through partially closed eyelids, Liora saw the blue orb begin to expand. She tried to push away from it, but she was suspended in the lightning, unable to do anything but watch in terror as the orb grew bigger and bigger. The orb's color changed from blue to swirls of green lightning and bilar energy as it expanded. Leora's hand was sucked into the sphere. Pain flowed up her shoulder and into her chest. It crept up to her forearm and then her shoulder. Jagged blue and green marks etched across Leora's atmosphere suit. The pain was excruciating. Liora felt herself blacking out. The orb shrunk slightly, then burst outward. Liora was thrown through the air. She plummeted toward Verdan. Her last glimpse before she met the darkness was of the orb withdrawing into itself, a mere speck in the atmosphere. Then it vanished. Chapter 9. The fall through the dark Verdan sky felt timeless. Liora struggled to turn, to slow her descent, but she couldn't move. The rush of the air past her helmet sounded loud in her ears. She knew the atmosphere suit wouldn't be able to save her from the impact. Tarek's face came to her mind, his blue eyes filled with emotion the way they had been when she pushed her love at him. Her death would hurt him. "Forgive me, Tarek," she whispered. Something hit her back so hard it knocked the breath from her lungs. She slammed into a branch, then another, pinballing through the strange vine trees near Echo. She hit another branch, then plunged into thick liquid. The boiling swamp fluid sucked her down. Leora's arms and legs refused to respond. She couldn't fight as the dense, pulsing orange liquid dragged her to its depths. Leora's feet touched the bottom. She tried to push off, but the mud sucked at her shoes, holding her fast. Something bumped against her. She peered through the shield of her close-fitting helmet and jerked back when the skull of an unknown creature was revealed. Its flesh was mostly gone, and the toothy skull grinned eerily in the throbbing half-light. Liora shoved it away. The atmosphere suit began to heat up. Being cooked to death at the bottom of a swamp in Verdun was the last place Liora had thought she would die. She had been able to accept dying as an outcome of blowing up the orb. Boiling to death in orange liquid was a far different matter. It was slow, extremely painful, and it felt like the weight of the liquid around her was crushing her. She didn't know how long she stayed there in the grip of certain death. Leora's communicator crackled. It must have switched on when she fell through the trees.
"Liora!"
The voice sounded faint, but filled with panic.
"Liora!"
It had to be Tarek. The feeling, the way he called her name, and the edge of hysteria in his voice gripped her heart. Liora couldn't think past the shock of hearing his voice. The pain and heat was becoming unbearable. "Tarek!" she pushed with all of her strength.
"Liora!"
He replied.
"Hold on!"
Something else bumped against her. Liora shied away from the touch, expecting another carcass suspended in the bog. Whatever it was followed her, and teeth clamped onto her shoulder, hard. Liora let out a yell of pain. She struggled away from the red-hot agony. It bit harder, and she felt the teeth grind against her shoulder blade and the front of her shoulder, as though the creature wanted to bite clear through. Leora's knives were strapped beneath her atmosphere suit. She pounded against the scaled head, but couldn't get it to let go. "Tarek, it's got me," she pushed. A hand wrapped around her arm and pulled. The force felt like it would rip her arm from her body, but the mud slowly gave up her feet. As soon as she was clear, she was pulled upward through the liquid. The creature attached to her shoulder fought back, trying to tear her free. Liora grabbed onto the hand with both of hers, regardless of the pain. Her head cleared the liquid, then her shoulders. She got a glimpse of the creature for the first time. Strange yellow-pupiled clear eyes stared back at her. The spikes that lined the creature's toothed snout glowed yellow against its black scales. Its eyes narrowed, and it bit down harder. Liora let out a yell.
"Get off her!"
Tarek shouted. 2 shots tore through the air. The creature's eyes became gaping holes. Its jaw loosened. Tarek shoved the gun back into its sheath and unwrapped his arm from the rope tied to the closest tree. He reached up for a higher grip and pulled them to the shore. Liora tried to help, but her limbs wouldn't respond. Tarek refused to let her go to climb onto the bank. Instead, he shoved her up, which forced him back under. Liora rolled onto her back and watched him clamber up beside her, covered in orange slime and fighting for breath. Tarek pulled the creature's teeth from Leora's shoulder and threw the body back into the swamp. He unhooked his helmet and tossed it aside.
"I didn't know those were down there,"
he said, his tone strange, as if he was forcing it to remain light. Tarek worked quickly, wiping away the liquid that coated Leora's atmosphere suit. He peered through her helmet shield, worry bright in his eyes.
"Stay with me, Liora,"
he said. Liora tried to respond, but the sensation of being crushed wouldn't leave.
"I've got you,"
Tarek told her. He twisted her helmet to release the catch, then lifted her shoulders gently and slid it free. Liora felt trapped inside the atmosphere suit. She tried to pull down the zipper, but her gloved fingers felt clumsy. Tarek caught her hand.
"Take it easy,"
he said quietly. He slid the zipper down and eased her arms out of the suit. A moment later, Liora lay on the glowing jungle grass in her Ventican clothing, with her head pillowed on Tarek's lap. He had fashioned a bandage around her shoulder from the supplies he carried in his suit, and he held pressure to the bite wound. Leora's hair clung to her sweaty face. He smoothed it gently away.
"What am I going to do with you, Liora Day?"
I couldn't let you come with me," she forced out. "You would have stopped me." His gaze was stormy when he replied,
"Of course I would have. I have a problem with my girl trying to get herself killed, saving everyone else."
A smile spread across Leora's face before she could stop it. Tarek stared down at her.
"What are you smiling at?"
he demanded. Leora's smile stayed despite his anger. "You called me your girl," she said. Tarek gave a sound of disbelief, but a smile crossed his face as well.
"You are my girl, but my girl has a death wish."
Liora moved to sit up. Tarek kept a steady hand on her back to support her. "I only have a death wish when it comes to blowing up orbs that thwart Obruo's plans." She looked back at him. "How did you find me?"
"I had help,"
Tarek replied vaguely. Liora was about to ask who when she noticed the felis sitting near the edge of the jungle. She met its gaze, and the felis rose. It stalked toward her on silent paws. The huge cat creature butted its head gently against her chest, and when she petted it, the blue of its skeletal frame showed through its fur. The animal's purr filled the clearing.
"The felis was waiting when I landed at Echo,"
Tarek said.
"When I figured out what you were up to, I got a ship from Brandis and headed straight here. I saw you fall."
He paused, then continued, his voice quieter.
"I had no idea how I was going to find you. Then the felis showed up. It forced me to follow it."
He pulled off his glove and held out a hand. Claw marks showed in angry bright red streaks down the back.
"It was persistent,"
he said. Liora took his hand and touched the marks gently. She pulled, drawing the pain away.
"Liora,"
Tarek began. "Hearing your voice was incredible," she said. Emotions tightened in her chest, making it hard to speak. "I was waiting to die. I had no way out. And then I heard your voice in my helmet."
"I would have jumped in the swamp regardless,"
Tarek told her.
"But I wanted you to know I was there. I was amazed when I felt you call back."
The felis settled contentedly next to them. After a minute, Tarek began to pet its head. The felis leaned against him. "Brandis gave you a ship?" Liora asked. She regretted the way she had left things with her brother and father.
"I didn't exactly give him a choice,"
Tarek replied.
"When I told him his sister's life was on the line, he gave me his fastest ship and insisted on being the pilot. He's waiting for us in the clearing."
"I'm sorry about having you detained." Tarek rose to his knees in the grass and took her hands in his.
"Liora, promise me one thing."
The intensity in Tarek's gaze sent a warm rush through Liora. "What is it?"
"We live together or die together."
The emotions made his eyes darken when he continued.
"I've lived through the death of the first woman I loved. I'm not about to lose you as well."
"Tarek," Liora started. He shook his head.
"Promise me, Liora. I'm not going to sit back and let you rush off to face death in whatever form it threatens by yourself. I'm not that man, and I don't appreciate being put in that position."
His voice lowered.
"Live or die, Liora. We fight our battles together. Promise me."
Liora nodded. "I promise," she whispered. He cupped her cheeks with his hands and kissed her gently. When he sat back on his heels, he let out a sigh.
"I told myself I would do that again, but I didn't dare believe it would really happen. When I saw you jump out with the orb, I felt like I jumped out with you."
Liora thought of his face in her mind, and the regrets that had filled her at the thought of leaving him. "You did," she replied. Tarek watched her closely.
"How are you feeling? Can you make it back to Echo?"
Liora nodded. Now that I don't feel like I'm stuck in one of Jarston's stews, I can do anything. Tarek helped her to her feet. He slung her atmosphere suit over his shoulder and walked beside her through the trees. The Felis stalked in front of them, its tail twitching and ears alert for any sound of danger. Liora was relieved when they reached the remains of the town without incident. The gull sat near the wreckage that had been the tavern. Obruo rose from the open hatch, his hands cuffed behind his back and rage coloring his face red.
"What were you thinking?" he demanded. "You've killed us, you stupid mongrel."
Tarek punched Obruo so hard the Damaclan hit the side of the gull before he fell to the ground. The human then pulled out his gun and aimed it at the chief. Obruo glared at him, his lips bloody and anger bright in his eyes. "Tarek, wait," Liora said. Tarek shook his head.
"He doesn't deserve to live."
"Tarek's right," Brandis said, stepping down from the gull.
"After all Obruo's done, he doesn't deserve mercy."
Liora glanced from Tarek to her brother. Both looked out for blood, and Obruo was the target. "I need him to tell the Damaclan chiefs that he lied. It's the only way to keep Corian and the merchant ships safe. He has to testify, or everyone could be killed." Tarek looked from Liora to Obruo. It was clear how hard it was for him not to shoot the chief right there and end the reign of terror the Damaclan had held. Liora was half tempted to let him do it. If it wasn't for the others' lives on the line, she didn't know if she would hold him back or join him. Her hands itched to hold her knives. Brandis didn't appear at all pleased at the thought of taking Obruo back with them, but it was clear he had learned to put the well-being of those who looked to him for safety above his own wants. He folded his arms across his chest and glared at Obruo.
"I'll wait for you guys inside," he said.
He met Leora's eyes.
"I'll let Father know what's going on. He'll be anxious about the Damaclans."
"Thank you," Liora told him. When Brandis stepped into the gull, Devrin came out with his mother and sister. "I'm so glad you're safe," Mrs. Metis said. She gave Liora a hug. "That was very brave." "I've never seen anyone do anything like that," Chiari told her, staying away from Obruo. "That was beyond amazing."
"I can't believe you let her do that,"
Liora heard Tarek say to Devrin as they hauled Obruo back into the gull.
"It's not like she gave me a choice," Devrin replied. "She's stubborn." "Tell me about it,"
Tarek replied. Liora waited until the others were safely inside before she dropped to her knees. The Felis pushed against her, its head soft and the blue of its skeleton glowing brightly. "I owe you my life," she whispered as she ran her fingers through the Felis's fur. "I'd be lost without you." For a moment, she debated whether to invite the huge cat aboard the gull. It was tempting to take the animal with her after everything it had done. Yet the glowing jungle loomed near, a much better home for such a predator than the inside of a starship. "You'll be better off here," she told it. The Felis gave a toothy yawn and stretched. Liora rose, patted its head once more, and then entered the gull.
"Not going to bring the Felis with you?"
Tarek said, his expression only half teasing. Liora shook her head. "A starship would be a cage for an animal like that," she smiled. "The thought that it will live here free and safe with the others that survived is more than enough for me." She took a seat next to Tarek. He drew closer so she could rest against him. It felt strange to sit inside the small ship with Devrin in the pilot's seat and Brandis manning the co-pilot position. If Liora had been told years ago that she would ride in a space-to-land craft, held safely in the arms of a man she loved and who loved her back, a pilot who was a dear friend, a half-brother speaking to her father over the communicator, and Obruo sitting in chains in the corner, she would have told them they needed to get their head checked. The fact that it was reality filled her with a warmth that surrounded her in security.
"Somebody's gonna have to clean that atmosphere suit,"
Tarek said as the gull lifted into the dark sky. Liora glanced at the suit that had been tossed in the corner. Orange goop dripped to the floor. I'll take care of it when the Damaclan threat is under control. Tarek shook his head.
I'll take care of it, he replied. I think you've had enough of Verdan's life-threatening perils.
Liora gave him a tired smile. I love Verdan, but I've had enough of the orange slime to last a lifetime. Me too, Chiari said. At their questioning looks, she gave an embarrassed smile. Well, there's nothing left on Verdan for Mother and me. I wouldn't mind going elsewhere permanently. Devrin looked back at them from the pilot's chair.
Do you feel the same way, Mother?
Mrs. Metis nodded. Echo's gone. I wouldn't mind the chance to start somewhere new. She paused, then said, We've lost everyone we know. Verdan isn't home any longer.
I can see to that, Brandis told them. I'll help you get situated wherever you would like. There are also positions aboard the fleet or on Corian where you could fit into one of the many communities. You would be very comfortable.
Thank you, Mrs. Metis replied with a warm smile. Brandis looked at Liora with dark eyes like her own.
There's also a place for you, Liora.
The thought of settling down somewhere felt foreign to her. Liora answered her brother with, Let's see where we end up after addressing the Damaclans and taking care of the Nameless Ones. If my race destroys Corian, there won't be a place for anyone.
You're human, too, Brandis said. Perhaps you can talk some sense into those savages.
Silence filled the gull. Brandis watched Liora, his gaze quizzical as he waited for her response. She glanced at Obruo. The Damaclan chief glared daggers at her brother. The thought that the human could upset the Damaclan she used to fear struck her as funny. Liora laughed. Savages, she managed to get out. Tarek and Brandis joined her. Soon, everyone but Obruo was laughing aboard the tiny ship as it made its way back to the Eos. Chapter 10. Thank you for joining me here again, Liora told the Damaclans. The atmosphere in the conference room on Corian was completely different than it had been the first time Liora had stepped into the room. Where the number of Damaclans had been surprising before, this time they were packed shoulder to shoulder, with standing room only on the raised rows around the dais. Liora was both touched and a bit overwhelmed by the response to her call. Chief Encendo, Chief De Serpo, and Chief Anihilo. I am honored by your presence, she continued. All three Damaclan chiefs gave small bows of their heads in response. Their knives stayed in their sheaths after Liora's customary acceptance of their blades. The small wound on her thumb was a reminder of their loyalty to blood in her veins. Though she was young and inexperienced in regards to politics, it was time for her to step into the role for which she had been born. Liora took a stealing breath and turned her attention to Obruo, who waited in chains between Tarek and Brandis. Liora's father stood a few feet behind them, his gaze traveling from Liora to the Damaclan chiefs she addressed. His hand wasn't far from the gun at his side, in case his daughter needed his protection. The simple gesture brought Liora confidence. Her father had called the meeting on her behalf, and though he was in charge of the merchant fleet with thousands of families looking to him for support, he entrusted their safety to the daughter he barely knew. She would prove worthy of his trust. Chief Obruo, you lied to our Damaclan brothers and sisters when you told them the Nameless Ones were killing their families because the humans were keeping me under their control, Liora said. A rush of whispers flowed through the congregation. Liora continued, The truth is, when the Nameless Ones destroyed our clan, including my mother, Queen Teneva, they made a bargain with you. The bargain was that you would give them the Farron and Bylor orbs. They would use the energy of the orbs to make themselves the masters of the macrocosm, and in return, they would give me to you to do with as you wished. Outrage sounded from the raised stands. The thought of someone doing as they pleased with the Damaclan queen was enough to send the members of the Damaclan race into a killing rage.
"Traitor!"
someone called.
"Death!"
another demanded. Liora held up a hand, and everyone quieted. She felt the intense stares of the Damaclan chiefs and met their gazes in turn. The threat of the Nameless Ones isn't Obruo's fault. As you know, they have been killing our kind long before he became a chieftain. But Obruo meant me harm when the Nameless Ones had what they were after. I have no doubt that were he to succeed and give them the orbs, the Damaclans would no longer have a queen. Shouts and calls for Obruo's life rained down. Hands reached for knives, and the sound of metal on the marble of the stands rang through the room.
"What are they doing?"
Tarek asked quietly. Liora looked at the Damaclan chiefs standing between Tarek and Brandis. Obruo wouldn't meet her gaze because he knew as well as she did. "They're dulling their blades," she said.
"Why?"
Brandis asked. "Because a threat to the queen has only one end result," Liora replied, her voice level. The Damaclans wouldn't doubt the word of their queen, and she had been completely honest with them. She would let them do what they must.
"Permission to speak, my queen,"
Chief Incendo said. The room quieted. "Please do," Liora replied. The older chief turned to Obruo.
"Chief Obruo, I once respected you as a brother, and when you asked me for help in locating your daughter, I did as you asked. You said you had only her safety in mind and feared that the humans were holding her captive. Yet it turns out that you involved me in a threat against Queen Liora. You are no longer my brother, my blood, or a Damaclan, and you deserve the death of the betrayer of our race."
He looked at the other chiefs.
"Let it be done."
The other two chiefs took Obruo from Tarek and Brandis and pushed him to the middle of the dais.
"I'm sorry,"
Obruo begged, stumbling.
"Please have mercy." "Mercy is weakness,"
Chief DeSerpo recited from the Damaclan trainings.
"Kill like a Damaclan and die like a Damaclan, without mercy and without fear. You brought this upon yourself, Obruo. Be true to the blood that flows through your veins. Accept your fate like a Damaclan."
Obruo turned his gaze to Liora, and his eyes sparked with defiance and anger.
"You are worthless," he shouted. "You don't deserve to be queen of the Damaclan race. You deserve to die beneath my blade. You are less than— "Avenge your queen!"
Incendo called out. Damaclan surged from the stands. A yell escaped from Obruo. Liora forced herself not to look away as the Damaclan chief was hacked apart by dulled blades. It was a painful, horrific death, and though she did not participate, it was her duty to oversee that the punishment was carried out as befitting a betrayal of the queen. Liora couldn't meet the gazes of her father or brother. She didn't want to see the horror she knew she would find on their faces. Perhaps they regretted welcoming a Damaclan into their family. Maybe Obruo would inflict a final wound even after his death. Liora pushed the thought aside. She would have time to work with her family later. Hopefully. Blood covered the floor, the Damaclans, and the humans when they were finished. Chief Incendo ordered his men and women to dispose of the pieces of Obruo's body that littered the dais. He then turned to Liora.
"My queen, I apologize for any involvement I may have had in your detainment. If you order, I will give myself up to the same punishment."
Liora shook her head. "No need, Chief Incendo. You have proven your loyalty." He put a fist to his heart in gratitude.
"We need to discuss what actions to take against the Nameless Ones." "What actions can we take?" Chief DeSerpo replied. "We cannot stop them, and they won't cease until our clans lie dead at our feet."
Chief Anihilo shook his head.
"We've already lost too many of our youth. I can't stand by and do nothing." "Maybe we don't have to,"
Tarek said. Everyone looked at him. Being the center of attention, in a conference room filled with Damaclans wasn't exactly a good thing, but Tarek met the gaze of each chief.
The Nameless Ones wanted Obru to bring the orbs to them, but how did they know about the orbs in the first place?
Liora realized what Tarek was saying. We need to go to the Red Planet. Tarek nodded.
Last time we were there, we were in a hurry to get the Omne Occasus away from the revolutionaries, scavengers, and the Coalition, so it didn't fall into the wrong hands. We didn't have time to research why the Omne Occasus was there in the first place, or who was responsible for it. We need more information.
Chief DeSerpo fingered the knife at his waist.
Perhaps we can figure out what they want with the orbs, and through that we'll know how to destroy them. If the planet you speak of holds the answers, we need to leave for it immediately,
Chief Incendo said.
We'll prepare our ships.
We'll be ready to go shortly, Liora told them. She watched the Damaclans file silently out of the room. Obruo's blood stained the dais at her feet in dark, sticky liquid. The Damaclan chief's death had come so suddenly. Though she knew what would happen once she informed the chieftains of Obruo's betrayal, there really had been no time to prepare for seeing him hacked apart in the way of the Damaclan. Obruo had done everything in his power to make her life wretched. The fact that he was gone was difficult to comprehend. Liora was so used to looking over her shoulder. The thought that she no longer had to felt foreign.
Can we talk for a moment?
Her father asked. Liora turned to find the others watching her. She would rather rush away on the SS Kratos instead of speak with her father after what had just happened. But he and Brandis had shown such kindness and trust toward her, and he had gathered the Damaclans on Corian once more because she had asked him to. She nodded.
Let's go somewhere private,
the senior commandant said. He looked at Tarek and Devrin.
I know you have to go. I'll have Liora back to you very shortly.
There was a protective expression on Tarek's face when Liora walked past him. He touched her arm.
Will you be all right?
His concern made her smile. They had faced death many times together. They had survived Obruo's attacks. They had made it through flesh-eating worms and Coalition officers. Yet he was worried about a confrontation with her father. I'll be fine, she reassured him. She followed Senior Commandant Day and his son away from the conference room, down a different hallway from the one they had entered. The hall was small and empty, but through each window they passed, she could see armed guards. Her father put his hand to the panel at the end, and the door slid open to reveal a warmly lit office with plush red carpet, luxurious couches, and even a fire in a huge fireplace that took up the majority of one wall.
It's more for looks than necessity,
the senior commandant said, following her gaze. This is a beautiful office, Liora told him in an attempt to calm her nerves. Her father took a seat on one of the couches, and Brandis sat beside him. At the senior commandant's, Liora sat on the couch across from them. Her father was silent for a moment. He looked at the carpet, then at the crackling fire. When he met her gaze, there was trepidation in his dark eyes.
Liora, I don't know how to say this.
Leora's chest tightened at his words. She held up a hand. Maybe I can make things easier for you, she said. You didn't realize what inviting a Damaclan into your household would mean. We will go to the Red Planet and do what we must to stop the Nameless Ones. And then I will leave on the Kratos. You can go back to your lives here knowing that the daughter you thought you had doesn't exist. The Damaclan way of life isn't exactly compatible with the business of running merchant fleets. She tried not to sound bitter, but her last sentence fell flat and lingered in the silence of the room. Liora couldn't bring herself to meet their eyes. She didn't want to see the relief there that she had spoken the words they didn't want to. It was enough to know who her father was, and having a brother had been nice. At least she would have the memories for whatever her path held in the future.
Is that what you think?
The surprise in her father's voice made Liora raise her head. He watched her with the smile on his face and damp eyes. He shook his head.
I don't want you to leave, he said.
Liora stared at him. Her father's smile deepened and a look of awe touched his expression.
Liora, what you do?
He paused and motioned toward the hallway they had left.
What you did back there, that takes courage and a boldness most men and women strive their whole lives to achieve. You did what you had to.
His eyebrows pulled together.
In the 2 instances I've been able to see my daughter, she alleviated a war and saw the end to a threat to the entire macrocosm. Why on Corian would I let that go?
Liora didn't know how to respond. She looked from her father to her brother. Brandis watched her with a smile on his face and a hint of humor in his eyes.
I don't want you to leave us,
Senior Commandant Day said.
What I want is for you to put all of that behind you and stay here where it's safe. I understand that you have to end the Nameless Ones and preserve the Damaclan race, but I want to ask you to come back here when you're done.
His words echoed in the silence that followed. Liora couldn't form a reply. It was the complete opposite of what she had expected. Instead of being turned away by her family for the Damaclan blood in her veins and the savage heritage with which she had been raised, she was being asked to come back, to live in Corian, to join the family. It was anything but what she had anticipated. Why? She finally asked. Her father's expression softened. He looked at Brandis.
Because you're a Day, Liora. You belong here,
Brandis said.
I've searched for you for this long because this is your home as much as ours. You have your past and your Damaclan race, but you are a Day through and through. You have nothing to apologize for, nothing to be ashamed of. Your strength will add to ours, and we'll be stronger because you are a part of us. You belong here, her father said simply. Promise us you'll come back.
It was a surreal moment, sitting on the couch in her father's office, looking from her father to her brother, both of them waiting for her answer, as though it was the most important thing in the world to them. Are you sure? She finally asked into the silence. Senior Day smiled.
Without a doubt, Liora.
Brandis nodded. Liora hesitated. It was a lot to promise. She had told herself long ago that if she got free of her cage aboard Malivian's ship, she would never settle down. Yet to have somewhere to call home, to have people who wanted her there, was something far beyond what she had ever hoped for. She finally said, I'll come back. Her father rose from the couch. He held out a hand, then dropped it.
It feels wrong to give my daughter a handshake. Can I give you a hug instead? He asked.
Liora rose as well and eyed him uncertainly. I'm not much of a hug person. Her father chuckled and hugged her.
I don't suppose life as a Damaclan gives one many hug opportunities.
She returned the hug awkwardly. Not many. He stepped back and looked at the knives she wore.
Can I interest you in a gun? It sounds like you have a lot to deal with out there.
She smiled. I prefer the knives. It's easier that way.
Understood, her father said. Brandis will go with you and do what he can to ensure that your journey goes as smoothly as possible. Whatever you need will be available to you. Don't hesitate to ask.
Thank you, she told him. Brandis opened the office door and waited for her to walk through. When it shut behind them, a small laugh escaped his lips. What's that for? She asked. Brandis glanced at her as they walked.
Dad's pretty easy to read once you get to know him. He didn't want to let you go. I'm surprised he isn't sending you with an armed escort.
They exited the hallway and found 24 guards waiting for them.
What's this?
Brandis asked in surprise.
An armed escort, Commandant,
a guard in red replied.
By orders of the Senior Commandant.
It was Leora's turn to laugh. Chapter 11. I hoped we would never come back here, O'Toole said. She peered at the red planet that loomed nearer through the window.
It doesn't sound very hospitable,
Zran replied. He stood next to her station with a hand on her shoulder. She covered his hand with her own. I'm just glad the captain isn't making us go there. She gave Devrin a pleading look. Right, Captain? Devrin nodded.
That's right. With the presence of the Damaclan ships, I need a crew here ready for anything.
Anything besides giant flesh-eating worms, O'Toole replied.
Giant flesh-eating worms, Brandis repeated.
Liora found his troubled expression humorous. Don't worry. It's the beaked colossal monsters that feed on them that you should worry about.
Why do you have to say that? Brandis asked. We already have to go down there. Do you have to make it worse?
Tarek chuckled.
Because your sister enjoys looking death in the face. She's messed up like that.
Damaclans are savages, remember? She reminded him.
Brandis shook his head. There's another word for someone who takes joy in meeting death head-on. Irrational?
Psychotic?
Tarek supplied helpfully.
Maniacal,
O'Toole said.
Demented,
Devrin echoed.
How about flat-out nuts?
Hiron suggested. Zran gave Liora a searching look.
The first time I met Liora, I thought she was going to tear me apart. I'm going with berserk.
I'm glad we can all agree that I'm not right in my mind, Liora said with a half-smile. Now you can follow me onto planet F-104 and be glad I have your backs.
Irrational, Brandis repeated under his breath. Definitely irrational.
Barmy. Everyone looked at Shathran. The purple-haired humanoid hadn't said a word since they departed on the Kratos intent for the Cetus dwarf galaxy. Stone's death at the hand of the Coalition had shaken her deeply. Now, the small smile on her face when she looked at Liora appeared uncertain. O'Toole put a hand on her best friend's arm and blinked quickly as if she could barely hold back her emotions. Liora gave Shathran a warm smile. I'm good with Barmy. I think that describes it perfectly. Shathran nodded.
We're in orbit,
Hiron reported.
Ready to release the goal. By the look of things, the Damaclans are already sending ships to the surface.
We better get going, Devrin said. Tarek, Liora, Brandis, and Hiron, stop by the armory on your way to the goal. Branson has guns ready for you.
He speared Liora with the look.
And I said guns. I don't want to see you attack those worms with only knives ever again.
Only knives? Brandis repeated. He shook his head.
What am I getting myself into?
Just remember that you already asked me to return to Corian, Liora told him. Brandis held up his hands.
From what I'm hearing, telling you otherwise could be a death sentence.
Get used to that,
Tarek replied. They filed onto the goal, and silence filled the small craft. The thought of landing on the red planet again wasn't a comforting one. Memories of raging tornadoes, lightning storms, and a cave of slain worm bodies haunted Leora's thoughts. She watched the planet draw near out the small side windows.
I'm putting her down next to the ship,
Hiron reported over his shoulder.
Hold on.
After a few bumps, the gull stopped moving. Everyone pulled on atmosphere suits.
Remember the planets that don't have acid rain?
Hiron asked.
I would rather visit those.
Acid rain, Brandis said. This place just keeps sounding better and better.
You should build a vacation home here,
Tarek suggested.
Nobody would bother you.
Brandis paused.
That's tempting.
Liora pushed the hatch release. The door rose to reveal the dusty red planet and the strange, half-entrenched starship where they had found the Omne Occasus. The huge ship was as big as a Coalition carrier. The red planet's dust swirled around its hull. She stepped down and glanced back to see the others do the same. Brandis jumped from foot to foot as soon as his boots touched the red sand. What are you doing? She asked him.
Keeping away from the worms, Brandis replied.
Liora exchanged a humored glance with Tarek. Don't worry, she told him. When the worms come, you'll know. She walked toward the ship. And trust me when I say that jumping from foot to foot isn't going to help.
They're bigger than you are,
Hiron put in. Brandis swore over his helmet communicator. The Damaclans met them at the foreign craft. The 3 chiefs, along with 2 members from each clan, waited in battered atmosphere suits. Since their communicators weren't linked, the chiefs settled for nodding at Liora and ignoring the rest of her team. Liora returned their nod with a feeling of trepidation. If they didn't find what they were looking for, the Damaclans would return home to the deaths of their people. They had to act quickly. Liora and Tarek ducked into the small door that was open on the side of the foreign craft. Lights on their helmets illuminated the dark hallway. "It's creepier than I remember," Devon said as their footsteps echoed down the metal hall. Strange markings lined the walls. The construction of the ship was jagged and sharp. Branching hallways trailed off to unknown depths. At the edge of the first junction, Liora found the crude, backwards galleon marking for control. "This way," she said quietly. Her crew followed her through the darkness. The steady footsteps of the Damaclans brought up the rear. A few passages later, Brandis broke the silence. "Are you reading galleon backwards?" he asked as he studied one of the markers. Liora threw him an appraising look. "Yes. I'm not sure what the other languages are, but galleon is the one I recognize." Brandis gave an approving sound. "I think this one is Taligan, but the edges are sharp instead of rounded." "You speak Taligan?" Liora asked in amazement. Brandis nodded. "Once a year we fly out past the Homburg 2 galaxy for trade." He paused, then said, "You meet some strange people out there." "Did you hear that?" Everyone looked at Hiron. The Talistan stared with wide eyes down a hallway they passed. Leora's ears strained, but she couldn't make out what had alarmed him. Hiron's eyes blinked sideways quickly. "I don't like it here," he said.
"Then let's get moving," Tarek replied. "The sooner we find what we're looking for, the faster we can leave."
Out of the corner of her eye, Liora saw several Damaclans glance down the hallway as well. The alert expressions on their faces said they had heard whatever spooked Hiron. "I'm not entirely positive we're alone here," she said quietly.
"Couldn't we just pretend we're alone and get this over with?"
Hiron replied.
"I get really tired of things trying to kill us."
"Better to be prepared," Liora told him. She knew it wasn't her imagination that made the 5 of them group closer together. They scanned each hallway they passed, but the depths were too far for even the lights of their helmets to penetrate. After several more turns along jagged walkways, they reached control. Liora pulled her helmet off and the others did the same. "Open," Liora said in the common tongue. The door slid up, revealing the single chair in the center of the bridge. Screens showed on every wall without any panels to access them. The team from the Kratos entered the room, while the Damaclan chiefs watched from the doorway. "Control on," Liora said, repeating the command from the last time she had been there. The monitors blinked to life, revealing cameras along the inside and outside of the ship.
"Well, that's handy,"
Brandis noted. Liora pointed to a screen. "That's where we found the Omne Occasus." Devon took charge.
"Hiron, you stay here with Tarek and hack into the system. Maybe you can find recordings of whoever left the Omne Occasus in the first place. We'll head to the room where we found it and see if there's anything we missed." "I'll stay with a guard detail here," Chief DeSerpo told the other Damaclans. "Go with our queen, protect her, and bring back what you find."
The other 2 chiefs nodded. Liora led the way, while Tarek gave directions over her communicator. A strange scraping sound made her pause.
"Did you hear that last time?" Brandis asked. "We were busy running from the revolutionaries and the coalition," Devon replied, "but I don't recall anything like that." "Stay alert," Chief Aniholo told his men. "Shadows keep crossing the screens, but I can't make out any solid forms," Tarek said. "Be careful out there."
Guns were double-checked, and knives loosened in their sheaths. While the weight of the gun Liora carried was reassuring, she was tempted to sling it onto her back and grab her knives instead. Somehow, gunfire in the small metal hallways didn't seem like the best idea.
"You're there,"
Tarek said.
"Open,"
Devrin commanded. The door slid up to reveal the empty room. They quickly checked where the Omne Occasus had sat, but the metal crate where the Galaxy imploder had been contained nothing else.
I found something in the ship's records,
Hiron said. He paused, then said,
Captain, you're going to want to see this.
Tarek swore softly over the communicator.
"Get back here,"
he told them. A shout sounded, and the Damaclans in the hallway beside the cargo room fired their guns. An agonized yell followed. Liora ducked out the door. Chief Encendo lay on the floor, clutching his stomach. The other two Damaclans had bullets through their heads. Chief Anihilo and his men fired at something in the darkness.
"What's going on?"
Devrin demanded. I can't see what they are, Liora replied. They've killed 2 Damaclans already.
"Let me see if I can get a visual,"
Tarek said. A moment later, he shouted,
"Liora, get back in the room."
Chief Anihilo, retreat! Liora called out. She grabbed Chief Encendo under the arms and pulled him with her. Devrin reached out to help. Liora fell back to the doorway and waited with a pounding heart. The Damaclan chief ordered his men to retreat. One had almost reached the door when a bullet took him between the eyes. He slumped against the door frame. The second Damaclan leaped inside just as a bullet tore through his leg.
"What kind of aiming assistance are they using?"
Brandis muttered.
"It's pitch black out there." "They're Coalition drones,"
Tarek replied from the control room.
"They must have been waiting for us."
Can you shut them down? Devrin asked.
I could back on the goal,
Hiron replied.
I don't have the right equipment with me here.
Then get back to the gull, Devrin told him.
I can't, Hiron answered. There are 2 drones outside our door. If we open it, we're dead.
The nearly silent hum of the drone in the hallway drew near.
"Protect the Queen!"
Chief Encendo shouted. He pushed up to his feet and lunged out the door, shooting. The sound of bullets on metal rang out, followed by the thud of the Damaclan's body hitting the ground. The other chief ran for the door. Wait, Liora implored. It's a death sentence. Chief Anihilo paused, but it was obvious how badly he wanted to attack the drone. The machine drew closer.
"Captain Devrin!"
Colonel Lefkin's voice resonated through the door. Leora's blood ran cold.
"What are you going to do?"
Tarek asked quietly in their headpieces.
"Let it in."
Liora stared at Devrin. Are you insane? She asked. Devrin backed against the wall, his gun aimed at the door.
"Let it in," he repeated. "That's an order."
Liora stepped away from the door, careful to keep her back against the side wall. The drone flew slowly into the room. It was a quarter the size of a human and shaped like a backwards arrowhead. An array of weapons bristled from every side. The drone spun back and forth, taking assessment of the area.
"I see you come to your senses,"
Colonel Lefkin's voice declared from the drone.
"You know better than to challenge the Coalition. You'll lose."
Devrin glared at the drone.
"Why are your drones here?" "I needed to track you down," the colonel replied. "You have something I want, and I was running out of places to look for you. I have a feeling you're getting desperate to bargain. You don't really need the Omne Occasus, just like you don't need a price on your head. I think we can come to amiable terms on both matters."
Liora, you might have a chance to disable the drone,
Hiron said quietly in her earpiece.
"There's only one problem,"
Devrin told the colonel. The colonel's voice was tempered when he said,
"And what is that?"
Aim for the small silver box beneath the rear point,
Hiron continued quietly.
You can take out its vertical stabilization sensor. If you can get it flipped, you can then jam a knife into the control board. That will disconnect the signal from the Coalition, and the drone will be useless.
"I'm glad you didn't give her the long instructions,"
she heard Tarek say dryly.
"The Omne Occasus is destroyed,"
Devrin told Colonel Lefkin.
"I don't believe you."
There was a hint of desperation in the colonel's voice.
"How did you destroy it?" "We took out the 2 orbs. The Farron energy was destroyed in the depths of a water planet.
And the Bylar energy found its end in the atmosphere of Verdan.
Liora swore she could hear the colonel's blood boil in his angrily spewed reply. There were words said even she hadn't heard before.
Go very slowly, Hiron directed. If the drone senses you, it'll fire its secondary defense weapons.
You'll pay for this, Devrin,
the colonel said.
I helped.
Brandis stepped closer to Devrin as Liora crept behind the drone. She withdrew the knife from the sheath at her thigh.
Who are you?
The colonel demanded.
Someone beyond your petty war,
Brandis replied. Liora had to give him credit for having guts. The colonel could shoot the human to pieces in a heartbeat, yet he goaded the man to give her time to act.
Take care,
Hiron breathed.
If you hit the wrong box, you'll activate the self-destruct mechanism and blow the entire room.
Everyone is affected by the war,
Colonel Lefkin snapped.
We needed the Omne Occasus to harbor peace. It seems to me that for someone who wants peace, a machine capable of destroying an entire galaxy is the last thing you need,
Brandis replied. Liora raised her knife. The silver box was just visible if she crouched. She waited for the perfect moment.
What were your plans for the imploder?
Devrin asked.
I don't owe you an explanation, traitor,
the colonel snarled.
Thanks to your actions, you and every crew member aboard the Kratos is now considered public enemy number 1. I won't rest until I have you behind bars or dead, and I prefer dead. I think I'll take care of that right now.
The hum of the drone's guns sounded the instant before Leora's knife sunk into the metal box. The drone spun to the side and hit the wall. Brandis and Devrin flipped it over. Beeps sounded from the machine. Liora jammed her knife into the control board. The drone fell silent. Brandis and Devrin let go, and the machine dropped to the ground with a loud thud.
One down, Devrin said.
Chapter 12. Liora threw a bullet casing down the hallway. One of the drones near the control room darted after the sound. A few seconds later, the crash of a drone hitting the ground echoed back.
It's down,
Brandis announced over the headsets.
Chief Anihilo put a knife through its brain.
One left,
Tarek said quietly.
Lefkin's going to wish he had sent a few more. He must have been desperate to risk drones out this far.
I'll rip every one of you apart,
the colonel's voice shouted from the final drone.
You might think you felt pain in your life, but it'll be nothing like what's waiting for you when I get you in my clutches. You won't be safe anywhere. Traitors, deserters, and fugitives from the Coalition are shown no mercy, and they are always caught.
Go now,
Tarek whispered. Liora crept slowly along the wall. The drone faced the door to the control room, and the colonel continued to rage as though he could tear down the door with sheer anger.
You have taken away a very important weapon in a time when such a thing could turn the tide of battle. The Omne Occasus was more than a galaxy imploder. It was a way to show the revolutionaries that they are far outgunned. Take out their precious planets and they'll bow to our demands.
How is that peaceful? Devrin asked, appearing at the other end of the hallway. The drone turned to face him, giving Liora its back.
Well, well,
Colonel Lefkin said.
Nice to see you again, Captain. Are you prepared to give up?
Weapons rose from chambers on the drone.
Funny, I was going to ask you the same thing,
Devrin replied levelly.
How is that funny?
Tarek demanded in their headsets.
Get out of there before he shoots you.
Liora stopped directly behind the drone. She pulled out her knife.
You have destroyed the only thing you had to bargain with,
Colonel Lefkin said with a cruel laugh.
Did your father teach you anything? At least Captain Metis had a plan. You'll die the same way I arranged for your scum-riddled half-it of a father to.
The guns whirled, and Devrin dove out of the way. At the same time, Liora sunk her knife into the drone. When it flipped, she shoved it to the ground and stabbed it through the control board. The machine stopped moving. Everyone was silent for a moment. Tarek spoke the command, and the control room door slid open. He looked from Liora to Devrin.
"Did you hear that?"
Devrin asked, his voice soft.
"I heard,"
Tarek replied.
Captain, there!
O'Toole's voice came patchy over the headsets.
"O'Toole, what's going on?"
Devrin asked.
Can't! Need! Out of there!
O'Toole replied.
The ship must be interfering with the signal,
Hiram said.
"Did you get what we came for?"
Devrin asked him. Hiram held up a small black object.
I recorded the transmission. We can review it aboard the Kratos.
"On our way,"
Devrin told O'Toole.
Coalition!
Zran's voice shouted. The word rang through loudly over their headsets. Tarek stared at Devrin.
"They couldn't have reached us already."
They could if they were nearby, Devrin replied. Colonel Lefkin sounded pretty desperate. He's out for blood. Liora turned quickly to the Damaclan chiefs. Chief de Serpo, Chief Anihilo, we'll regroup at the Kratos. If we have to run, we'll meet you at Corian. Please send my condolences to Chief Incendo's clan. Both chiefs nodded without a word. Devrin led the way to the door. The group stepped out in a swirl of red sand. When the sand settled, they froze. Roughly 30 coalition officers stood in front of 2 red gulls. Their guns were aimed and ready. Nobody would make it back inside the foreign spacecraft before being shot full of holes. Liora looked around quickly, but the Kratos' gull was further away with the Damaclan ships. Several slain Damaclan bodies could be seen partially submerged in the sand. Fingers tightened on triggers.
"Fire!"
An officer called out. The sand beneath the officers fell inward. They stumbled backwards toward the ship. A massive circle wider than the coalition gulls and officers deepened, then exploded upwards. A worm bigger than any Liora had seen arched into the air. Its huge mouth engulfed the ships and officers. Screams were heard as they disappeared inside the giant toothed gullet. The worm sunk back down as quickly as it had appeared. The Damaclans and members of the Kratos stared at the giant hole where moments before their doom had waited with an order to kill.
To the ship?"
Brandis suggested.
"Yes, quickly,"
Devrin replied. Everyone made a wide circle around the worm's hole as they ran toward the waiting crafts. Liora expected the ground to open beneath them at any moment. She didn't realize until she reached the gull and her lungs began to burn that she had been holding her breath. She let it out as the gull lifted into the air.
"Were the worms that big the last time you were there?"
Brandis asked. Liora shook her head. We've never seen that one before.
"Let's not go back there,"
he suggested. Tarek chuckled.
"I second that."
Me too,
Hiram called from the pilot's seat.
Captain Devrin?
O'Toole's voice was near panic over the headsets.
"We're all right,"
Devrin reassured her.
"We're aboard the Gull and heading for the Kratos. Open the landing bay so the Damaclans can dock as well."
When they landed on the Kratos, the mood from the other Damaclans was solemn. Nobody looked forward to reporting the news of Chief Incendo's death to his clan. With the amount of children being taken by the Nameless Ones, there was no telling if the chief had a successor left to continue his line. Hiram led the way to the bridge.
Thank goodness!
O'Toole exclaimed. She gave each of them a hug in turn. Liora suffered through the green-skinned woman's need to display affection and fought back a smile when O'Toole insisted on hugging Brandis as well. "I'm glad you made it back safely," Shathran said from her station. She gave them a small smile.
"It was close," Devrin told them. "Luckily, Liora didn't manage to kill all of the worms on the Red Planet."
"How is that lucky?"
Zran asked.
"From what O'Toole tells me, they're terrifying."
Devrin nodded.
"One just happened to be terrifyingly in our favor this time."
Hiram sat at his console. He plugged the small black square into his computer.
It'll take a moment to translate, he told them. From what I could tell, their language is uncategorized, but it has Gallian roots. If I isolate the dialect, I may be able to trick our translator into thinking it's a crude vernacular, like what they speak in the tunnels of Tanis.
He looked pleased with himself.
"Can you hurry?"
Devrin asked.
Oh, yes.
Hiram replied. He spun back to face the console. After typing far quicker than Liora thought someone could, and still come up with real words, he made a sound of triumph.
Done,
he announced. He hit one more button, and the image appeared on the screen. Shadow forms ghosted past the camera. One of the forms spoke. A chill of recognition ran down Liora's spine.
"We can't activate the Omne Occasus in this form,"
the voice said.
"The asteroid that hit our ship destroyed the controls. There was no choice but to crash,"
another replied.
"But we're lost,"
a third wailed.
"Without the energy from the Occasus, we have no hope." "We wait,"
the first voice hissed.
"We sent out the beacon. Someone will arrive to scavenge the wreck, and we will follow them to their home planet and prey on them until she comes." "Who is she?"
the second asked. Liora knew what the Nameless Ones would say, but hearing it again settled around her shoulders with the weight of a shroud.
"The Desperate One,"
the first replied.
"She'll bleed planets dry for us,"
another whispered.
"Souls are not long for this universe,"
the first said.
"And the Omne Occasus will give us the power to make that happen. Give her a blade. Show her the way. She'll be the key to the end of it all. The girl from the stars. The girl without a soul."
Nobody looked at her, but Liora felt as though they knew she was the one the Nameless One spoke of. They had predicted that she would bring them the Omne Occasus. They had called her desperate, and she had been desperate to die with her mother and the clan that she knew. The Nameless Ones had let her live in the hopes that her drive to die would bring her back to them. Tarek broke the silence that followed.
"They don't know the orbs have been removed from the Omne Occasus and destroyed. If we make them more desperate, they'll kill all Damaclans,"
Chief DeSerpo replied.
"Unless we give them what they want,"
Devon said. He and Tarek exchanged a look as though they were on the same page.
"So we give it to them,"
Tarek finished.
"But how?"
Chief Anihilo asked.
"The orbs are gone."
"They need the energy," Liora thought aloud. Everyone fell silent, waiting for her to collect her thoughts. She paused, then said, "So what if we can create something that looks like the Omne Occasus, but does the opposite?"
"Instead of giving them energy,"
Tarek began.
"it takes their energy away,"
Devon finished.
"Brilliant."
Hiram nodded quickly from his seat at the console.
We saw what the Farron and Bylar energies can do. If we can harness the opposite source, perhaps we can destroy these beings once and for all.
"Only one person can do that,"
Devon said. Hiram spoke the name.
Tremarius.
Everyone looked at Shathran, expecting her to protest. The purple-haired humanoid realized what they thought she would do.
"It's all right," she said with a small smile. "It might be good to see that old rascal."
Hiram shook his head.
"The macrocosm really is going to end."
Devon smiled.
"Hiram, get a hold of Tremarius. It sounds like we're heading back to Titus."
Both Shathran and O'Toole groaned.
"That's more like it,"
Hiram said.
"There's no way you can take this ship anywhere near Titus, if what I heard from that colonel is accurate. By now, he'll no doubt have every headhunter mercenary on your trail. You're risking your entire crew,"
Brandis said.
"You sound like you have a better idea?"
Devon queried. Brandis nodded.
"The Coalition pads their pockets by ripping off the merchants who bring them supplies. Because of this, we usually avoid the Milky Way galaxy. But I'm sure my father could come up with a reason for one of our ships to go to Titus. You and those of your crew that you feel necessary to bring along can hide as members of my staff. Merchants dock at a separate port than the regular fleet. Security will prevent us from traversing inside Titus, but if this Tremarius could meet us somewhere,
we could leave Titus without ever setting off an alarm," Devon finished. He nodded. "It's a good plan.
I appreciate your consideration for the safety of my crew. Please reach Commandant Day and see if the option is available to us." "I will," Brandis replied. He turned to Liora. "One condition is that my sister stays at Corian."
"Absolutely not," Liora said. At the same time, both Damaclan chiefs shook their heads. Tarek looked from Liora to Brandis.
"Good luck with that one."
"You put yourself in danger unnecessarily," Brandis told her. "There's no reason for you to go to Titus, especially after what happened last time."
"No reason?" Liora replied. "Did you not just hear that the entire Damaclan race is in danger of being annihilated by the Nameless Ones if we don't succeed in bringing the Omne Occasus to them?"
"Yes, but—"
Liora cut him off. "Brandis, you've heard a lot about me, but something you apparently don't know is that I won't leave anyone to suffer if I can do something about it."
"And she means anyone,"
Tarek pointed out. "I'm the girl the Nameless One spoke about," Liora continued. At her words, the entire bridge fell silent. "I'm the one they expect to bring the Omne Occasus. If I'm not there, the plan will fail. Without me, there is no reason to go to Tremarius or return to Rallian. Without me, the Damaclan race will be annihilated. I'll be there no matter what your conditions." A smile quirked Brandis's mouth. He nodded.
"Very well, but I will be there too. It's time my little sister has a brother to look out for her."
His words brought a rush of warmth to Liora. Family, a word that had been unknown to her for so long, was starting to matter now more than ever. "Fine, but you better bring a few guns. Things with the Coalition tend to end in shootouts," she told him. Brandis grinned.
"It seems like anything that involves you ends in shootouts."
"Sounds like he knows you better than I thought,"
Tarek said. Liora shrugged. "I have a dominant personality. Officers and mercenaries tend not to like that."
"Or worms,"
Tarek pointed out.
"Or drones,"
Devon said.
"Or Gauls,"
Officer Stram echoed. Hiron laughed.
Gauls, definitely Gauls.
"Or Calypsons,"
Tarek said.
"I know one in particular that won't forgive you for quite a while."
Liora smiled at him. "You had as much to do with stealing his ship as I did."
"You would have done it whether I was there or not,"
Tarek pointed out. "But you couldn't let me have all the fun," Liora replied. Tarek chuckled.
"That's for sure. Let's go get some food. I'm famished."
Devon put his hand to the panel next to the bridge door. It slid open.
"Chief De Serpo, Chief Anihilo, you and your crew are welcome to join us in the mess hall. Our cook is more than happy to feed anyone who walks through his doors." "I appreciate the offer,"
Chief Anihilo said with a shallow nod.
"but Damaclans prefer to dine alone."
He turned his gaze to Liora.
"We will depart the Kratos with the intentions of escorting you to Rallian."
Liora nodded. "You have my gratitude. We'll notify you as soon as we leave Titus." Both chiefs gave shallow bows before they left the bridge.
"Officer O'Toole, allow the Damaclans to depart the hull when they are ready,"
Devon instructed.
"Hiron, begin communications with Tremarius. Let him know what we need and ask him if it's possible. In the meantime, set a course for Corian."
Yes, Captain.
Hiron replied. Devon motioned toward the door.
"Brandis, will you join us for a late but most welcome supper?"
"I would be happy to,"
Brandis replied.
"I could eat the skin off a Haffet at this point."
Liora and Tarek followed them down the hall. Tarek pulled Liora into an adjoining hallway without the others noticing. He pushed her gently against the wall and put his hands on either side of her head. He looked down at her with concern in his gaze.
"You sure I can't convince you to take up Brandis's offer? You would be safer on Corian."
"Really? You're going to go there too?" Liora replied. "You know, there's no way." Her words died at the smile that spread across his face. She slapped his chest. "You're teasing me."
"Even if you could turn down a fight, you wouldn't,"
Tarek replied.
"I think you hope things turn bad so you can pull out those knives you're so fond of."
"You gave me one of those knives," she reminded him. He smiled, his lips less than an inch from hers.
"Maybe I like to see you in action."
She smiled, and his lips pressed against hers. He kissed her thoroughly, his touch gentle but firm, his body pressed against hers and his hand in her hair, holding her to him. When he finally stepped back, they both fought to catch their breath. Liora grinned at him. "Maybe you're the one I should be afraid of, Officer Donovan." He smiled down at her.
"Why is that, Officer Day?"
"Because you're the only one I know who can actually disarm me." Tarek hefted the silver knife in his hand.
"You mean this? Well, you were distracted."
She laughed and took the knife back. She slid it into the sheath at her waist. "You distracted me on purpose." He nodded.
"Kissing you is always on purpose."
She couldn't deny the way she felt lost and yet found when staring into the depths of his light blue gaze. His smile touched his eyes, creasing the corners and bringing a smile to her face in return.
"Come on, Officer Day. Let's get some food into that little growling stomach of yours."
She took the hand he held out. "Gladly, Officer Donovan. You could use some nourishment, too. Your stomach was grumbling on the bridge loud enough I thought Hiram might call for a search of ship rats." Tarek laughed.
"I was hoping nobody heard that."
"That was wishful thinking," she replied. She linked her fingers through his, and they followed the path Captain Devrin and Brandis had taken down the Kratos hallway. Chapter 13.
Tremarius is going to need time to put the orbs in the Omne Occasus' case,
Hiram said.
"How much time do you need?"
Devrin asked. Hiram studied the metal case Tarek and Brandis lifted into a wooden crate.
20 minutes.
Tarek paused with the case halfway in the crate.
"Are you kidding?"
he asked. Hiram shook his head.
Tremarius said that if he is able to create the orbs, and if he is able to maintain the spherical shape, and if he is able to transport them safely, stabilizing the orbs is going to be extremely important unless you want us all to dissolve into a pile of ash.
"Tarek," Brandis said in a strained voice, as he fought to hold his side of the Omne Occasus above the crate. Tarek turned his attention back to the task he was doing. "That's an awful lot of ifs," Liora said.
"We're winging it at this point,"
Hiram replied. His eyelids blinked quickly sideways.
"I'm sorry I can't promise something safer."
Brandis nodded.
"I really don't want to dissolve into a pile of ash."
"We're not going to dissolve into ash or burn into ash," Devrin told them. He gave Hiram a flat look.
"I've never heard of anyone dissolving into a pile of ash. There's got to be some sort of heating element involved."
Hiram shrugged.
"That's what Tremarius said. I would ask him to clarify, but he's busy dodging Coalition security in order to meet us at the shipping level of Titus."
Tarek slid the metal latches onto the crate to fasten the top.
"Don't bother," he said. "We'll find out soon enough. Or we won't. Hopefully. I just feel that 20 minutes is really pushing it when our names and pictures have already been circling Saturn's largest moon since we landed on F-104. That's all."
"You have a point," Liora told him. "You should stay." Tarek gave her a mock glare.
"Really? You're going there?"
Liora nodded. "I'm going there. You didn't exactly have a great experience on Titus last time we visited." Tarek's smile faded.
"Neither did you. Torture by electrocution isn't our thing."
She shook her head. "Not at all. Let's get this done and never come back."
"Deal,"
he replied. Liora realized that everyone was watching them. She cleared her throat. "Well, are we ready?"
"Ready, Officer Day,"
Tarek said loudly.
"in a purely professional way."
Officer O'Toole laughed.
You guys aren't fooling anyone.
At their embarrassed looks, she said,
But it's cute, so don't let us get in your way.
She waited for them to continue their conversation.
"I don't fall for girls like Liora,"
Tarek denied. He winked at Liora, and she fought back a smile. "And Tarek is repulsive. He's too... She looked him up and down in an effort to come up with something, but the mischievous twinkle in his eyes distracted her.
"To what, Officer Day?"
he asked. She forced herself not to smile when she said, "Too cocky." Tarek put a hand to his heart, as though her words wounded him deeply.
O'Toole and Shathrin laughed, and Devrin looked as though he fought to hold in a laugh of his own. Tarek opened his mouth to reply when Captain Hart's voice came over the intercom. "Commandant Day, we have reached Titus and have been given permission to dock."
"Thank you, Captain," Brandis replied. "Take her in."
Nervous silence filled the holding deck. The gentle bump of the starship against the loading platform told them they had reached their destination.
"Nice docking," Hiram said. "I may have to get some tips from her." "You should," Shathrin said with a hint of her old self. "Landing with you is like running headlong into a Xander bin." "I'd say that hurts," Hiram replied. "But I'm just happy to hear you ridicule my flying. Strange to say, but I've actually missed it." "If you call that flying," Shathrin said with a wink.
Hiram laughed. His wristband beeped, and his smile disappeared. He glanced at the message on the screen.
"Tremarius is in position. We've got to move."
"Right," Devrin said. "Liora, Tarek, Brandis, your security. If anything goes wrong, we hightail it back to Brandis's crow. If anyone gets separated, stay calm. We'll be there shortly."
"And don't kill anyone."
Everyone looked at Shathrin.
"Shath, there's only so much."
"No," Shathrin said, her voice thick with sorrow.
"I can't stand the thought of any other women waiting for their men to come home, only to find out they never will. Promise me."
Nobody said anything. To promise to not kill anyone when picking up what was basically a bomb aboard the Coalition base, with their names on the wanted banners, would be a death sentence. Shathrin turned to Liora. Her light purple irises were pleading.
"Liora, please," she begged. "No more killing."
The memory of Shathrin curled into a fetal position on the floor of the bridge after Stone had sacrificed his ship and his life to save the Kratos came to the forefront of Leora's thoughts. The woman had been through so much. "I promise," Liora said. A grateful smile spread across Shathrin's face. "You're wonderful. You know that? The others will follow your example. I just know they will. Right, guys?" As her pleading gaze met each of their eyes, Tarek, Devrin, Hiram, and Brandis nodded. Shathrin wiped away a tear. "Thank you. I can't tell you how much this means to me. You are all wonderful." Shathrin and O'Toole hurried back to the Crow's Bridge to await their return.
"You know we can't promise that, right?"
Tarek said, quietly.
"It's a death sentence."
He met Leora's gaze. She lowered her eyes. His voice was stern when he said,
"Liora!"
She gave him a defiant look. "I'll do what I can to honor Shathrin's wish."
"It'll get you killed,"
Tarek argued. "I don't have to kill to defend myself or anyone else," Liora replied. She felt far less certain of that than her calm demeanor showed. The ramp lowered. Tarek shoved the crate forward, hard.
"If Shathrin gets us killed, so help me," he muttered.
Liora set a hand on his. "We'll be fine." Tarek shook his head.
"I'll be convinced when we're away from this moon for good."
Their blue and silver uniforms from the day fleet didn't get any second glances as they pushed the crate through the first security station.
"Contents,"
a Salamandran guard with heavily lidded eyes and a bored expression asked.
"Compressed nitrogen gas from the day merchant fleet," Brandis answered. "We were notified of a shortage on Titus."
"Hold a moment," the guard answered. He pressed a button on his communicator and asked,
"Jess, do you know anything about a compressed nitrogen gas shortage?"
The response was immediate.
"Yes, I do," Jess replied. "There was some sort of leak from the storage containers. It was all over the channels yesterday. Didn't you catch it?" "I guess not," the guard replied. "Thanks, Jess. I still owe you a Cormidon stomach." "I haven't forgotten," Jess said.
The guard waved the group through. They turned down a hallway along with several other groups pushing supplies. A Folian in black ran into Devrin. Liora saw the man slip a paper into the captain's lapel. Devrin didn't say a word, but when they reached the next security checkpoint, he handed the paper to the guard. The man glanced at it, then waved them through.
"Nice,"
Tarek whispered to Brandis.
"Your father has men in some very interesting places.
Brandis nodded. It helps to have friends all over the macrocosm. One more, Devrin said to all of them. Keep on your toes. Open the box, the final guard said. Devrin obliged. He slid the clasps and lifted the lid halfway. He pretended to try to force the lid open further, but thanks to Tarek's careful closing work, it wouldn't budge. I'm sorry, Devrin apologized. It's these rusty hinges. I'm about ready to get a new crate. If you do, go to Amaya's and tell her Yadaga sent you, the guard told him. He winked. I'm trying to get on her good side. Good idea, Devrin said. She must be quite the beauty. She's absolutely the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life, the guard replied. His grin widened. I think she's adorable. Devrin chuckled. To each his own. The guard checked the label on the canister, just visible through the partially opened lid. Liquid nitrogen, huh? I hear we have a shortage of this stuff. That's what I heard, Devrin replied. We brought it clear from the Tucana dwarf galaxy. The guard whistled. Then they must really need it. Go ahead. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they were clear of the third checkpoint. They turned down a smaller hallway. Liora, wait here. Liora stared at Devrin. What? After your little stunt in the Gladarian, you're the most likely to be recognized here. The last thing we need is for some guard to call attention to us because we're with you, Devrin explained apologetically. Wait, Liora was in the Gladarian? Brandis asked in amazement. She jumped in, Tarek replied. You jumped in? Brandis's eyes were wide. Liora raised a hand. I've already been lectured about it. You can spare me. A smile spread across her brother's face. I was just going to say that's amazing. I wish I could have seen it. An answering smile touched Leora's lips. Thanks.
I'm sure there's footage of it somewhere, Hiron put in. I could probably get you a clip of it if we have the time.
I'd love to see it, Brandis replied. Just the same, Devrin broke in. Liora, we'll call you if we need anything. We'll have to come back this way, so keep alert. If Colonel Lefkin gets wind that we're here, he'll send the troops through these halls. You'll guard our backs.
Fine, Liora told him, but I don't like it. She crossed her arms and leaned against the wall. Even after they disappeared around the next corner, the sound of the crate's casters squeaked loudly for the next several minutes. Liora let out a slow breath. As much as she hated waiting behind, Devrin had a point. She would try to be patient. It was a virtue she struggled with. She might as well... Liora! Tarek shouted over her communicator. Liora took off running. She drew her knives and rounded the final corner. She skidded to a stop at the sight of Tarek, Devrin, and the others, surrounded by coalition officers. Colonel Lefkin smiled at them smugly. Next to him stood Tremerius. The three-armed Artitas met her gaze and lifted his shoulders. The hustle of officers checking Devrin's men for weapons filled the air. Rage burned through Liora at the thought that Tremerius had betrayed them. She took a step forward. Devritol. Liora stared at Tremerius. The words were Anandrian, one of the oldest languages Liora had picked up when she had first become captive. In Anandrian, Tremerius had said that the orb was in the second crate. What was that? Colonel Lefkin demanded. Tremerius cleared his throat. Sorry. I was trying not to cough. The colonel took a few steps away from him. If you're sick, keep it to yourself. I don't need to get some disgusting tripod disease. Anger at the insult burned in Tremerius's eyes, but he merely ducked his head and coughed. He said in gruff tones, La Devre expose cuss. The crate has guns. Liora inched to the right. Against the wall was another crate similar to the one they had brought from the Crow. The top was unlatched. If she could just make it there, they would have a chance. Don't move, Damaclan, Colonel Lefkin ordered. Liora met his gaze. The man's eyes narrowed, and he swung his gun so that it pointed at her instead of Tarek. Detain her, the colonel said. The officers rushed forward. As soon as one crossed into the path of the colonel's gun, Liora lashed out with her knives. Her promise to Shatharin tempered the way she used her blades. She sunk a knife into the first officer's shoulder, cut across a chest with a backslash of the right hand, and drove her right blade into the thigh of the next officer. She spun, pulling the knives free, and cut down 4 more officers with quick stabs. She ducked, hamstringed 2 others, and let the next 2 push her back toward the crate.
Stop her!
Colonel Lefkin shouted. The rest of his officers pressed forward. Liora blocked punches and answered with her knives. She was grateful that the small space kept the officers from using their guns. In the chaos of the square room, they were as likely to hit each other as her. A glance showed that the majority of the officers had turned their attention to her. Tarek, Brandis, and the others watched with wide eyes. Their weapons were against the far wall, behind where Colonel Lefkin's personal guard kept him shielded in case she broke through. She needed the guns in the second crate. Liora ducked under a punch and drove her knife through the man's bicep. He let out a yell of pain. She blocked a gun swung at her head and stabbed the woman who attacked her in the shoulder. When she shoved the woman away, Liora felt the backs of her legs touch the crate. She sheathed her silver knife and used the other to block a blow from an officer. When he brought his gun up, Liora sliced along his ribs. He let out a cry of pain as she spun around. In one smooth motion, she threw the top off the crate and grabbed a semi-machine gun. "Tarek!" she shouted as she tossed it in the air. Tarek caught the gun and fired at the ceiling. The officers froze. Liora grabbed a gun and threw it to Brandis, then another to Devrin. Hiron dropped his and had to scramble to pick it up. Tremerius looked surprised when Liora left the final gun in the box instead of tossing it to him. "Colonel, we're kidnapping this Artidas," she said. Colonel Lefkin looked at Tremerius in surprise.
"But he set you up!"
Liora shrugged. "I like a good battle in the morning. It wakes me up." The groans and moans of the fallen officers around her said they felt otherwise.
"I should kill you."
The tone of Devrin's voice was one Liora had never heard before. His gun was aimed at Lefkin's forehead, and there was a fury in Devrin's eyes that looked entirely out of place in the captain's usually smiling face.
"You are an officer of the Coalition,"
Colonel Lefkin began. Devrin cut him off.
"I renounce the Coalition. I renounce you, and I would never associate myself with an organization capable of destroying galaxies in the name of peace."
He took a step closer. When the colonel's guards moved to intercept the captain, Tarek and Brandis flanked Devrin and convinced them of the error of their ways with guns to their heads.
"You killed my father."
Colonel Lefkin shook his head quickly.
"I didn't. I may have given orders for your father to be killed, but that's completely different from killing him myself. It gave him a fighting chance. Shut your mouth,"
Devrin barked. The colonel's face turned white.
"My father was as good as dead the moment you gave the orders for his crew to pick up the Omne Occasus,"
Devrin said. His chest heaved with the effort it took not to pull the trigger.
"A true officer fights to protect others, not bring on the destruction of entire races. Families, individuals with the right to live, not be destroyed by some power-hungry federation." "I'm not the only one in charge,"
Colonel Lefkin protested. He raised his hands at the new anger that clouded Devrin's face.
"You have to take up your qualms with General Stratus. I was only following orders."
Devrin pressed his gun to the man's forehead. Colonel Lefkin fell to his knees.
"Brandis almost killed you once," Devrin said. "It's time to correct his mistake." "Please don't kill me,"
the man begged. Devrin glared down at him.
"You said my father was your friend."
Lefkin nodded. The barrel of the gun left an impression in his forehead when he did.
"I didn't want to follow the order, but it was my job. Your father was a good man, even if he was short-sighted in the ways the Omne Occasus would help the future."
A growl escaped Devrin's lips.
All right. I'm sorry. Short-sighted wasn't the best term to use."
Colonel Lefkin hurriedly stammered.
"Perhaps I mean good-hearted. Your father couldn't see how such a machine would help the Coalition's cause. Sometimes thousands must die to protect the billions, but he couldn't accept that.
Neither can I, Devrin replied. Silence filled the room. Leora's heart pounded in her chest from the exertion of the battle. She watched, expecting Devrin to pull the trigger to avenge his father. She had felt the same way when she confronted Obruo. As a Damaclan, she understood the base need to kill to rid oneself of enemies. Devrin's gun lowered.
"Let's get out of here,"
he said. His quiet words were loud in the silent room. The circle impression of his gun barrel remained on Lefkin's forehead when they pushed the 2 crates from the room. Tarek gave a convincing show of shoving Tremarius ahead of them. Hiron and the others followed. Liora and Brandis lingered behind. Liora walked slowly backwards to ensure that Lefkin didn't send anyone after them. "Why did he let Lefkin go?" she asked quietly. A glance showed a thoughtful expression on Brandis's face.
"I thought you might be wondering that," he said.
"Lefkin was an enemy. He made everyone's life aboard the Kratos harder. And now they're all in danger because he put a price on their heads. Why let him live?" Brandis was silent for a moment. When he answered, he watched her as though willing her to understand.
"Sometimes death isn't the answer."
"It would have been easier," Liora pointed out. Brandis nodded.
"Yes, it would have. Yet Devrin would have carried the Colonel's death on his shoulders."
His eyebrows pulled together.
"I know you know exactly what I'm talking about."
Liora nodded, but didn't reply. Brandis checked his gun.
"There are 2 ways to live, Liora. You can survive, or you can really live. Survival means facing each day with the hope of making it to the morrow. It's a way to live, fighting for food, for water, for air, for warmth. But it's empty, because surviving is a base instinct. Even the lowest of life forms fight to survive."
He checked his cartridge and shoved it back into the gun.
"Or you can live. To live is a choice. You want, you need, you desire more than you have at this moment, and you strive for those things. You don't settle. You fight for things to be better. You choose to reach for the next star, for the next emotion. You long for love, for acceptance, to belong. To truly live means to accept failure and to get up again."
He looked at her.
"Yet to live is harder because there are consequences. What you do today impacts tomorrow. You have to decide what is worth carrying in your life, what direction you are heading, and what will guide your footsteps. Your friend has already made that decision."
Liora let her brother's words settle over her. To that point, survival had been the driving force behind each of her actions. Yet Obruo was gone, and the threat he brought with him no longer hounded each step she took. Life, as a Damaclan, was pure survival. To live through each day had been enough. But she wanted more. As she watched the others load the 2 crates onto the Crow, her gaze lingered on Tarek. He glanced up as though he felt her watching him, and a smile deepened the creases around his eyes. A longing ran through Liora. She wanted to live, to love, to make choices that would impact her tomorrows in a way that wouldn't leave her burdened with guilt and regret. Leaving the officers alive had been a step. Shathran's request had seemed simple enough at first, yet the impact of knowing that the officers she fought would live to see another day struck Liora. They could live as she did. They could return to their loved ones. The sound of footsteps rushing down the last hallway met her ears, and she realized they could also live to fight back. "Come on, Liora!" Devrin called from the Crow. Armed officers appeared with guns raised. Liora took off for the ship. Tarek pulled her inside just as Captain Hart steered the Crow away from the dock. Brandis slammed his hand on the panel, and the door slid shut. Bullets peppered it from the outside. The crow turned, and Captain Hart hit the thrusters. Chapter 14.
Well, that was exciting,
Tremerius said when they were far from the Milky Way galaxy. Shathryn studied him from her seat near the wall. Liora couldn't decide if she was happy to see him or annoyed.
What was that you said to Liora?
Tarek asked.
I didn't understand the language.
It was on Andrian, he replied. It's an older language most don't know.
He looked at Liora, and his dark eyes twinkled.
Someone you know told me you'd understand it.
Who? Liora asked.
I'll give you one guess, he replied.
There were very few people she had conversed with while in Malivian circus, and none of them spoke the older languages. Before that, when she had been captured by the slavers, there had been one woman who showed her kindness and taught her the languages in the hopes that it would give her the means of employment beyond her looks and the beds that would bring her to. The woman, Cheree, had been Artidas. Liora remembered how quickly she could write the words with 2 hands in the dirt and erase them with the third before they were found out. The woman had been taken away before Liora. She remembered the loss she had felt when Cheree had been ripped from her life the day the older Artidas woman was purchased by a trader ship in need of a translator. Liora had refused to open herself up to anyone else for fear of feeling the pain again, and when she was purchased by Malivian for his circus, the seclusion continued. Yet to think of Cheree brought warmth to her heart. The woman had cared about her, truly, and been like a second mother to her. To hope that she was still alive and impacting Leora's life was almost too good to be true. Cheree? Liora made herself ask. Tremerius grinned, his dark eyes sparkling.
Yes, Cheree is my sister. After years of searching, I was able to locate her and bring her home, where she has lived quite safely and comfortably this past decade. When I told her of a beautiful Damaclan, with deadly skills and a sharp tongue, she guessed it was you.
I can't believe it, Liora said. She fought back a rush of tears at the thought that Cheree was safe and happy. That's wonderful, Tremerius smiled.
It's a small macrocosm sometimes. We just have to have a little faith that though some things are out of our hands, they will come full circle.
Liora nodded, unable to speak. Tarek saved her from having to talk.
So you told Liora there were guns in the case.
But she wouldn't give me one,
Tremerius said. The hurt in his tone brought Leora's head up. She gave him a half-smile. I figured that if we kidnapped you as an unwilling victim, you would be able to return home if you chose. Tremerius snorted.
Home? Titus is a cold rock filled with colder people. When I'm done here, I plan to return to my home planet of Bratus and live in peace with my family as far from the Coalition as I can get.
You were a prisoner there? Brandis guessed. Tremerius leaned back against the wall.
Such is the luck of one gifted as I, he said, tapping his forehead with his third arm. I've learned that with the Coalition, they value knowledge above freedom, especially when it involves someone outside of their little band of brothers and sisters.
I'm glad we were able to bring you with us, and Bratrus is just slightly off our path. We'd be happy to drop you off, right, Captain?
Hiron asked. Devrin nodded.
Anything to show our gratitude for the risk you took. Now, hopefully we'll have a chance to save the Damaclans. Yes, Tremerius replied. He winked at Liora. Let's see what we can do about that violent race of yours. He leaned toward the crate. We are dealing with some very volatile energies here. One wrong move and everyone aboard this crow is dead. So, please, take some care.
He motioned for Devrin to take the lid off the crate that held the Omne Occasus.
If you please.
Devrin revealed the metal container that had encased the orbs. Hiron opened the container.
Just the way I remembered it in my nightmares,
Tremerius said. He opened his crate and lifted away the false top that carried identical containers of liquid nitrogen.
Causing a shortage of liquid nitrogen was a fun challenge, he said. He handed the containers to Tarek, who then handed them to Hiron. The Talistan didn't look especially thrilled to be the grunt, but he took the liquid nitrogen anyway. "How did you manage it?" Shathran asked him. Tremerius practically beamed at her attention. "Well, beautiful Shathran, it wasn't hard to tap the containers where they stored it, but I had to ensure that the oxygen meters sent off a signal so that nobody went into the storage areas and suffocated." He sighed. "I'm not exactly cut out to be a tough revolutionary type." Hiron was on his return from relocating the containers, and he chuckled.
"You've always been too much of a softy for all of this."
"I love, not fight," Tremerius said. He winked at Shathran, and she surprised everyone by smiling back. Tremerius cleared away the padding inside the crate and stepped back. "Behold our hope against impending doom." Everyone leaned forward to look at the two objects inside. Both were in individual domes. Black energy pulsed inside one, while dark green light swirled in the other.
"Do you think they'll notice that the orb was blue instead of black?"
O'Toole asked. "I'm hoping not," Tremerius replied. "If everything goes the way I'm thinking, it'll be too fast for them to react." He lifted out one of the orbs. Everyone pressed back. "What are you doing?" Shathran asked. "Are you crazy?" "I don't know about anyone else, but I don't feel like melting or imploding today." Tremerius set the orb carefully in the Omne Occasus container. "Don't worry," he replied. "Unlike the Farron and Bylaw orbs you brought to me, these energies won't hold the circular shape. So, to keep up impressions, I encase them in glass with the inside already spherical in shape. Separated, they are innocuous." He lifted the second orb and set it carefully in the case. The crew kept far back despite his reassurances. "But combined, they will create an energy vortex that will suck in anything within reach." He met each of their eyes in turn. "This will kill anyone close enough to it, so you must break the glass orbs while out of range." "How far will we have?" Tarek asked. "I'm guessing 15 to 20 feet, Tremerius replied. "I'd give it more to be safe. You only have a short time period before the energy collapses in on itself. After 5 minutes, it'll dissipate, and your opportunity will be gone." "But it will kill them?" Devrin pressed. Tremerius nodded. "It'll kill anything within reach, no matter what form they are in. Every living thing uses energy, and this is like an energy magnet. Once inside its hold, there is no escape."
"Good to know,"
Tarek said.
"We'll be careful."
"I assume as much," Tremerius replied. He held out a hand to Shathran. "And now, my dear Shathran, can we talk about the sadness I see in your eyes?" Shathran looked as though she would refuse for a moment, but tears glimmered in her gaze, and she nodded. Tremerius slipped her arm through one of his and led her away up the hall. The rest of the crew exchanged glances. "I didn't think she'd go with him," Devrin said.
"I thought she despised him,"
Tarek echoed.
"Sometimes a girl needs to be reminded after a loss that she is still alive,"
Hiron said. Everyone stared at the Talistan. He shrugged his shoulders.
"What? I have 15 sisters. I understand these things."
They touched down at Beatrice a few short hours later. The crew walked Tremerius down the loading dock to say goodbye. Tremerius took Liora's hand. "Thank you, graceful Liora, for giving me something beyond the Coalition to believe in. Trust me when I say that your kindness despite your past has shown me that each of us chooses how we impact the macrocosm, instead of being pawns in someone else's game. I will forever be at your beck and call," he promised. "Thank you," she told him. "And thank you for giving my race hope." He nodded. "Anything for the gorgeous Damaclan queen." Tremerius turned to Shathran. "Shathran, my princess, my true love, I have a question for you." He looked at the group watching them. The Kratos crew and Brandis fell back to give them some space, but everyone's attention stayed on the pair. Shathran watched Tremerius with a torn expression, as though she knew what he was going to say, and didn't know how she felt about it.
Her purple hair had been styled for the first time since Stone had been killed, and Liora noticed that her makeup was fresh. There was a small smile on the woman's face as she watched the Artidas.
Shatharin, you have been unhappy, and your unhappiness makes me unhappy. I have so much love for you, my dear. I could make your life wonderful. I made a grave mistake when I hurt you in the past. I should never have let you go, and I've regretted it every moment of these long, long months. Being apart from you and having you mad at me after all the memories and love we shared together has killed me. You are so beautiful, smart, and witty. He took a breath and said, I would be honored if you would stay here with me and be my wife.
O'Toole gasped from beside Liora, and her fingers linked with Zran's. The Zemarian pulled her close with a smile. Devon stood near them. The Kratos captain didn't say a word, though if Shatharin accepted the proposal, she would leave the Kratos without an exterior analytical specialist. Instead, there was a softness around his eyes, and his smile that said he wouldn't interfere no matter what she chose to do. Tarek exchanged a glance with Liora. A corner of his mouth twitched, and he held out his hand. She slipped her fingers into his. The rush of warmth that ran up her arm made her smile. He pulled her close, and they turned their attention to the pair.
Stay with you, Umbratress?
Shatharin repeated in amazement. She glanced at Devrin, then back at Tremarius.
I would have to leave the Kratos.
Tremarius waited silently, not pressuring her. Shatharin looked around at the small dirt landing pad, surrounded by purple-leafed trees. The orange sky glowed, and a breeze ruffled the dark blue grass at their feet.
It's beautiful here, she said. I used to dream about settling down somewhere like this.
She gave Devrin an apologetic look.
I want to be a wife and mother in my own home.
The captain nodded with a warm smile. Shatharin turned back to Tremarius.
Are you sure you could put up with me? I tend to be a bit opinionated.
Tremarius put his hands on her arms and smiled down at her.
That's one of the many things I love about you,
he said. He gently brushed the fingers of his third hand along her cheek. Shatharin looked as though she wanted to laugh and cry at the same time.
I would love to marry you, she said.
The tears spilled free.
I would absolutely love to marry you.
A laugh escaped Tremarius, and he picked her up and spun her around.
I'm so happy, he said.
When there was a break in the hugging and kissing, the crew congratulated them.
I'm sorry to leave you before the mission is through, Shatharin said to Devrin.
He shook his head.
You have a new mission now. Besides, I'm not so sure we'll be heading back to the Coalition after this.
He looked at Tarek.
It seems it may be time to reevaluate what we're doing out here.
Tarek gave an accepting nod.
I'm going to miss you the most,
Shatharin told O'Toole. She gave her friend a hug, then turned an imperious stare on Zran.
You take good care of my girl.
I'll do my best,
Zran replied. He appeared unruffled by her command.
She's amazing.
Yes, she is,
Shatharin said. She turned to Liora.
I hope you find what you're looking for, my dear. The macrocosm is a big place, but you don't have to go alone anymore. You have a family now.
She gave Liora a hug. Liora surprised herself by hugging the woman back. She was going to miss the purple-haired humanoid's sassy ways and no-nonsense attitude. The ship would be emptier without her. Shatharin gave Hiron a hug, then turned to Tarek. She looked the human up and down and shook her head.
You're the one I've always worried about, she said, but I don't worry anymore.
She winked at him.
You found something bigger than your fear or pain.
She smiled at Liora.
Love truly can change your course in life. I know.
She put a hand on Tarek's arm.
Just don't let it go, Tarek. Whatever you do, don't let it go.
Her words appeared to catch him off guard. He looked from Shatharin to Liora.
You don't have to worry about that, he said.
In front of the crew, her brother, and Tremerius, Tarek swept Liora into his arms and kissed her soundly on the lips.
I love you, Liora Day,
he said when they parted. I love you, Tarek Donovan, she said, staring up at him and fighting to catch her breath. The crew cheered. Their claps and shouts echoed across the land.
You better send me a wedding invitation,
O'Toole told Shathran.
There won't be a wedding without my best friend at my side,
Shathran replied. She looked at the crew.
I expect to see all of you back here when we get the arrangements finished.
At Deverin's nod, Tremerius surprised him by giving him a hug.
A captain for a brother. I couldn't have asked for more.
When he let Deverin go, the captain stared at the Artidas.
I'm not Shathran's brother. Yes, you are, Tremerius replied. And now you're my brother as well.
The crew waved at Tremerius and Shathran from the windows of the Crow. It felt strange that Shathran wasn't among them. Yet looking down at them, standing arm in arm, and waving up at the starship also felt right. The smile on Leora's lips didn't fade until her thoughts turned to the mission ahead. If she could resolve the threat against the Damaclans, perhaps she too could embrace the happiness Shathran felt. Chapter 15. Liora didn't expect the emotions that assailed her when she set foot on Rallian. The stark brown dirt puffed up beneath her shoes, and the sun beat down from above, unforgiving and glaring in the harsh singe weather. She shielded her eyes and looked up at the jagged plateau above them. The waterfall that ran in the wet season would be dry, yet she ached for the sound of it splashing on the rocks below. The same rocks Vogan had jumped into on a dare and broken his tooth. Her thoughts flashed to the memory of Vogan beneath her knife, his eyes wide as she took his life and claimed her place in the clan. The next day, the Nameless Ones had killed everyone she knew, gaining strength from the fear and pain they inflicted on those with whom she had grown up. The bodies had littered the road before her, blood flowing to color the sand dark brown. They were bodies that needed to be avenged, souls taken before they were ready. Liora pushed the memories away. She would avenge her clan, but to do it, she needed to have a clear mind. It was going to be dangerous. Deverin, Tarek, and Brandis maneuvered the Omne Occasus case to the middle of the square. The bones where the slain Damaclans had lain were long gone, dragged away by creatures from the land and air. Liora saw a weathered skull half buried in the dirt near the crumbling wall of one of the houses. It was a small skull, too small to have belonged to an adult. Liora clenched her jaw and turned her attention to the task at hand.
So we wait for them to come, and we shoot the orbs. They're sucked in and we're done, right?
Hiron asked. He glanced over his shoulder. Fear showed in his eyes as he searched the vacant city for signs of the Nameless Ones.
Nothing is ever that easy, Tarek told him. But you can hope. That's the plan, at least.
It'll work, Deverin said.
It has to.
Liora thought of the Damaclan ships that orbited Rallian. The hope was that in bringing everyone together, the Nameless Ones would gather back on Rallian for the orbs and the power they contained. The hope of all the families in the starships above relied on the orbs working as Tremerius had said they would. A nearly imperceptible sound made the hair stand up on the back of Leora's neck. They're coming, she said quietly.
Fall back to the ship,
Deverin ordered. Liora backed away slowly. She heard the others retreat to the safety of the Crow. She had to stay. They would come to her. She was the one they had prophesied would bring them the orbs. She was the key to the end of it all. Maybe she could make that happen.
She's back,
a voice rasped. It sounded weaker than the last time she had heard it.
She's brought the orbs,
another said.
Liora,
a voice hissed in her ear.
The girl from the stars.
The others took up the chant. Chills ran up and down Leora's body at the nearness of their voices. She swore they were inside of her instead of outside, flowing around her and through her, stealing the soul they said she didn't have.
"Liora!"
Tarek called. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Devrin and Brandis restrain Tarek inside the open hatch of the Crow. If being around the Nameless Ones was dangerous for her, it would be death for him. They didn't care about stealing another life. All they wanted was power. She would give it to them. "I brought the orbs to you," she said. She heard approving sounds from the Nameless Ones. The hisses and moans set her teeth on edge. She walked slowly to the case in the middle of the square. Blinding light glinted off the metal, burning into her retinas. She hoped it wouldn't be the last thing she would see. Liora threw the lid of the Omne Occasus off and stepped back. The glow of the black and green orbs filled the box and spilled over. Liora swore she could feel the power emanating to where she stood.
"They're even more beautiful than I remember,"
one voice said.
"Feel the power,"
another called. Liora backed away slowly toward the Crow. A glance behind her showed the crew raising their guns to shoot the orbs and let the energy free. She had to get enough space between her and the orbs, and they had to shoot them before the Nameless Ones caught on that the energy was wrong. Liora turned and started to run.
"Duck!"
Devrin yelled. Liora dropped to her stomach. The percussion of shots rang above her. She put her arms over her head, expecting the explosion to send debris to the ship. The explosion didn't happen. Instead, a strange humming sound filled the air. Liora glanced up at the crew. They stared past her at the square. Liora rolled over slowly and looked toward the Omne Occasus. Her heart skipped a beat. The Nameless Ones had forms. They stood near the box, their hazy arms crossed and red eyes glowing. The leader glared at her with a gaze that promised fiery pain before death.
"You lied to us,"
the leader hissed.
"You betrayed us,"
another whispered. Leora's eyes focused on the source of the humming sound. The bullets from the guns fired from the Crow were caught in the air, frozen halfway to the orbs. If they couldn't destroy the casing around the orbs, there would be no chance of defeating the Nameless Ones. Liora grabbed the silver knife Tarek had given her and rose to her feet. She took a step forward. Tarek grabbed her arm, his grip one of iron.
"I'm not going to let you sacrifice yourself," he said.
"I have to stop them," Liora fought back.
"Not this time,"
Tarek replied. A click sounded. Liora looked down to see the handcuff Tarek had fastened around her wrist. He spun and hooked it onto the rung beside the Copper Crow's door. "No!" Liora protested. Tarek kissed her. At the same time, he slipped the knife free from her hand.
"I love you,"
he said. He took off running toward the Nameless Ones. His attack surprised them. At first, it appeared that they would let him reach the orbs. Their red gazes followed his path from the Crow. As he drew near, the leader's eyes narrowed.
"Drain him dry,"
the Nameless One ordered in a hiss. "No!" Liora yelled. She fought against the handcuff. Devrin and Brandis tried to hold her back. She threw Devrin against the ship and elbowed Brandis in the stomach. The metal cut into her wrist. She didn't care. A yell made her freeze. She turned to see a Nameless One dive through Tarek's chest, tearing his skin with razor-sharp nails as it did so. Another barreled into his back, knocking him to the ground a few feet from the Omne Occasus. A cry of pain tore from Tarek as two other Nameless battered him, slicing huge rents down his sides. "Tarek!" Liora yelled. He looked back at her. She saw the pain in his gaze, along with the flickering of light. He reached for the side of the Omne Occasus. The leader let out a hiss and dove at him. Tarek reared backwards at the pain. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. He landed against the metal case, the knife held weakly in his hand. His face washed ash gray, and tears showed in his eyes. "No, Tarek!" Liora shouted. She fought against the handcuff like a wild creature. She had been caged for years in Malivian circus, yet she had never felt as trapped as she did watching the man she loved be torn apart by those who had destroyed her life. She had to fight back, but she couldn't. Tarek slumped forward, and his face disappeared from view behind the lid of the Omne Occasus. He stopped moving. Liora swore she heard a final breath escape his body. Tears flowed down her cheeks. "No, Tarek, no!" she pleaded. "Get up!" The leader of the Nameless Ones rose and turned to look at her.
"He's gone, soulless one,"
the leader hissed.
"He was weak and had little left to give. We took what he had, his memories, his fears."
The leader paused. Then a slight smile lifted the corners of his hazy lips.
"His love for you. It's gone, Liora, as a token of our anger against your betrayal. We have sucked away everything that made him what he was. He is an empty shell, worthless, useless. Your love is in vain."
"That's where you're wrong,"
the words croaked from Tarek. He lifted his hand and slammed the blade into the green orb, followed by the black one. A burst of power shoved him backwards. He fell to the ground in front of the case, just as the black and green energies combined in a swirling force that battered against Liora and the crow.
"It's got me,"
a Nameless One yelled.
"I can't get free,"
another shouted. The leader stood defiant, its gaze on the swirling vortex, as if angry that the orbs dared to threaten its existence. At first, it appeared that the energy wouldn't be strong enough to capture the Nameless One. It watched as the rest of its kind was pulled into the vortex and snuffed out one by one, the red eyes fading until they vanished in the swirl of black and green. The leader turned to Liora.
"You are one of us, Liora. You were meant to be with us. You owe us, and I will take you and make you suffer for my brethren. You will scream and cry, and yet I will rend the skin from your bones. You will writhe and beg, and I will carve our names into your body until you implore me to take your life. And still I'll—"
The Nameless One's voice slowed. Its red eyes flickered to the right. Its hand splintered, shredding as it was pulled into the vortex. A gasp of pain came from the leader as its shoulder, and then chest, followed. It spun to face the vortex and was yanked forward. It circled once through the black and green energy.
"Liora!"
it began. But whatever the Nameless One wanted to say was cut off when its red eyes vanished, and the energy no longer contained the haze of the Nameless. The vortex swirled for another few seconds. Leora's heartbeat pounded loudly in her ears. She couldn't see anything past the swirl of green and black that took up the entire square. It was much larger than Tremerius had predicted, and took longer to fade. When it did, Liora expected to see Tarek's body gone the way the Nameless Ones had vanished, their entire energy sucked into the vortex. Instead, he lay motionless behind the box, one arm flung over his face and red streaking his body. "Let me free!" Liora yelled. She struggled against the handcuff. Devon could barely get the key into the lock. The second it opened, Liora was running across the ground. She fell to her knees next to Tarek. Devon, Brandis, and Hiron reached her as she rolled Tarek over, pulling his head onto her lap. His face was pale, paler than she had ever seen it. Dirt clung to the blood beside his mouth. She brushed it away with gentle fingers. No breath fluttered against her hand. She leaned down and listened, but no sound escaped his lips.
"Why is his body still here?"
Hiron asked.
"Tremerius said everything would be sucked into the vortex."
Maybe the box shielded his body from the brunt of it, Brandis replied quietly. But they still got him,
Devrin said. The words were filled with pain at seeing his best friend so battered and still. Dirt puffed from beneath Devrin's knees when he dropped beside Liora. "Tarek," she said softly. Everything else fell away. The orbs, the ship, Rallian, the crew members, her brother. Nothing mattered but the still face of the man she loved, lying without life. His head pillowed in her lap and his hands lifeless at his sides. Her knife, the one he had purchased for so many bars and given to her as a token of how much he cared about her, lay beside him on the ground. The sight broke her heart. "Tarek, come back to me," she whispered. Devrin set a hand on her shoulder. Liora barely felt it. She refused to believe Tarek was gone. He had given her a life and a reason to live it. He had filled her heart with love and showed her what the value of love really meant. When he pulled her from the bog on Verdun, he had made her promise that they would live together or die together. Now he was going back on that promise. He was going to leave her alone, as he had made her vow to never leave him. His love would be gone the way the Nameless Ones had said. The Nameless Ones would win once again. And through them, so would Obruo. He had struck one last dagger to her heart, and in doing so, had truly destroyed everything she had to live for. "Live together or die together," she whispered. "What?" Devrin asked. Liora closed her eyes. "Live together or die together," she thought toward Tarek. Either way, at least she would be with him. Liora gathered her energy together, the life force that made blood pump through her veins and air fill her lungs. She found the force that created the thoughts in her mind and the love in her heart. She gathered the very energy of her soul, the soul the Nameless Ones had said she didn't possess. She found the flicker that made up her very being and that drove her to live despite all she had been through. Liora gathered all of the energy that made up her life. She heard members of the crew calling her name, but they were muted and faint, a vague pulsing beyond her concentration. Liora took one last breath and pushed with more force than she had ever used before. She felt the energy run from her hands into Tarek's chest, where she had searched desperately for a heartbeat. A gasp escaped her as her heart skipped a beat, then another. "Tarek," she pleaded. "Tarek, come back to me." She fell backwards, and gentle hands caught her. The last thing she remembered was the feeling of the sun beating on her eyelids, the sun that had seen her first breath and now witnessed the final beating of her heart. Chapter 16. The soft beeping was familiar. Liora opened her eyes to see the ceiling of the Kratos medical bay. "How are you feeling?" Devrin's soft voice made her turn her head. She smiled at the concern in his dark eyes. His brown hair was mussed, and there were shadows under his eyes, as though he hadn't slept. "I feel all right," she said. Devrin's eyes flickered past her. Liora followed his gaze. At the sight of Tarek lying motionless in the next bed, the memory of what had happened on Rallian came rushing back. "Tarek!" Liora called. She shoved to her feet, then teetered unsteadily.
"Easy, Liora,"
Devrin told her. He caught her arm and held her up. When she refused to sit back down, he helped her to the chair beside Tarek's bed. Liora studied the monitors, wishing she had asked Tarek what the numbers meant. "Is he going to be okay?" Devrin didn't reply. When Liora looked up at him, she saw the same fear in his eyes that gripped her heart.
"Brandis's medical team were in and out of here all day yesterday. They said there's nothing else we can do but wait. I can call them if you want to talk to them."
Devrin reached for the wall panel. "No, that's all right," Liora told him. her voice quiet. She watched the rise and fall of Tarek's chest. The monitor near his head gave soft, steady beeps. She slipped her hand into Tarek's, careful not to dislodge the tubes that connected the IV at his wrist. "Oh, Tarek," she whispered.
You were out for 2 days, Devon said. They were going to hook you up to IVs, too, but your vitals started to improve this morning, so they decided to wait.
He was quiet for a moment. Then he said,
I'm really glad you're awake.
The details were fuzzy in Leora's mind. She looked up at Devon. What happened on Rallion? Devon studied the floor. His brow furrowed, as if the memories he saw weren't pleasant.
After Tarek sacrificed himself to break the orbs, the Nameless Ones were pulled into the energy tornado, or whatever it was. They fought to get free, but they couldn't. I thought Tarek would be gone, sucked in just like the Nameless Ones had been. He rubbed the back of his neck with one hand. But his body was still there. I unlocked your cuffs. He swallowed and looked at her. I'm sorry about that, Liora. Tarek had told me before that if there was a chance for your life would be in danger, he was going to stop you. He made me promise that I would help him.
His voice was quieter when he concluded.
He said losing you would kill him.
Liora touched the bandages at her wrist where the handcuff had cut into her skin. I understand, she said. You were being a good friend.
I couldn't bear to lose you any more than Tarek,
Devon replied. When Liora met his gaze, Devon's dark eyes held emotions she wasn't prepared to face. There was love there. It was different than the intensity of Tarek's, but it was unmistakable. Devon, Liora began. He shook his head and forced a smile.
I'm just glad you're all right. Now, if only we can get Tarek to wake up.
He turned his attention to his friend.
I reached him right after you did. He wasn't breathing. You wouldn't let him go.
His voice choked off. When he continued, his words were tight.
There was blood everywhere, and his heart wasn't beating. I thought he was dead.
He paused, then said,
But you wouldn't let him go. You fought us off, and then you did something. I felt it. Something pushed us back like the energy from the orbs. And then you were unconscious, and Tarek started breathing again.
He paced to the other end of the room, as though he needed to clear his head. When he returned, he gave a little smile.
We transferred both of you here to the Kratos when we returned to Corian, because I felt you would be more comfortable in a medical bay you'd recognize. Tarek always loved it here.
Liora set a hand gently on the bandages on Tarek's chest. His wounds had been cleaned and stitched. She knew he wasn't the type to take it easy for his injuries to heal. She told herself that sleep would be the best thing for him. She could only hope that he would eventually wake up. The sorrow on Devon's face ate at her. She searched for something to say. I hear Tarek wasn't too happy when your father promoted him to chief medical officer. A smile tugged at the corners of Devon's lips.
No, he wasn't. In fact, he was so mad he almost left the Kratos for good.
What made him stay? Devon's smile deepened.
The Kratos is home for both of us. We got into a battle with revolutionaries, and after Dad left our last medical officer on a Galded because he was using the painkillers instead of giving them to the injured crew, Tarek was the only one skilled enough to take care of the wounded. He kind of fell into the role without thinking about it, and then he couldn't deny it.
Devon was quiet for a moment. The door to the medical wing slid open, and 2 women with red H's on their white hats came inside. They paused at the sight of Liora sitting next to Tarek. I'm glad to see you well, one of the women said with a kind smile. Thank you, Liora replied. I'm grateful for all you've done for both of us. The woman nodded. We'll tend to Tarek now, if that's okay with you. Yes, please, she replied. When Devon turned to Liora, he had an expression she couldn't read.
Liora, can I show you something?
She nodded. All right. When she rose, he reached out a hand to steady her, but she shook her head. I feel stronger, thank you. It was true. Sitting had helped her regain her bearings, and she felt mostly like her old self, if just a little tired. Liora wasn't thrilled about leaving in her medical gown, but the Ventican outfit she normally wore was nowhere to be seen. She made a mental note to ask the nurse about it when she returned. Liora glanced back once before they left the medical wing. The sight of Tarek lying motionless in the bed gripped her heart in a fist. His voice echoed in her head.
Live or die, Liora. We fight our battles together. Promise me.
Keep fighting, Tarek, she whispered. Don't you give up on me. Liora followed Devrin up the hallway.
Zran's asked to take over for Shathrin,
Devrin told her as they walked.
I found him to be a fast learner. He'll be a competent exterior analytic specialist.
A smile crossed his face.
And I don't think O'Toole will mind too much.
Me either, Liora replied. The thought of Zran becoming a member of the Kratos crew warmed her heart. Instead of heading to the bridge, Devrin paused at the first door along the crew quarters wing. Liora had never been inside the captain's rooms. When the door slid open, she stared at the massive chamber. All the luxuries of a homestead ship were represented in the beautifully upholstered couches, the fine golden wood detailing, the gilded mirrors, and the intricate end tables fastened to the floor in case of zero-gravity conditions. Liora could only imagine the grandeur of the adjoining rooms.
Technically, I was supposed to take over these rooms when I became captain,
Devrin said. Liora turned to see him studying a picture in a gilded frame on the wall above the faux fireplace. The picture was of his father, Captain Rias Metis, standing on a platform. Devrin stood on his right and Tarek on his left. Both boys wore their full coalition uniforms and bore the youthful look of recent graduates. Captain Metis had a proud smile on his face and his hands on each of their shoulders.
I guess I felt like taking over these quarters would be accepting the fact that he's gone,
Devrin said quietly, without taking his eyes from the photograph.
Tarek said since I'm captain, I can do whatever I want, including leaving these rooms as a symbol of respect for my father, if I wanted. I think we both liked the thought of it staying the way Dad had left it.
I wish I'd known him, Liora said honestly.
He would have liked you, Devrin told her with a smile. After he got over the Damaclan thing, he winked.
Liora laughed. The first and only time she had met Captain Metis was when he found her in Devrin's quarters after his son had freed her from Olivian's circus ship. The Kratos had been under siege from the revolutionaries, and Captain Metis had thrown them in the brig to deal with them at a time when the Kratos wasn't under threat. Unfortunately, it had also been the same battle in which the captain had been killed.
He respected inner strength, Devrin continued, and you're the strongest person I know. He would like you as much as my mother does.
That made Liora smile. How is Mrs. M doing?
She's happy,
Devrin replied.
Your father gave my mother and Chiari a home on Corian. My mother would never be content living on someone else's charity, so he arranged for her to work at the merchant hospital. She's busy and happy to be.
How about Chiari? Devrin glanced at her.
You're kind to ask about her.
He gave her a searching look.
I know she threw herself at Tarek on Verdun.
It was none of my business, Liora began.
Devrin shook his head. Of course it's your business. You love Tarek, and that means more than the macrocosm to me. I just want you to know that hurting Chiari by rejecting her about killed Tarek. After all he's been through, the thought of causing anyone else heartache is what has made him close himself off. But all he could talk about was you. He said when Chiari kissed him, he wished it was you. When he realized you saw the kiss, it broke his heart.
Devrin glanced at her.
He told me about seeing you hit the side of the ship you guys stole from the Calypsan. He said it was unlike anything he had ever seen before. You were so precise and so lethal. He grinned. He said he was actually scared of you for a moment.
Liora laughed. It felt good to talk about Tarek like he might walk into the room at any moment. She had to believe that he would wake up. She wouldn't let herself think otherwise.
Kiari's doing good,
Devon continued.
She's helping Mom and might take night classes in botany. She said she's getting tired of dealing with blood and figured plants would be easier.
She has a point, Liora replied. Plants don't cause wars.
Unless you're a Calypsan and your ship full of grass gets stolen.
Liora grinned. For the record, we borrowed it with the intention of not returning it, and that ship smelled like it was made of rice grass. It was suffocating. Devon chuckled.
I'll bet Tarek enjoyed that.
He complained as much as I did. Devon's smile faltered. Liora knew he worried about Tarek waking up as much as she did. Neither of them could bear the thought of what would happen if he slipped from his coma into something final.
This is the reason I brought you here,
Devon said.
I found this yesterday. I couldn't stand waiting to see if either of you would wake up, so I wandered in here. I reached up to straighten this frame.
He performed the action.
And this fell out.
A little black square dropped into Devon's hand from behind the picture frame. Without a word, Devon pressed it into the reader on the wall. Captain Metis's face appeared. He looked tired but intent.
I have been given orders from the Coalition to recover an object from planet F-104 of the Cetus Dwarf Galaxy. Further research into the object has shown it to be an Omne Occasus, a galaxy imploder.
He paused and rubbed his eyes with one hand, as if the next words were painful to say. When he looked up, determination filled his gaze.
I am the 4th generation of Coalition captains through the Metis family. I have been schooled in discipline and battle tactics, protocol and political etiquette, but honor and the knowledge of right and wrong come from my heart and the teachings of my father.
His gaze sharpened.
Colonel Lefkin, I will not deliver the Omne Occasus into the hands of the Coalition. No one should own that kind of power. If your intentions are to keep the Omne Occasus so that the revolutionaries, Catulans, pirates, or scabs don't get a hold of it, then you won't try to stop me from destroying it. If your intentions are to use the Omne Occasus for your own means, then may mercy be with you. This is the last transmission you will have from me until after the Omne Occasus is dealt with.
The screen went dark. Why would he make a copy of his transmission? Liora asked. Devon looked back at her.
The only thing I can think of is he had his suspicions about how Colonel Lefkin would react, and he wanted to prepare whoever followed in his footsteps for the Colonel's orders.
He knew you would be next, Liora said.
He hoped,
Devon replied. I know he'd be proud that you succeeded in destroying the Omne Occasus, Liora told him.
He would be happy to know that the Metis captains have continued for another generation, and that I don't follow orders blindly, regardless of the fact I might be the last Metis captain in our line, ever.
He paused, then gestured toward the screen with a small smile.
I think you would be proud.
A thought lingered in Leora's mind. Who are the Catulans that he mentioned?
I'm not sure.
Devon pulled the card from the reader and placed it back behind the frame.
I have Hiron researching that as we speak. I've never heard of them before.
Me either, Liora replied. It was strange to find a race she had never heard of. She had crossed the macrocosm in Malivian's circus. At least some form of every race had seemed to present itself, either within the circus or as a spectator. Devon leaned against the back of one of the finely upholstered couches.
It's just nice to know I made the right choice.
Liora smiled at him. You saved an entire galaxy, not to mention the Damaclan race. You made the right choice on your own. Your father would be very happy about the type of son he raised.
For the record, I had plenty of help in making the decision,
Devon said. He crossed his arms and gave her a searching look.
Speaking of fathers, yours has been very worried about you. I don't think us returning with his daughter on her possible deathbed was what Senior Commandant Day expected when we left. He's been beside himself.
The thought of talking to her father after all that had happened made Liora anxious. For some reason, the situation that should have been so normal set her on edge. Devrin put a hand on her arm.
I can come with you,
he said quietly. Liora realized how closely he watched her. She forced a smile and shook her head. He's my father, right? I'll be fine. She made her way to the door.
He sent over a package with a note that said it was for you when you awoke. I had O'Toole put it on your bed.
Thank you, Liora told him.
You look strained, Devrin said. Are you sure you don't need some more rest before you go see him? After all you've been through, you deserve it.
She nodded. I'll be fine. As soon as I'm done talking to him, I'll be back to see how Tarek's doing. I'd like to be there when he wakes up.
Tarek's lucky to have you,
Devrin replied. Liora watched him, wondering if Devrin felt any jealousy or hostility toward his friend. Instead, she found only pure concern. He smiled at her and said with honesty, bright in his eyes,
If he pulls through, it's because you gave him something worth living for.
He did the same for me, Liora said. Thank you for being such a good friend. She walked through the door to the hall. The sound of her bare feet on the tile echoed back at her, muted thuds within the hallway that had become her safe place, her home. Liora put a hand to the panel beside her door. It slid open to reveal the small room with O'Toole's paintings on the walls. A package wrapped in Corian blue and tied with string sat on her bed. A little card on top had been written in a firm hand. For Officer Liora Day, SS Kratos, with care, Senior Commandant Julius Day. The note brought a small smile to Leora's lips. She realized it was the first time she had ever seen her father's handwriting or heard his given name. She pulled on the string, and the wrapping opened to reveal a sheath on top of a pile of cloth. A knock sounded on Leora's door. She pressed the panel for it to open. O'Toole stood there. The small green-skinned woman gave her a big smile.
I'm so glad you're awake,
she exclaimed, hugging Liora.
I've missed you. I've missed Tarek, and I've missed Catherine so badly, I barely know what to do with myself. Thank goodness for Zran.
Devrin told me Zran's part of the crew now, Liora said. O'Toole nodded happily.
Isn't it wonderful? He's so grateful. He's been studying the policies and procedures manuals non-stop since the captain offered him the position.
She glanced behind Liora at the bed.
Did you get a gift?
Liora stepped to the side so she could come in. It's from my father. O'Toole entered the room, her eyes on the package.
What is it?
I was just opening it, Liora replied. She walked back to the bed and picked up the sheath from on top. A closer look showed that it was the same type of sheath Brandis wore on his forearm beneath his shirt sleeve. She pulled out one of the two blades to check its sharpness. She gave an appreciative nod. It's a nice knife. She glanced at O'Toole. Should I be concerned that whenever I receive a gift from anyone, it's a weapon? O'Toole took the knife from her. She tested it as well and smiled.
Don't think of this as a knife.
At Leora's quizzical expression, she held up the blade.
This is a metaphor. Those who love you know what it's taken for you to get here, and they want to enable your ability to stay. You have fought every second of your life. They are offering what they can to aid in that fight.
She handed Liora the blade back. Liora slipped it into the sheath and fastened it on her left forearm. It fit securely against her skin and wouldn't snag when she moved. O'Toole pointed to the rest of the package.
What's that?
Liora picked it up. A closer look showed that the cloth was Vantican, like the outfit the Zemarian woman had given her. She lifted up the top. The cut was different from the outfit she had worn before. The hem was crafted in Corian blue. The design was form-fit, and there was detail work along the neckline. Gloves in the same material sat on a pair of pants with a matching hemline. O'Toole whistled.
Van Teeken, she said. I don't know if I've ever seen anything so rare.
Liora didn't point out that what she had worn before was of the same material. The armored clothing was made by the gray furred race from Horth. It was supple, yet contained an armored weave that offered far more protection than a regular uniform. Its cost was far beyond anything she had ever earned. Yet here she was, looking at the second complete outfit she apparently now owned.
Liora,
O'Toole said. Liora looked at her.
You're going to see your father, right?
Liora nodded.
Let me do your hair,
O'Toole offered. At Leora's surprised look, she said with a smile,
It's a bit of a mess. I don't have Shathran's skill with scissors, but I'm a fair hand with a comb and an iron. Shathran always said a girl with good hair can make it anywhere.
Liora glanced in the mirror near the washroom door. Her dark hair was below her shoulders and a mess. The slight curls she usually kept under control tangled around her face.
Please?
O'Toole begged. Liora met her gaze in the glass.
I'm a bit lost without Shathran,
O'Toole admitted.
I could use a little girl time.
Leora's heart went out to her. She finally nodded. Me too. O'Toole shrieked and hugged her again. She dropped her hands quickly.
Oh, sorry. I forgot you don't like hugs. Can I still do your hair?
Liora smiled. Hugs aren't that bad. She followed O'Toole down the hallway with the thought that having a female friend wasn't such a terrible thing. Chapter 17. Liora put her hand to the reader on the SS Eos. The moment the door opened, the man with the shaved head and easy smile appeared. Hello, Malden, Liora said. His smile grew at her use of his name.
Greetings, Officer Day. Where would you like to go?
To my father's office. Malden gave a short nod and led the way down the hallway. He spoke quietly into his wrist communicator, and as soon as they crossed through the Eos, a hovercraft was waiting to take them to the senior commandant's office. Liora appreciated Malden's lack of questions. He pointed out small areas that he thought might be of interest to her, like the fuel cell recycling station and the automatic uniform repair units, where workers shoved torn or stained uniforms into the vat and they came out a minute later, pressed and like new. He didn't ask questions about her destination, and he didn't seem to mind if her attention wasn't on the objects he spoke of. The hustle and sound of the merchant capital filled the air with ringing metal, shouts, machinery, hover vehicles of every type imaginable, men and women of a myriad of races running, walking, climbing, or carrying items to their destinations, and vehicles on rails rushing above them, carrying supplies and people at speeds which astounded Liora. There was so much happening, it was overwhelming. Liora wondered if she should have taken Devrin's suggestion to get some more sleep. Her mind was having a hard time processing everything she saw, especially considering her anxiety about what was to come. She forced her thoughts to slow and concentrated on their path. Malden must have read her expression, because he leaned closer so she could hear him above the bedlam and said,
Don't worry, Officer Day. You'll get used to it. It's a bit overwhelming at first, but it's home. You'll come to love it.
Liora looked at him. There was true affection in Malden's eyes when he spoke of the Quarian capital. She nodded. I'll get used to it. And please, call me Liora. I'm not a coalition officer anymore. She paused at the thought. I guess none of us really are.
Perhaps I should call you Commandant, like your brother,
Malden suggested. Liora shook her head. I'm not a fan of titles. Liora works just fine.
As you wish, Malden replied. Thank you for the honor.
When they stopped at the wide double doors with 2 guards in front, Malden held up a hand to help her down from the hovercraft.
Liora, if you need me, simply press your hand on any reader on Quarian or the Eos.
He tapped his wrist communicator meaningfully.
It will notify me, and I will be there immediately."
"Thank you," Liora said, surprised by his attentiveness. His tone wasn't one of reluctance. He actually sounded as though he wanted her to summon him.
"It is my pleasure,"
Malden replied. He climbed back onto the hovercraft and left her with the guards. The men immediately put their hands to the panels on either side of the doors, and they slid open.
"Officer Day,"
each man said with a respectful nod when she passed. Liora refrained from correcting them. She wasn't sure how her father would feel about his men addressing her just as Liora, but no other title fit, and she didn't want to put on airs by assuming something she hadn't earned. A title signified respect, and she hadn't done anything to warrant the respect of the Quarian staff. She felt that the sooner the officer title was eliminated, the better. The door slid shut behind her. Liora was grateful for the silence of the long hallway. The thick red carpet sunk beneath her shoes. The white walls were pristine, and each window she looked through was perfectly spotless. The armed guards on the other side of the windows stood motionless as they watched the wide rooms of the Quarian Merchant Capital building and ensured the safety of those inside. She put a hand to one of the windows. The glass was thin, but felt strange beneath her fingers. Tiny lines ran within the panes, but they were clear and didn't mar the scene beyond. It amazed her that the glass could keep out the sound of the chaos beyond.
"It's tempered with diluvian spider webbing."
Liora glanced at the door at the end of the hallway. Her father stood there watching her. It again amazed her how much he looked like an older version of Brandis. His firm jaw and dark eyes belied the weathering of years and experience that had turned his hair gray and lined his face. He smiled at her.
"It's good to see you up. Malden said you were on your way over."
"I've never heard of diluvian spiders," Liora said, walking toward him.
"They're amazing," he replied. "I had the opportunity to see them weave in person once when we stopped in the Black Eye Galaxy. Their entire planet is made of webs. Nobody quite knows what the core is. I don't know a soul with a death wish big enough to find out."
He motioned toward his office.
"Care to have a seat?"
Liora followed him inside. The plush-red carpet, couches, and crackling fireplace felt comfortable. It was strange to think of the pandemonium just outside the walls. "I think I know why you've made this office a sanctuary," she noted as she sat on one of the couches. Her father nodded.
"It's organized chaos out there. I think if I didn't have this room, I would go insane listening to it all. I even have the guards trade shifts throughout the day to keep them from zoning out as well."
"Speaking of the guards, is there a way to get them to stop calling me officer?" Liora asked. She didn't know why that was the topic she chose to start with. It felt safe, simple, and she couldn't figure out how to say what she really wanted to.
"I understand through conversation with your captain that things with the Coalition have become hostile."
Her father gave her a searching look.
"How would you like the guards to address you? Commandant is something—"
Liora shook her head, and he stopped. "I don't need a title," she said. "I haven't earned one."
"You're my daughter, Liora,"
her father replied.
"You were born a commandant of Quarian."
"I was born a Damaclan," Liora replied. She regretted the words as soon as they left her mouth. "I'm sorry," she said quickly. "I don't know what's wrong with me. Nothing is coming out the way I mean it to." Her father's expression softened. He gave her an understanding smile.
"You just saved the Damaclan race from being wiped out, and as I understand it, by stopping the creatures you probably preserved other races as well."
His brow creased.
"Then you returned to Quarian unconscious, apparently having almost given your life for the man you love."
He sat up straight.
"Liora, you can do or say whatever you want. I'm just glad you're here in my office, able to talk to me."
His words caught her off guard. There was a fatherly warmth to them she wasn't used to. She shook her head. "You don't have to treat me like Brandis."
"What do you mean?"
Senior Commandant Day asked. Liora opened a hand. The black glove hid the scars that lined her palm and fingers. She kept her gaze on it. I mean, I'm not the daughter you would have raised if
your mother had stayed with me,
her father finished gently. She nodded.
Liora, will you look at me?
He asked. When she met his gaze, his dark eyes held hers, willing her to understand.
Liora, I loved your mother with all of my heart.
A wistful expression crossed his face.
Teneva was like a dream. She was beautiful, strong, confident.
He paused and smiled.
Much like you. I don't know why she gave me the time of day.
That brought a small smile to Leora's lips.
I met Teneva about a year after Brandis's mother passed away from consumption. I was devastated when she died, and was convinced I would never find another who could make me smile the way Rosaria did.
He sat back on the couch and crossed one leg on top of his knee. A smile spread across his face.
Then, I was in the middle of a run to Mayal's galaxy, and our ship got held up by Damaclans. This woman came on, and she was small, but with a temperament of such strength, I couldn't help but be awed by her.
He chuckled.
I gave the Damaclans whatever they wanted. All I could do was watch her as she stood there with her hands on her hips, glaring at everyone on the bridge. I had never seen anyone like her. Her tattoos were beautiful and fierce. Her demeanor was calm and commanding, and the huge Damaclans that towered above her bowed to her every whim and will. My crew was intimidated, and I didn't want her to leave.
The thought of her mother in the terms the senior commandant described brought a smile to Leora's lips. To her, Teneva had been the soft-spoken, quiet Damaclan queen who preferred to raise the finicky Rallian flowers on their roof, while Obruo kept the clan in check. To hear of her mother the way her father described her brought a new side to her Liora had never seen. For some reason, it made her happy to think of her mother in this new light.
She caught me staring, her father continued. She would glare at me, then look away. But when she looked back, I couldn't help but still be staring.
A sheepish expression crossed his face.
I think it bothered her that I wasn't afraid, but instead, in awe.
Then what happened? Liora asked. She used to wonder why her Damaclan mother had fallen for a human. Liora had shied away from her human heritage because of the weakness Obruo said it was. Yet seeing the merchant fleet, Corian, and the respect her father and brother garnered showed that in a different light. It made understanding her mother that much easier.
Well, I asked her if she would eat dinner with me before we left.
At Leora's stare, her father laughed.
I know. Asking a Damaclan to dinner can be considered a death sentence, but you have to remember that I was young, almost as young as your Tarek, and I was a romantic at heart. Fortunately, your mother was intrigued, and instead of having me killed, she agreed to dinner.
I'll bet that was an adventure, Liora said. Her father nodded.
Trust me when I say that my cook felt as though his life was on the line when he brought out the meal.
Liora laughed. Mother was never a picky eater.
Thank goodness, the senior commandant replied, or you wouldn't be here right now.
Liora smiled at the thought of her mother and Senior Commandant Day sitting in a Golden Condor's cafeteria, no doubt completely empty except for the pair, dining and talking while Damaclans raided the merchant ship.
She stole my heart in those moments, her father said. The way she looked at me, the way she spoke, I had no hope. She was beautiful, articulate, and had dreams far beyond the normal life of a Damaclan. At the end, she spoke of running away with me and leaving her Damaclan world far behind.
His smile faltered.
Yet she boarded her ship again after ordering the Damaclans to return everything they had scavenged. And she left me lost, yet found, empty, yet more full than I had ever been in my life.
Her father's communicator buzzed. He pressed a finger to his earpiece.
Speak.
Liora couldn't hear what was said on the other end, but her father's face paled and he sat up.
How long ago?
He listened for a moment.
Ready the 9s, the senior commandant replied. I'll be there shortly.
He stood.
I'm sorry, Liora, but I need to cut this short.
What's going on? Liora asked, rising with him. He shook his head.
You just got home. There's no need to involve you in this. It'll be dangerous and—
Don't do that, Liora cut him off. Don't try to protect me. My whole life before this was learning how to take care of myself. I don't need anyone else for that. She held his gaze. Dad, you say I'm a part of this place. Well, let me. You call it my home, then let me find my place here. The senior commandant's eyebrows pulled together.
That's the first time you called me Dad.
Liora hesitated. I heard Brandis say it. Is that all right? Her father nodded.
Definitely. I just didn't expect it.
He paused and then straightened, as if coming to a conclusion.
Liora, your brother's in trouble. Brandis was with a condor on the way to the Sagittarius dwarf galaxy when they got stopped by pirates. I think Catulans might be involved.
Liora stared at him. Did you say Catulans? He nodded.
Yes, why?
Devrin's father mentioned something about them in a transmission. I haven't heard of them before.
For good reason,
her father said, as he made his way to the door.
They're very dangerous. Your brother's crew can handle pirates, but Catulans are a different matter altogether.
Count me in, she replied. Her father paused with his hand in front of the palm reader.
Are you sure? Liora, you just got back. You were hurt, and I don't know if it would be a good idea to let you come along so soon. What did your crew medical specialist say?
The crew medical specialist is still unconscious, Liora replied. Her heart tightened. But if he was awake, he would know better than to argue with me when someone I care about is in danger. I'm coming along. The senior commandant appeared to realize there was no point in arguing. He put his hand on the reader, and the door slid open. Armed men and women fell in on either side of them.
Fine. It sounds like your brother can use all the help he can get. But you're flying with me.
He gave her a once-over, as if seeing her fully for the first time.
I'm glad you liked the outfit I had made.
Liora stepped into the waiting hovercraft beside him. Van Deeken cloth has saved my life more than once. I know better than to turn it away. Her father gave a sound of approval.
The one you were wearing when you came in looked a bit battered. I'm having it repaired by a specialist from Horth.
Liora took a seat, and the craft sped forward. It was given to me by someone I hold dear. She was killed by Opruo when he blew up a Galdid searching for me. Senior Commandant Day gave her a straight look.
I'm glad that man is gone from your life for good. If I had any idea what he was doing to you, I would have intervened long ago, he told her.
It's okay, she replied. I am who I am because I survived. I have no regrets.
I do,
the Commandant replied.
And I plan to make it up to you.
The hovercraft sped through the wide, crowded utility rooms, then turned down a long, winding hallway. Lights checkered past overhead until Liora lost track of how deep they were going. At the last turn, the hovercraft slowed. A wide door slid up on their approach, and Liora stared at the huge room beyond. Chapter 18. Starships of a make Liora had never seen before lined the walls beneath the Capitol building. Black, sleek crafts and bulky ships with huge bellies sat beside hovering loaders and carts filled with cylindrical objects. Are those missiles? Liora asked. The senior commandant nodded.
We have come to a point where I can no longer rely on the Coalition for protection. Our travels are getting more and more dangerous the deeper into space we go, and the Coalition has left us to the mercy of the merciless,
on too many occasions for us to continue to trust them.
He motioned with one hand.
This is our new line of defense.
The hovercraft stopped in front of a sleek black spacecraft, shaped in the reverse of the backwards arrowhead design of the Coalition crafts. Liora climbed down beside her father, her eyes on the ship. She put a hand on the pointed nose.
The TDV-9s were made for maneuverability in both space and gravity-dictated environments. They're equipped with an array of missiles and other forms of firepower, and
the senior commandant pointed to a square object the size of a small room beneath the craft.
they have self-sustaining escape pods in case of an emergency. I'm quite proud of these.
What does TDV stand for? Liora asked him.
Tactical Defense Vehicle,
her father replied.
The 9s are one of our newest models.
What does the Coalition think about them? Liora asked. From what she had seen, the Coalition was very touchy about who owned weaponry in the macrocosm.
They don't know,
her father replied. He threw her a mischievous smile, looking for a moment just like Brandis.
And when they find out, they can shove their falcons where the stars don't shine.
A male Runite held out a helmet and an atmosphere suit.
For you, Officer Day.
Liora accepted them. Thank you. Her father gave her an apologetic look as he fastened the boots for his own suit.
We'll work on the officer thing when we get back. Or I can just make you an officer of something else.
Liora fought back a smile. That's all right. I wasn't the best officer. I don't exactly follow orders.
That's for sure.
Devrin! Liora said in surprise. He jogged up, already wearing an atmosphere suit from the Kratos and carrying a helmet in his hand.
I heard Brandis is in trouble. I came to help.
Senior Commandant Day gave a grateful nod.
Glad to have you along. The more pilots we have, the better.
Count me in, too,
Hiron called. The Talistan ran up to them, gasping for breath. The senior commandant eyed him up and down.
Are you sure?
Devrin nodded. He's my best pilot, he told Leora's father. He'll be an asset.
I trust you, Captain,
Senior Commandant Day replied.
Thank you for joining us.
The senior commandant turned to ask one of his men a question about the starships. Liora pulled Devrin aside. How's Tarek doing? The image of Tarek in the bed hadn't left her mind. She wanted to be with him, but she couldn't leave her brother in trouble if there was something she could do to help him.
The same,
Devrin replied with sorrow in his eyes.
There's nothing we can do but wait.
What if he wakes up and we're not there? Devrin met her worried gaze.
He'll know there was something we had to do that couldn't wait.
He put a hand on her shoulder.
He's going to be all right, Liora. We can't lose hope.
I haven't, she replied. I just don't want him to be alone.
The EOS nurses are there. He'll be well cared for until we return,
Devrin reassured her. But it didn't feel like enough. Liora had woken up with Devrin watching over her. The thought that Tarek would be tended to by strangers didn't sit well with her. Devrin read her concern.
I'll ask O'Toole and Zran to check in on him. I'm sure Officer Stram wouldn't mind keeping vigil as well.
He gave her a reassuring smile.
He'll be with friends. Don't worry.
Thank you, Liora told him.
This one's yours.
Liora looked up at the TDV-9 her father indicated. The starship appeared brand new. There wasn't a single mark on the black paint. The name Day's End had been painted in silver along the side. Day's End? Liora said.
Her father chuckled. My engineers have a sense of humor. That one was supposed to be mine because they're convinced anyone on the other side of this thing is going to die from either my flying or my bullets, but they decided to make me that one instead.
Liora followed his gaze to the ship across from hers. The craft was dark blue and nearly twice as large as the one she stood next to. Huge missiles showed in chambers along its sides. The name Doomsday had been painted in bold letters near the nose. What is that? She asked in amazement.
That's the TDV-10,
her father replied.
No one will get near me in that thing.
Devrin chuckled.
Glad to know you're on our side.
I know, right?
The senior commandant replied.
My engineers may have gone a bit over the top, but I like the name.
Ready,
a voice called from his communicator.
All pilots to the senior commandant.
A rush of about 20 pilots in atmosphere suits and with their helmets tucked under their arms hurried over. Leora's father gave them an assessing look.
All right, men, women, and...
Senior Commandant Day glanced at Liora.
Daughter, our mission is to rescue the SS Hyperion and get the crew, including my son, back safely. I've had word that there are Cthulhans present, so please be cautious.
Cthulhans, Liora heard Devrin repeat. Liora met his gaze. Father said it earlier, but I haven't had a chance to ask him about them.
I guess we're going to find out for ourselves,
Devrin replied. He pulled on his helmet.
Be careful, Liora. I'll see you out there.
Take care of yourself, Liora told him. He gave her a salute and jogged over to a TDV-9 named Obsidian's Wrath. Liora climbed into the day's end. The scent of new starship assailed her nose. The fact that she was going to take it out for the first time sent a rush of nervous energy through Liora. She had flown a few times, most controls transferred over between the Coalition crafts, but her father's engineers had definitely tweaked things from what she was used to.
Is the starter really just a print reader?
Hiron asked over the headset.
Yes,
her father replied.
Press your thumb to the reader and speak your name. The recognition system from the Quarian database will verify your identity and ask me for approval. Then I get to decide whether or not you're worthy to fly one of my multi-million-bar starships.
That's a lot of pressure,
Liora heard Hiron say over the headset. A couple of the other pilots chuckled. Liora put her thumb to the reader. Welcome, Liora Day, the ship said immediately. Day's end at your service. The voice caught Liora by surprise. Thank you, she replied. A few more laughs followed.
Report,
Senior Commandant Day ordered.
Bravin, checking in.
Zandon, checking in.
Toria, checking in. After the others had spoken, Leora's crew followed. She could hear the anxiety in Hiron's voice. She knew she and Devrin felt the same rush of uncertainty about battling pirates while flying unknown ships, but they hid it better than the Talistan.
Let's go,
the Senior Commandant said. His voice came over Leora's headset again.
I programmed Channel 2 for your crew so you can stay in touch. Switch to Channel 1 to communicate with the entire team. If you need to reach only me, use the third channel.
Got it, Liora replied. Thank you.
Liora?
Yes, Father? The sound of a smile showed in his voice when he said,
Take care of yourself.
I will, she promised. To Leora's surprise and relief, the TDV-9 system walked her through takeoff. She followed the other starships up a long ramp that opened to the night sky. As soon as she crossed a red light, the day's end instructed her to switch over to takeoff mode. The 9 surged forward, and she shot out into the sky. Within seconds, space surrounded the small fleet.
Well, none of them blew up. That's a good sign,
one of the pilots said.
That's not very reassuring,
Hiron replied.
Don't worry,
Leora's father told them.
These crafts have been tested 1,000 times over. They're battle-ready.
That's not very reassuring either,
Hiron said in a quieter voice.
Just stay on my 5, Devrin told him. You're the best pilot I know, and you've gotten the Kratos out of some very tight situations. Technically, you're the only pilot who's had battle experience,
another pilot said.
Oh, great,
Hiron muttered.
We're all doomed.
The pilots laughed again. The Senior Commandant's voice came over the headsets.
Pilots, prepare to jump. Program the coordinates into your systems.
These starships can transport? Devrin said in amazement.
Yes,
Leora's father replied.
It's a new system, based on the same science as the transporters throughout the macrocosm.
Each ship contains its own transportation system that will contract the space in front of the craft and expand the space behind it. Since only empty space is expanding and contracting, it can do so faster than the speed of light.
How do you power it?
Hiram asked with awe in his voice.
That's the catch, Senior Commandant replied. We use portable power cells.
Devrin whistled.
That's a bit pricey. It is, Senior Commandant Day replied, but it's worth it in situations where we need to cross multiple systems in seconds.
He paused, then said,
Just take care of your ships, please. They've been quite the investment.
You never do anything the easy way, a pilot said.
Is there an easy way?
The Senior Commandant asked. Everyone laughed.
Set your coordinates for SGR DSPH,
Leora's father instructed.
We'll be close to the Milky Way galaxy, so keep your eyes open for Coalition as well. They aren't going to be thrilled about the Nines.
Liora set the transporter's coordinates. A rush of apprehension ran through her at the thought of jumping in a starship instead of using an external system. She told herself it was the same thing as she watched the Black Nines in front of her vanish until she was the last one beside her father's TDV-10. The name Doomsday glowed in the reflection of her external lights.
Go ahead, Liora,
her father encouraged. See you on the other side, Liora replied. She slid the transporter power bar all the way forward. A green button lit up. She gritted her teeth and pushed it. The bone-chilling cold water sensation rushed over her. Then it was gone. Liora stared at the scene in front of her. At least 24 ships surrounded the Golden Condor SS Hyperion. Parts drifted from the sides of the giant starship, and liquids vented into space from damage along its hull. Several other ships had broken away from the pack and were firing on the Nines. Missiles sped through the air, and explosions burst like fireworks from deflective ammunition, only to vanish in the oxygenless void of space. What held Leora's attention were strange crafts that looked unlike anything she had ever seen before. Metal claws tore at the sides of the Hyperion from masses of scraps welded together in misshapen forms. There were huge hulking masses, and others much too small to house a pilot. The ferocity with which they shredded the sides of the ship was terrifying. The pirate crafts appeared to avoid them entirely.
What are those?
Hiram asked with a hint of fear in his voice.
Cthulhans,
one of the other pilots answered.
Living machines. They create themselves by using metal and anything else they scrap from other crafts. They'll tear a starship apart until there's nothing left, including the pilot.
There was a haunted tone in his voice when he said,
I've seen it happen. They have no respect for life.
I thought they had all been dismantled,
another pilot said.
I thought so too, the first replied. But there's been rumors of sightings in the outer galaxies. Apparently they were true. Lucky for us, a third said.
The Doomsday appeared next to Leora's craft.
Commandant Day, report,
her father commanded. Static followed. Then Brandis's voice answered.
They've come aboard.
His voice was tight.
We're fighting them in the corridors. I've lost a lot of crew.
He paused, then said,
Dad, the Cthulhans are inside too. Don't let them reach the bridge, the senior commandant replied. I've brought the fleet. I'll send half to the Hyperion, and the rest of us will disable the ships out here. Hang in there and try to keep safe.
Gunfire sounded, and Brandis's voice cut off.
Brandis!
Leora's father shouted. There was no reply.
Xandon, take your team and head to the Hyperion. Get inside by any means necessary. Contact me the moment you locate Commandant Day,
the senior commandant ordered.
Yes, Senior Commandant,
Xandon replied. I'm going with them, Liora said.
No,
her father refused.
We need all the help we can get out here. If they destroy the ship from the outside, there will be no saving the crew.
Liora knew her father was trying to protect her. Dad, I'm not a pilot. I'm a Damaclan. I'm better at fighting what I can reach. I need to be in there. Her father hesitated, then gave in.
Fine. Xandon, Liora will be your second. Yes, Senior Commandant, Xandon replied. Officer Day, glad to have you along. We'll fly around to the starboard side and see if the docking bay is open. If not, we'll make our own port.
Got it, Liora replied.
Be careful in there, Devrin told her. Don't take any chances.
Me? Take chances? Liora said. When do I do that?
Liora, Devrin replied in an exasperated tone. Tarek will kill me if anything happens to you.
I'll be careful, she reassured him. She maneuvered her ship to follow Xandon's. 8 other ships joined them. They fired at the crafts attacking the Hyperion as they circled around the hull. Huge gaps where the Cthulhans had already been showed in the massive ship's sides. How do you stop a Cthulhan? Liora asked.
Run away,
a pilot answered. The others chuckled as if it was an inside joke, but their laughter was strained.
In all seriousness, Xandon answered, Cthulhans aren't like other machines, the humanoid-made kind. We haven't figured out what makes them tick.
They have no central processor, another pilot chimed in. He fired at a pirate, and the missile blew up the small ship.
Got it.
How is that possible? Liora asked.
Not sure,
Xandon replied.
That's why they're so hard to destroy. But they do have to get power from somewhere. If you can find what source they're using, fuel cell, battery pack, generator, whatever, destroying the power source will stop them until another Cthulhan repairs the machine. Also, blowing them past the state of recognition helps.
He fired a missile at one clawing at the Hyperion, and it exploded. Liora shot at a Cthulhan burrowing into the far side of the ship. It hung there, blown in half for a moment. Then a claw rose, and it began to put itself back together. How do you stop them completely? There was mention that someone thought they were all dismantled.
That's how you do it, Xandon answered. You have to destroy them down to the last one. The problem is that they repair each other quicker than we can pick them off, so be careful.
Will do, Liora replied. Chapter 19. The docking bay was open. Either Brandis had readied the ship for them, or the pirates opened it so the others could get inside. Either way, the Cthulhans were swarming over the starships and other crafts inside the Hyperion. Several ships had already been dismantled completely, and body parts from slain members of the Hyperion crew floated in the zero-gravity environment. With no one else left to resist them, the Cthulhans took what they wanted, then moved on to the next craft. The speed with which they worked was chilling.
Pick them off,
Xandon ordered, firing nonstop at the machines.
I don't want anyone out of their ships until the Cthulhans are down. They have a knack for dismantling atmosphere suits. There's something about the oxygen recycling system they're drawn to.
The thought of having her suit cut apart in the unpressurized bay by the Cthulhan's claws sent a shiver down Leora's spine. She fired at 3. The moment they exploded, she aimed for 2 more.
There's one on my ship,
a pilot called out. Liora glanced back in time to see Xandon shoot a Cthulhan off the wing of a 9. 2 other Cthulhans immediately swarmed to the destroyed one and began to put it back together with their precise claws. Xandon shot them as well. Others rushed over.
Pestilence,
Xandon growled, firing at them. Liora sped past his ship. The vast docking bay of the Hyperion had plenty of room for maneuvering the 9. The ship responded immediately to her commands. She darted between docked crafts, shooting Cthulhans, then firing at those that swarmed to repair the machines.
It's never going to end,
a pilot called out. Liora turned her 9 to see another swarm of Cthulhans enter the bay.
Right, Xandon replied. Tridette, Marson, and Vray, stay here and pick them off. The rest of you, land as close to the internal doors as you can. We're going to have to make a run for it.
Liora followed him to the far side of the docking bay. Her heart pounded as she landed the 9 and prepared to run. The Cthulhans were far faster than they looked. She doubted her knives would be much help against one of their attacks.
Ready?
Xandon called out.
Ready,
his pilots responded. Liora unbuckled from the seat and put a hand to the hatch release. None of the Cthulhans appeared to have made it that far into the bay. Perhaps they would have a chance.
Go,
Xandon commanded. Hatches slid open, and pilots jumped down. Liora hit the ground and ran for the sliding doors. Xandon was already there. He punched in a code at the reader. It beeped, but refused to open. "They're coming!" a pilot shouted. Liora glanced behind her to see a dozen Cthulhans bearing down on them. Their outstretched claws and the strange grating humming sound that emanated from the machines sent a rush of adrenaline through her body. She drew her knives, ready to defend Xandon. A 9 cut around a dismantled craft and shot at the Cthulhans. Half of them fell. The others pounced on the machines, repairing them with swift efficiency. "Bought you a minute," the pilot said. "Get inside." "Working on it," Xandon replied into his communicator. "The code's not responding." He pushed a button on his helmet. "Senior Commandant, I need an override code for the door." Leora's father called out a series of numbers. Leora's heart pounded as she watched the Cthulhans piece their fallen comrades back together. At the rate they worked, all dozen would be repaired in no time. 2 were already showing signs of life again. "Got it!" Xandon called out. The door slid up. He stepped aside and motioned for his team to enter the open door. As soon as they were inside, he entered as well and pushed the pressurization switch. The door slid shut behind him, and the lights flashed. "When we get inside, stay together," Xandon told them. "We'll head to the bridge to get Commandant Day, then sweep the ship. Pirates may not fight with our discipline, but they will battle to the last breath. Take care that the breath is not yours." Several of the pilots nodded. They checked and rechecked their guns while they waited for the hold to finish pressurizing. Liora knew Cheree would scold her for not having a gun. Her fingers tightened on her knives. "Leave your helmets here so we can hear what's happening inside the ships, but keep your atmosphere suits on," Xandon said. "It'll give you one more level of defense against their claws. Short bursts of fire, and remember that we are inside a starship. Try to avoid shooting out any windows." He gave a meaningful look to the pilot who sat on Leora's right. "It was an accident," the pilot protested. "You always say that, Tanlia," another pilot pointed out. "I got carried away," Tanlia said. She hefted the gun she held. "It worked, though. It got rid of the merc, didn't it?" "It almost got rid of the rest of us," Xandon replied. "Good thing Creedon was fast with the shields." "Yeah, it was," Creedon said with a grin. "You're never going to let me live it down, are you?" Tanlia asked. "I saved your butt," Creedon replied. "I'll hang that over your head till the day I die." She pointed her gun at him. "I can make that a whole lot sooner." Everyone laughed. It seemed strange to Liora that they could joke while in the middle of a massive attack, but eyes shifted toward the door, waiting for the light to stop flashing. The pilots were alert and ready, yet the laughter seemed to calm their nerves as smiles flashed between them. The light went out, and the interior door beeped before it slid open to reveal a dark hallway. "Great," Xandon muttered. "They took out the lights. Leave it to pirates to be cliché." "I like the dark," one of the pilots said. "We'll move like ghosts. They won't know we're here." "Do you have to mention ghosts before we go into battle?" another pilot asked. "It seems like a bad omen." "Don't worry, Cray," a pilot answered as they walked down the hallway. "If I die, I'll come back to haunt you." "Just what I need," Cray replied. "Wayland's ghost, haunting me for the rest of my life. I'll never get a guy then."
"All right, you guys," Xandon said. "No speaking unless it's needed. We need to keep a low profile until we reach the bridge."
The crew walked carefully around several bodies that littered the hallway. "Then we can tear those pirate scum to pieces," Tanlia said.
"I hear that," Creedon replied.
Their footsteps sounded loud. "Where are all the people?" Cray whispered. She gestured to another body whose throat had been slit.
"I mean, besides the obvious ones."
"Hopefully hiding," Tanlia answered. "I'd hate for them to be caught by Cthulhans unarmed."
"Not that being armed helps much at small caliber," Creedon pointed out.
The body he stepped around still clutched a machine gun. The torso had been torn open and organs shredded. 2 others in similar conditions lay nearby. "I hear something." Everyone fell silent at Leora's words.
"Turn off your gun lights,"
Xandon instructed. Their footsteps became hushed whispers against the tiled floor. Liora heard the sound again, the grating and humming that made her nerves feel raw.
Cthulhu, Xandon said quietly. Reach the corner and spread out. If we can draw it past us, we can shoot it from behind. Hopefully, someone can find the power source.
Everyone did as their leader instructed. A pilot named Gunsa took a clip from his vest and chucked it down the hallway. The sound of it echoed along the corridor. The Cthulhu whirled around the corner, its deadly claws out and ready to destroy whatever it found.
Shoot!
Xandon yelled. Gunfire sparked in the darkness. Bullets ricocheted off the metal, and someone cried out in pain. Liora saw glimpses of the machine in the moments of light. It reminded her of the drones Colonel Lufkin had sent. Its claws clicked, ready to tear apart the flesh-and-blood creatures around it. "Wait!" Liora shouted. The rain of bullets paused. Liora lunged forward and drove her knife up through the bottom of the Cthulhu. A brief flash came from the machine, and it fell to the floor. Silence followed.
"What did you do?"
Xandon asked. Creedon switched on the light attached to the side of his gun and shined it at the machine. Liora shoved the metal creature over with her foot to reveal the knife embedded to the hilt into the battery. It needs to be accessible for the Cthulhuns to change it out, but the bullets weren't doing it any harm. Liora stepped on the metal machine and pulled her knife free. The flash of silver made her think of Tarek. Thanks to his gift, she might be able to protect her father's men. "So knives instead of bullets?" Tanlia asked.
Sounds like a good idea to me,
Waylon replied in a tight voice. Cray knelt beside him, patching up the bullet wound in his thigh.
"We're a danger to ourselves," Xandon said. "So yes, knives instead of bullets where the Cthulhuns are concerned. But for the pirates?" Creedon pressed. "Have at it," Xandon replied. When Waylon was ready, the team moved behind Xandon. Liora caught the leader's searching look several times. She had heard the Cthulhu first. He was counting on her to do so again. She concentrated ahead, her ears straining as they passed each long dark hallway. It was unnerving, waiting for pirates or Cthulhuns to attack. They had the element of surprise, yet the vastness of the Hyperion left finding their enemy a guessing game. Liora willed her muscles to relax and her hold on the knives to stay loose. "Cthulhu," she said softly. "You heard Officer Day," Xandon whispered to his team. "Spread out and create a diversion. Let her handle the knives. I don't need my team stabbing each other in this darkness." He paused, then said, "Creedon, go back down the hall and make some noise. As soon as the Cthulhu is past Liora, turn on your gun light." "Why?" Creedon asked.
"Now is not the time to ask questions," Tanlia told him. Creedon muttered something about being set up to get killed, but he jogged a few steps back the way they had come. He then stomped.
"Come get me, you rusted heap of scrap metal!"
he yelled. The Cthulhu sped around the corner past Liora.
"Now!"
Xandon said. Creedon switched on his gun light. The Cthulhu paused at the sudden brightness. Liora took advantage of the diversion to slam her knife into the bottom of the machine. Instead of falling, the Cthulhu spun around. Its claws swiped at her face. Liora blocked them with her arm and slammed her other knife beneath the machine. It fell to the floor with an echoing thud.
"Well, that was exciting,"
Gunza said. "I missed the power source the first time," Liora said. She shoved the Cthulhu over. It was bigger than the first one. She pulled both knives from the Cthulhu and checked the blades. Neither showed damage from the metal. She was extremely grateful for the strength of Zamarian steel. Tanlia shined her light on the Cthulhu. "You didn't miss it," she said. "It had a secondary source." It was true. Tanlia's gunlight revealed 2 power cells attached to the bottom of the Cthulhu.
"What if one of them has 3?
Gunza asked. He flipped his knife over and held it hilt out to Liora.
"Better take mine."
"What will you use?" Liora asked him. He smiled at her, revealing a gap between his front teeth.
"I'm counting on you to take them out. No pressure."
Liora slid the knife behind her belt. "Take mine too," Tanlia said. "You never know when a blade will snap." She lowered her voice. "Besides, I'm not that good with a knife." Thanks, Liora told her. How's your arm? Cray asked. I saw you block the claws. Do you need stitches? I'm fine, Liora replied. She pulled the sliced sleeve of her atmosphere suit back to reveal the black cloth of the outfit her father had given her. Ventiken, Cray said with an approving nod. Nice.
I wish my father owned an entire planet, Creedon said. I would wear Ventiken cloth wherever I went.
There wasn't any jealousy in his voice, only speculation.
Shut up, Creed, Zandon said. Officer Day, lead the way. We'll follow. If you hear pirates instead of Cthulhans, hold up a fist and we'll regroup.
Liora never thought she would get to the point where 2 knives weren't enough, but it was reassuring to walk ahead of the others with the weight of the extra blades behind her belt, as well as those from her father strapped to her arm beneath her sleeve. If she failed, the team would pay the price. She wanted to make sure that didn't happen.
Maybe I would wrestle with a Chennewick,
she heard Creedon say quietly from the back of the team.
We'll see how well it works against a swarm of Swarthans. I'd need a mask of some sort. I wonder if they make Ventiken material that's breathable.
Quiet,
Cray hissed. Liora didn't care. The pilot's sarcastic words kept her nerves calm. She was beginning to understand why the others had laughed before. Her heart pounded, but not quite as thunderously as she made her way up the next hallway.
Think about it, Creedon whispered. What if I wore a Ventiken outfit and went into the Gladarian on Titus? I could wrestle hinds and make 1,000,000 bars.
First of all, Cray shot back, you need to be able to wrestle. Second, Ventiken cloth won't protect you from being stomped to death out of sheer stupidity. You can still die from being pummeled. It'll just keep their horns from slicing you up first.
I'm glad you have such faith in my fighting abilities, Creedon grumbled.
Prove me otherwise, Cray said. A clink of metal caught Leora's ear. She held up a fist. At Zandon's motion, the other pilots gathered near.
Guns,
Zandon said. Answering grins of anticipation spread across the faces around Liora. Our turn, Tanlia said.
Better step back, little Damaclan, Creedon told Liora with a wink. The big boys are ready to play.
Ahem, Cray said.
Sorry,
Creedon replied, rolling his eyes.
The big boys and girls are ready to play. Is it really okay if I call you a big girl? I usually get slapped for saying something like that.
Shut up, Cray said.
No, you shut up,
Creedon shouted. The sound of footsteps running toward them made Creedon's grin widen.
Here they come,
Zandon said. The pirates rounded the corner and slid to a stop. They were a mixed group of humans, a Terrarian, a Talistan, and a Banthan, armed to the teeth with guns, knives, and grenades. The lights of their guns shone on the crew a moment before bullets peppered them. Only one pirate managed to shoot his gun, and the bullets drove into the ceiling as he fell motionless onto his back.
That was easy,
Creedon said.
Thanks to your big mouth,
Wayland pointed out. Creedon ducked under the pilot's arm and helped him limp behind Liora.
If telling Cray to shut up brings such good results, perhaps I should tell her other things,
Creedon continued. Liora heard the sound of a slap behind her.
Ow,
Creedon replied.
That was uncalled for.
That was entirely called for, Tanlia said. If Cray won't slap your face, I'll slap the back of your head. Thank you, Cray said.
Will you guys be quiet?
Zandon asked.
How is Liora supposed to give us a warning with the sound of you guys fighting behind her? She's a Damaclan,
Creedon said.
She's used to fighting. That's why I like her.
A smile spread unbidden across Leora's face as she turned up the next hallway.
You like her because she's female and gorgeous,
Gunza pointed out. She doesn't need to be pretty for Creedon to like her, Tanlia pointed out. She only needs... 4 pirates rounded the corner in front of Liora, and everyone paused in surprise. Liora was the first to react. She drew the 2 knives the crew had given her and threw them. Each met its target in the throat of a pirate. Liora unsheathed her other knives, knocked away the gun of the first to move, and stabbed a knife through the bottom of his chin. She spun and knocked the legs out from under the last pirate. A Vrugite so big he had to duck to stand in the hallway. He hit the ground with a loud thud. Liora grabbed his gun when he raised it. She wrestled it from his grasp and threw it behind her. The pirate swung a leg up and around, flipping her to her back. He shoved a knee into her throat. Liora drove a thumb into his eye, then slammed her other hand into the side of his head. The blow jarred him to the side far enough to free her knife. Liora slipped it from its sheath and stabbed the Vrugite's right side twice. He let out a yell of pain and doubled over. Liora pushed free and rolled to her feet. She slammed the knife into the Vrugite's lower left side and brought the blade up. Blood poured from the wound. The Vrugite slumped forward and stopped moving. Liora pulled her knives free, cleaned them on the Vrugite's shirt, and shoved them back into their sheaths. She then pulled the knives from the throats of the other two pirates. When she finally met the stunned gazes of Xanden's team, she had prepared herself for the fear she knew she would see. Instead, each of them watched her with wide eyes and amazed expressions. None of them appeared to be afraid of the Damaclan in their midst.
"That may have been the greatest thing I have ever seen in my life," Creedon said with awe in his voice.
"Great," Cray replied. "Now he has another thing to crush over."
"I'm sorry we didn't shoot the last one," Xanden told Liora. "In hindsight, when he had you pinned on your back, we really should have shot him."
He looked back at his crewmates as if asking them to back him up.
"But that was so amazing. I was stunned."
"We had to see what you would do,"
Gunsa said with the same amazement on his face.
"That was incredible." "Can you stay on our team forever?" Waylon asked.
"Pretty please,"
Creedon echoed.
All right, Xanden said. "Will you please shut up now so that Liora doesn't have to kill everyone on her own? We need the element of surprise much more than they do." "Sorry,"
Creedon apologized. "Yeah, sorry," Cray said. When they started walking, Liora heard Creedon whisper,
"Totally not sorry. That was spectacular."
Chapter 20. Liora destroyed 4 more Catulans, and Xanden's team took down 3 more groups of pirates before they reached the bridge. But one glance at the hallway in front of the bridge said they were outnumbered. There were 22 pirates at Liora's count, along with nearly the same number of Catulans. The problem was that the pirates held hostages, and the Catulans appeared to be halfway through the sealed bridge door. At Xanden's motion, the team backed up to the previous hallway.
"Why are the Catulans working with the pirates?"
Creedon whispered.
"I'm not sure,"
Xanden replied.
"They should be killing each other. Catulans don't work with anyone."
"We're apparently wrong on that front," Cray said. "Is there another way in?" Liora asked. Xanden shook his head.
"The Golden Condors were made by the Coalition. Their first line of defense is to protect the bridge. So one way in, one way out. Foolish if you ask me. What if there's a fire and the door is sealed?"
He leaned against the wall, his brow furrowed as he puzzled a way around their situation.
"Let us in, Commandante," a pirate shouted. "We're growing impatient. 1 more minute and we will kill another hostage."
Leora's heart slowed. She listened more closely. Several of the hostages were sobbing, and there had been sheer terror on the faces of those she had seen when she looked around the corner. "He's already killed some of them," she said. "We have to do something."
"Kill them all. End this."
Liora stared at Xanden.
"What's wrong?"
he asked. "Did you hear that?" she replied. She knew he would shake his head before he did it. The voice was one she recognized all too easily. But it wasn't possible. They had killed the nameless ones. Why then did she hear the voice in her head?
"Come on, Liora. You know how to save the hostages. Kill the pirates. It's the only way."
"Get out of my head," Liora growled.
"I'm not in your head,"
Xanden replied. He gave her a closer look.
"Officer Day, are you all right?"
Liora gritted her teeth. "Something's wrong," she said, her voice tight.
"Let the blood run, Liora. It's in your veins. You want to kill them all. End the suffering."
Leora's hand tightened on the knife Tarek had given her. She could kill all the pirates. The Cthulhans would be a problem, but she could deal with them after. The want to slice throats, to see blood run along the white-tiled floor, to stop the terror the pirates inflicted upon their captives and the threat they posed to Brandis, surged through her body. She needed to kill. She wanted to kill.
Yes, the voice hissed. Make them pay for what they've done. Kill them all.
Officer Day?
Xandon said. We need to kill all the pirates, she replied. Xandon shook his head.
It's too risky with the hostages. Some of them will be killed in the process. We can't handle that many pirates, and the Cthulhans besides. Our entire team will be wiped out.
He doesn't know what he's talking about,
the voice whispered.
You're Damaclan. You can make them suffer. You can make them bleed.
What's going on with you? Xandon asked. Officer Day, put down the knife.
He can't stop you. Nobody can stop you, the voice continued. Make him pay for his foolishness.
Liora grabbed Xandon by the throat and pinned him against the wall. The other team members stared in shock as she pressed the blade of the silver knife to his neck. Xandon didn't struggle. He lifted his hand slowly.
Officer Day, we're on the same team, he said, forcing out the words. I don't know what's going on, but we can deal with this together.
End him, the hiss commanded. Bleed him dry. End it all.
Liora shook her head. It wasn't right. This wasn't who she was. She wouldn't let the Nameless Ones win. She would fight them to her very last breath. She withdrew her knife.
No,
the Nameless One howled. Liora had to get the voice out of her head. Her hands itched to kill. She shoved the knife back into her sheath. Xandon watched her with wide eyes. He didn't speak, and the rest of the team didn't move. Everyone waited to see what she would do. Liora didn't want to be the monster the Nameless Ones claimed her to be. She had a soul, and as much as she wanted and could kill every pirate standing before the bridge door, there had to be another way that wouldn't risk the hostages as well. She walked back up the hallway.
Officer Day, where are you going?
Xandon asked. When she didn't turn around, he called,
Officer Day, don't be crazy. You can't take them all.
But she had a plan that wouldn't involve slaying every life that threatened Brandis. Liora gathered her strength, the inner energy that made it possible for her to push emotions, memories, and thoughts towards others. She pulled together every bit of it and balled it in the middle of her chest. She could feel the energy roiling, pulsing, bursting to be free. As Liora reached the edge of the hallway before the bridge, she charged the energy with fear. It was the most powerful force she knew of next to love. The pirates had dealt with the hostages using fear. They had tried to force Brandis to open the bridge door through the fear of watching his crew die. And so now, it was time to turn their fear against them. Liora stepped into view and shoved the energy away from her. It wasn't hard to find the minds of the pirates, where the hostages' thoughts were filled with worry about their loved ones, terror at what the pirates would do, and concern for their captain. The pirates had one goal: to maim, to hurt, to destroy. Liora had felt those same feelings so many times they pulsed at the edges of her thoughts, and it was easy to send her energy there. Screams filled the air. Pirates let go of their captives and put their hands to their heads. Visions of nameless terrors, of millions of ways to die, of enemies so horrible and terrifying they had no true form, filled the minds of those who wished ill for Brandis. The cries of terror echoed and bounced back, multiplying the fear of the pirates. "Run!" the one who had called Brandis out shouted. The other pirates took up the call, holding their heads and attempting to escape the horrors that filled their minds. The pirates ran down the opposite hallway, away from Xanden's crew, and the hostages left between the Catulans and whatever was down the dark hallway that had scared the pirates so badly, stumbled after them.
Whoa,
Xanden said.
What was that?
Liora let go of the push. The sudden release made her legs give out. Xanden caught her arm to steady her. At that moment, every Catulan intent on breaking through the bridge door turned to face them.
Uh-oh,
Creedon said.
Now we're in trouble.
I've got this, Cray replied. Liora glanced back to see the girl hold a lighter up to a heat detector against the upper wall. The red light flashed, and yellow fire quencher immediately sprayed from the ceiling vents. The Catulans whirled and hummed in protest, flying in circles and stabbing at the vents in an attempt to stop the rush of fluid. Crackles and sparks flashed in the half-light as their systems protested.
Attack!
Xanden shouted. The team from Corian ran into the fray. They stabbed the undersides of the Catulans, destroying power cells right and left, then double-checking to ensure they got each one before moving on to the next. Liora reached the door. A small circle had been cut through by the Catulans, and she could see the bridge crew of the Hyperion beyond. "Brandis!" she shouted. "Brandis, stay!" A groan met her ears, and another voice said,
"He's not here."
"Where is he?" she demanded. A face appeared. Blood streaked the Salamandan's cheek. His eyes widened.
"Officer Day, how are you here?"
"I came with the senior commandant," she replied. "Where is Brandis?"
"They took him,"
the Salamandan said. Fear gripped Leora's heart. "Who took him?" she asked.
"The Catulans,"
the Salamandan answered. He stepped back with a gesture behind him. Liora peered into the hole. To the right of the monitors, just visible from her vantage point, Liora could see torn metal and jutting wires where Catulans had cut through the wall. The hole was barely big enough to drag someone through and into the outer wall. "Was he?" Liora paused, then made herself ask. "Was he still alive?"
"Yes,"
came the Salamandan's answer. His voice was choked with tears when he said,
"We fought to keep him here, Officer Day. We truly did. 5 of my crew are dead."
He took a shuddering breath and continued,
"I asked them to take me instead, but they wanted Commandant Day."
"Did they leave a message or any sign of where they were going?" Liora pleaded. She knew the Catulans didn't speak, but there had to be a way to find Brandis. If they hadn't killed him, they had taken him for a reason.
"They didn't," the Salamandan answered. "I'm so sorry. I failed him, Officer Day."
"You tried to protect him," Liora replied, as she knew she should. "Unseal this door so your crew can receive medical care."
"Yes, Officer Day,"
the Salamandan answered. Liora stumbled through the wrecked remains of the Catulans. Against the far wall, she saw a heap of bodies from hostages the pirates had slain. If she had listened to the voice in her head, the hallway would be littered with fallen pirates and more hostages as well. She couldn't believe how close she had come to destroying them. Actually, she could believe it, and that was what scared her.
"Officer Day, are you all right?"
Xanden asked. When she didn't respond, he touched her arm. "Call me Liora," she said in an automatic response.
"All right,"
Xanden replied.
"Liora, are you okay?"
She shook her head. "Brandis is gone." Silence filled the hall as her words struck home. After all they had gone through, the pirates and Catulans they had killed, and the risk to their own lives, they had failed their mission. Liora stared at the wall in front of her, willing the answers to be written there. She had told her father that she would rescue Brandis, yet he was gone. How did one bring back someone who had vanished without a trace? Her foot hit something, and pain ran up her leg. Liora looked down to see a claw clamped around her ankle. A dissonant hum sounded from the Catulan, and sparks came from it when it moved.
"I've got it,"
Xanden said. "Wait," Liora told him. The pilot looked at her as if she was crazy, but he did what she asked. Liora knelt, ignoring the claw. She was about to put her hands on the machine when Xanon spoke quietly.
"Are you sure that's a good idea?" he asked. "With all the liquid, you could get electrocuted."
"I've been electrocuted before," Liora replied. "Someone gave these Catulans orders. I need to find out who and why." Liora set her palms on the rough metal hide of the Catulan. Electricity ran up her arms. She closed her eyes against the raw pain and pulled, searching the machine for anything familiar. The mind was strange. She didn't know if she could call the circuits and wires an actual brain, but there were synapses similar to those she found in humanoids, processes that made the machine work and drove it to accomplish its goals. The synapses were broken, charred by the electricity, and fragmented. She followed them the best she could and stumbled upon a pocket of information. It felt like a memory, but it was organized into sequences. Secondary objective, Brandis Day, Commandant of the Corian Merchant Fleet, son of Julius Day and Rosaria Violet Day, 26 years old, dark brown hair, brown eyes, completed secondary school and senior training at Corian School of Interplanetary Education. Orders, capture and return. Liora could feel the Catulan's energy failing. It sparked and shuddered. She pulled harder. Primary objective, Liora Day, human, Damaclan, officer of the Coalition, daughter of Julius Day and Queen Teneva of Clan Obruo, 23 years old, dark brown hair, brown eyes. Orders, destroy, return with evidence. The Catulan synapses went dark. "No," Liora said. "I need to know where they're taking him. I was almost there." Xanon quickly searched the other machines.
"This one looks the least destroyed,"
he called over his shoulder. He pulled the fuel cell free. Sparks showered into the air. Xanon tossed it to Liora.
"Try that one."
Liora yanked the Catulan's fuel cell free and shoved the other one in its place. A faint hum caught her ear. She put her hands back on the cold, wet metal. She quickly searched through the synapses. The machine's spark was faint. She didn't have much time. She located the pocket of information and quickly sifted through the sequences. The signal was weak. She felt it fading. "Come on," she whispered.
"You've got this,"
Xanon said from behind her. Liora felt the synapses slipping away from her.
"No,"
she growled. She tried something else. She gathered what remained of her energy and pushed it toward the Catulan. She felt the information flicker and thought it disappeared. In desperation, she shoved the energy harder. All at once, the information was there, bold and harsh, glaring in her mind. Singular objective, kill Liora Day. If unable to complete objective, secondary objective is to bring Brandis Day to Dryer Nebula, 584, alive. The source of the orders was unknown. Whoever had given the Catulans their directives had been careful not to leave any trace of themselves that might be recognized. Liora let her hand slip off the Catulan as the burst of information vanished.
"What did you find out?"
Xanon asked. Exhausted and with her heart pounding from the exertion, Liora sank to the ground. "They took Brandis to Dryer Nebula 584.
"Are you sure?"
Xanon asked. He held out a hand to help her up. Liora accepted his assistance and stood. "I'm positive," she said. "I need to go there and get him back."
"Dryer Nebula 584 is further than we've ever gone before," Creedon said. "Can the Nines make it?" "Not without refueling,"
Xanon replied.
"We need to return to Corian to refuel and resupply if we're taking a journey that far."
As anxious as she was to find Brandis, Liora knew better than to take off unprepared. "We'll go to Corian. I'm not asking anyone to come with me. I'm not sure what I'll find." "You're part of our team," Tanlia said.
"Let's be honest,"
Xanon replied.
"You're the leader of this team, and you need us. You can't go flying off by yourself if you expect to bring Commandant Day home."
"I can try," Liora said.
"And we'll follow,"
Xanon told her.
"You're stuck with us, Officer Day,
and I'm sure the Senior Commandant will agree.
Liora met their stubborn expressions. Even Cray, the smallest of the group, crossed her arms and returned Leora's gaze. Fine, Liora gave in. But stop calling me Officer Day. A crew of the Senior Commandant's men and women jogged up the hallway.
We're here to free the bridge, Officer Day,
one man said. He saluted Liora. She fought back a sigh as grins spread across the faces of the crew around her. She gestured toward the door. There are survivors in there, she told them before she made her way back down the hall. The team from Corian followed.
What should we call you then?
Waylon asked as Creedon helped him limp beside Liora. How about Female Commandant Day? Tanlia suggested. It has a nice ring to it.
Stupid, Creedon responded. And Commandant is way overused. What if we go with Damaclan Commander? That way we can be Team Damaclan, and everyone will be afraid of us.
Everyone's already afraid of you, Creed, Cray shot back. You smell.
My manly stench attracts all the women, Creedon replied. You're just jealous.
Jealous that I don't stink? Cray asked. The others laughed.
How about the Slayer? Gunsa suggested. Slayer Day would provoke fear in your enemies.
Maybe I should just stick with Officer, Liora muttered. Xandon laughed from her other side.
I don't know. Slayer does roll off the tongue.
Liora glanced at him to see if he was serious. He held his grave expression for a moment before he broke into a smile.
All right, how about Warden Day? Xandon suggested. If you're assigning yourself the job of keeping Corian safe, which you showed when you stopped the Damaclans from destroying our planet, Warden wouldn't be so far off.
Do I really need to have a title? Liora asked. She meant for it to be a rhetorical question, but Creedon answered.
Of course you do, he replied. You're a Day. Through your veins runs the bloodlines of the founders of Corian and the creators of the Day merchant fleet. You can't just parade around as Liora, the killer half-blood Damaclan daughter of Senior Commandant Day.
He paused, then said,
Well, you could, but think of how much cooler it would be if you were Warden Day, protector of the Corian realm, guardian of the merchant fleet, defender of the innocent, an avenger of all that is.
She's got the point, Creed, Xandon cut him off. Yeah, you went overboard, Tanlia told him.
Overboard? Creedon asked.
Completely, Cray said. Atmosphere suit, boots, gun, and all. Creedon looked at Liora.
Did I?
Liora fought back a smile as she nodded. Creedon threw up his hands, dislodging Waylon, who would have fallen on his face if Liora and Tanlia didn't catch him.
Now everybody's a critic,
Creedon said as he stormed ahead of them.
Try to give someone a Magivite title, and they don't appreciate it.
Warden's not that bad, Liora admitted. Xandon nodded.
I think it fits.
We could be Team Warden Day, Cray suggested.
Or the Warden Day crew, Gunsa said.
Liora reached the pressurization chamber and picked up her helmet. The crew was still debating what to call themselves when she locked the helmet on her head. She turned her attention to the vast dark space beyond the hold. Brandis was out there somewhere. She would do whatever was needed to find him. Yet the thought that she didn't need to do it alone was comforting. Whatever they called themselves, Xandon's crew had been swift and efficient in taking out the pirates and protecting her as she fought the Catulans. It wouldn't hurt to have a team like that in her fight to rescue her brother. Liora returned to her TDV-9. She set a hand on the day's end, painted along its side. Not today, she said.
You're going to need to get that retitled, Creedon noted, when he passed her.
Liora shrugged. I kind of like it.
It's something to fight against, Creedon guessed.
Liora nodded. Something like that. She climbed into the cockpit and entered the coordinates for Corian. Let's go home, she said into her communicator. We've got my brother to save.
Yes, Warden,
Xandon replied.
Yes, Warden Day,
Gunsa said. Aye, aye, Warden, Tanlia echoed.
Sure thing, Warden Day. Half-blood Damaclan destroyer of all who threaten Corian, Creedon said.
Liora smiled. Warden Day is fine, the others laughed. Chapter 21. Liora carefully steered the 9 to its docking position. Her thoughts were clouded with fading adrenaline from the fight and heartache at finding Brandis gone from the bridge. Her father and half of the crew had stayed behind to help get the Hyperion home. The mood had been solemn after Liora told her father the news about his missing son. Liora hit the button to release the hatch and glanced up as it opened. Her gaze locked on a form leaning against a pillar about 10 feet away. Tarek? Her heart sped up at the sight of him, alive and standing there, watching her with the concerned expression and half-smile she found so endearing. Seeing him there made her realize the truth. After everything they had been through, she hadn't been sure he would survive the attack of the Nameless Ones. Leaving to rescue Brandis had been so much more than that. Instead of rushing towards something, she had been running away from the thought that Tarek could die and leave her alone. Through everything she had survived, that was the one thing she felt she couldn't. Tears filled her eyes, and a smile spread across her face. "Tarek!" she yelled. Her voice echoed through the massive docking bay, and workers stopped to look at them. But Liora didn't care. She almost fell down the side of the 9 in her effort to reach the floor. By the time her shoes touched the ground, Tarek was there, sweeping her into his arms. She kissed him again and again, telling herself with each one that he was truly there, holding her, kissing her back just as fiercely. It felt too wonderful to be true, and a sob tore free from her throat.
"Oh, Liora,"
Tarek said, his voice breaking.
"I was so worried about you."
"I thought you'd never wake up," she told him, with her face buried against his chest. "I thought I would come back and find out you had died. I almost flew away instead of landing."
"Where would you have gone?"
"Nowhere," she replied. "I would have flown until the 9 ran out of fuel, and then waited until I died." Tarek held her gently back from him. His gaze was tumultuous when he looked down at her.
"Why would you do that?"
"Don't you remember?" Liora asked him. "We lived together or we died together. That's how it is. That is the only option." Tarek's tears broke free, and a wavering smile touched his lips. He nodded as he looked down at her.
"We live together, or we die together. That's the way it is."
"I love you, Tarek Donovan," she said, using the backs of her fingers to wipe his tears gently from his cheeks.
"And I love you, Liora Day,"
he said, using the cuffs of his soft shirt to do the same for her.
"That's Warden Day,"
Creedon said as he walked past them. Tarek stared after him.
"Who is that?"
"A member of my crew," Liora replied.
"You have a crew?"
Tarek gave her a skeptical look.
"Liora Day has a crew?"
"I usually go solo," she said. He nodded.
"I know. That's why I'm so surprised."
"The Warden Day Warriors!"
Creedon shouted from the other end of the hangar. "If he'd put as much thought into the mysteries of the macrocosm as he does our crew name, he'd have solved cold fusion by now," Cray said on her way past. "At least he's thinking about something," Tanlia said. "That's more than he usually does."
"Can we get to the medical wing already?"
Waylon asked, as Xandon and Gunza helped him walk down the docking bay.
"This bullet is killing me."
"Then you should have avoided it,"
Gunza pointed out.
"Maybe if everyone wasn't busy shooting at metal objects, I wouldn't have been hit,"
Waylon shot back. Xandon met Leora's gaze and grinned. He touched a finger to his forehead in a casual salute and turned his attention to helping Waylon along.
"That's your crew?"
Tarek said, with a hint of doubt in his voice. Liora nodded with a feeling of pride that brought a smile to her face. "That's my crew. They fought well against the Cthulhans. And—" her smile faded as the thought of what she needed to do returned. Seeing Tarek had banished everything else from her mind, but Brandis was in trouble.
"Liora, do I need to run you through the scanner to make sure you're all right?"
Tarek asked. watching her closely. Liora shook her head. I'm fine, but we need to go rescue Brandis.
I know.
There was something to his tone that caught Leora's attention. She gave him a closer look. Concern showed in his eyes, and there were shadows that hadn't been there before. What is it? She asked.
Liora, read my thoughts.
She stared at him. Tarek had never asked her to intrude in his mind before. The few times she had done so by accident had hurt them both. Why? She asked.
They showed me something,
Tarek replied.
I don't think they meant to, but they did.
Before she could ask who he meant, Tarek took her hands in his.
Do it. Hurry, before the memory loses its clarity.
Liora closed her eyes. She pushed away the fact that they stood in the middle of the Quarian base's hidden defense bay. The noise of other ships landing, repair crews getting to immediate work, and supervisors calling out orders faded to the background. She stilled her thoughts and pulled carefully, reminding herself that she was working with the man she loved instead of with a machine that had tried to kill her brother. The memory Tarek wanted to show her surfaced immediately. She saw it from a distance, yet it felt as though she was the one in the memory. Tarek fought to reach the orbs on Rallian. The nameless ones tore into him, shredding his body as they pulled at his soul in their attempt to suck him dry before he could reach the Omne Occasus orbs. The pain was unbearable, and she saw his steps falter. He fell, rose again, and fell against the case. The nameless ones battered him mercilessly, and Liora felt the strange sensation of life being pulled away. He collapsed to the ground.
He's gone, soulless one,
the leader of the nameless ones hissed to Liora. The voice was distant and muted.
He was weak and had little left to give. We took what he had, his memories, his fears.
The leader paused, then said,
His love for you. It's gone, Liora.
Tarek gritted his teeth and pushed up to his hands and knees. Nobody could ever take away his love for Liora. He would protect her if it was the last thing he did. The nameless one continued to speak, its voice a grating, dry rasp.
As a token of our anger against your betrayal, we have sucked everything that made him what he was. He is an empty shell, worthless, useless. Your love is in vain.
That's where you're wrong,
Tarek replied. He felt everyone turn to look at him. The attention of the nameless ones was palpable, as well as their hatred. He lifted his hand and slammed the blade into the green orb, followed by the black one. A burst of power shoved him backwards, behind the case. Black and green energies swirled together in a whirlwind that sparked and pulled, drawing the nameless ones in. Tarek felt the force pulling on him where it could reach him, coaxing what remained of his life from his body. He opened his eyes just enough to see the form of the leader of the nameless ones, standing in front of Liora. He couldn't hear what was said, but satisfaction swelled in his chest when he saw the nameless one pulled backwards into the whirlwind.
You think you've won.
The voice in his mind felt like claws scratching inside of his thoughts. He couldn't move. He couldn't get free. It was the most painful thing he had ever experienced.
You're wrong, human. You'll pay. You'll see.
An image surfaced in Tarek's thoughts. It was of a planet encircled by red and blue rings. The image dove through the clouded atmosphere to the surface where liquid bubbled, then hardened into thick lumps of red rock. A sulfur scent filled Leora's nose, and a dome met her gaze. The image took her to the top, where voices reached her ears.
They eliminated the gateway, Master, a voice said.
The Saturine were supposed to ensure that didn't happen.
The voice that replied forced the tones as though they were spoken underwater.
The Saturine failed,
the first voice said.
The orbs were destroyed.
You told me that the Coalition's greed would ensure that the Omne Occasus was used. They would destroy a galaxy, and that would open the gateway. We need access to their planets.
There was a pause and a crash. A moment later, a Cthulhan burst from the side of the dome. One of its claws hung crookedly, and it listed to one side as it flew away.
These machines are useless to me.
The voice grew stronger.
Who destroyed the orbs?
The Cthulhans have brought the name Liora Day.
A grunt sounded, followed by the words,
Bring this Liora Day to me. If she refuses to come along in peace, make her an offer she can't refuse.
Liora took her hands from Tarek's. His face was pale, but he watched her.
They set a trap for you.
It's only a trap if I don't know what I'm getting into, Liora replied. She lifted her helmet to shove it back on her head. Tarek grabbed her arm.
Liora, wait. You don't know what you're getting into. We don't know what they're capable of.
Liora met his gaze. They have Brandis. That's enough for me. He searched the entire macrocosm to bring me home, and I will do the same for him.
Not alone,
Tarek said.
That's what we keep telling her.
Xanon stepped out from behind the next docking station. Liora realized he had been waiting there the whole time. Cray and Tanlia followed, with Gunsa and Waylon close behind.
Warden Day, leader of the Fearless Six.
Creedon glanced at Tarek and gave him a skeptical once-over.
7 defenders of Corian and the rest of the macrocosm. We are reporting for duty.
You're seriously going to have to work on that, Cray said.
I think it's perfect,
Creedon replied.
We could have saved the macrocosm by now,
Waylon said dryly. You've been listening to our conversation? Liora asked. Xanon lifted his shoulders in an apologetic shrug.
It was my idea, Warden, Creedon said. A good team never leaves its commander alone.
It was the quietest I've ever seen Creed, Tanlia told her. Liora couldn't help the smile that crossed her face. She turned back to Tarek. Well, what do you say? An answering smile touched his lips.
I say I'm putting my money on the Damaclan.
This has been Girl from the Stars, Book 3, Day's End. Written by Cheree Alsop. Narrated by Michelle Carpenter. Copyright 2020 by Cheree Alsop. Production copyright by Cheree Alsop.